I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound.
Soak the Artemisia in 2 liters of water, and the juice is extracted. Future generations may add to this formula. Traveling to the ends of the earth, offering miraculous herbs to heal for centuries. All diseases subdued, bringing life anew. I'll succeed after one more try.
I'm working on a way to overcome gravity.
Unyielding soul, an undying will, an ageless heart. That's what it takes.
I speak and write my mind.
Let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow.
All the watchful eyes are waiting for a star.
An enlightened heart cannot be extinguished easily.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real...
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken. A call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League. A symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire. Unwritten stories. Fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground. And they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
The Embers Awaken as we head on to day number 2 in week number 1 of MKL Spring Season 2025. We'll be your casters for today. My name is Sir Cloud together with Sagi. Sagi, how are you feeling for day number 2?
Honestly speaking, Sir Cloud, I'm feeling fantastic right now. Honestly, yesterday we've seen matches after matches, dominations, close games between ENG and DTE Gaming. Today, we have something spicy as well for the audience. We have BSE Nova as the closing match of today. What do you think?
Oh man, I know, right? That match has been anticipated by our audience for quite a while now, ever since the announcement of the schedule for week number 1, and I'm sure that match will pack a punch. Can't wait to see that. But of course, we're going to see more than that match. We have a lot more games to come. We'll check out the schedule in a little bit more. But also to note that today, some of you might be wondering, why are we starting earlier? That's because we have an extra series as compared to day number 1.
We have 4 matches, 4 series coming to this series. We have O2 versus DTE. I would quote them as a rivalry since Open Series, where O2 was defeated by DTE Gaming in a 2-3 fashion, while we went to the MKL qualifiers. O2 pounced back, got a 3-1 convincing victory over DTE. So the question is, who will be the victor of today in their rivalry?
Yeah, there will be a lot of questions that will be answered today, ladies and gentlemen. And not only O2 DTE in match number 2 later on, we'll have Team Secret versus AG Global. And if we remember, during the S3 qualifiers, AG Global, they giant slayed Team Secret that time.
Oh, definitely. AG Global giant slayed Team Secret. They took down defending champions Shrew Esports. Come to think of it, AG Global, are they just starting the engines, or are they looking to take on everybody as of now? Because yesterday we seen them fight against DTE. Game 1 was a bit slow, but Game 2, they are starting to ramp up. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that we need to ramp up our tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So jumping into our video to explain to all of you, here we go, is the format.
MKL Spring Season 2025 is here, and here is our tournament format explainer. We've already seen Phase 1, which was the qualifiers. Now we're entering into Phase 2, which is the regular season. For the regular season, we have a total of 8 teams, 4 teams for the qualifiers and 4 invited teams. These teams will be playing a double round robin. Each team will face each other twice in a best of 3 format over the course of the regular season. Out of these 8 teams, only the top 6 will advance to the Phase 3, the playoffs. The top 2 teams from the regular season will go straight into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Teams placed 3rd through to 6th of the regular season will have to battle it out at the play-ins in an elimination match of a best-of-3 format to proceed into the upper bracket to fight against the 1st and 2nd place teams from the regular season. The play-ins matches will be a best-of-3 and the upper and lower brackets will be in a best-of-5, and the conclusion of the grand final will be played in a best-of-7 format. All the best to all participating teams, and let's see who would be the champion for MKL Spring Season 2025.
Man, Sir Cloud, that we have 8 MKL teams, only 6 can qualify to the playoffs. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight match, right? And it's not only about the 6 qualifying onto the playoffs, the top 2 will start at the upper bracket. So besides only just being in the top 6, you want to aim for the top 2 as well. So a lot on stake here in their journey to the playoffs that will be played in an offline event where you guys out there can actually attend the event and watch your favorite plays in front of your eyes.
Man, last time we had S2 in Malaysia, it was absolute banger. The crowd was crazy, the crowd was loud, roaring. For this MKL Grand Finals, these playoffs, it comes to wonder, if we have it at, I believe we announced it already, Sunway, it's gonna be an absolute festival there.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Can't wait for us to reach that stage and hear all the fans cheer. And who knows, we might get cosplayers there. You know, the last time we had it at S3, there were a lot of Dolias that appeared on the venue. So maybe you might see, well, I don't know if we're going to get a lot more Dolias, but maybe more Shangguans, who knows, right? But if there was a cosplay hero that you would like to see appear in front of you, which hero would it be?
Maybe Yaria. Yaria, maybe you can see a lot of Yarias like Dolias for Philippines, right? And we're jumping into the prize pool.
Alright, so checking out the prize pool that these players will be eyeing for, it's a total prize pool of 60,000 US dollars. So here's the breakdown at the same time, right? The participation award will amount to 100 US dollars, meaning that every game that they play or every series that they play, they actually get awarded 100 US dollars for victory bonus. Now, this is going to be important since we are playing a best of 3 series today. Every match that they win, they will achieve 100 US dollars. But if they win everything on their own, then it's 300 US dollars. So that's a lot of money there on the line. But of course, the big one that everyone wants to go for is the first place prize pool, or the first place amount of 11,000 US dollars.
Man, that's a lot of money. Meaning, Sir Cloud, if I were to make a 2-0 onto the enemy team, it means I'll get $300, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely correct. But if you go 2-1, then it's going to be 200 and 100 for the opposing team. So basically, if you get a clean win, you get a little bit more money. So I'm sure that's what the teams will be eyeing for.
Man, money, money, money. Imagine first place and second place, each bathing with 11,000 US dollars and 8,000 US dollars. That's almost about 40,000 and more ringgit. That's a lot of money.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. You're doing the math here. But let's not also forget about the individual award as well. The FMVP, that one player will take home 1,000 US dollars. This is a lot of money there on the line. But let's not forget about the second place as well, will take home 8,000 US dollars. Third place, 6,000 US dollars. Fourth place, 5,000. Fifth and sixth will be 3,300 US dollars. And earlier on today, during the show, we talked about some of the matches that will be played, and we'll be starting off with O2 versus DTE.
And honestly, O2 DTE, absolute of a banger. We talked about their rivalry just now. TS versus AG. It's a revenge story for TS as they lost to AG last time during the qualifiers. Will they get their revenge, or will AG triumph again? We don't know. SE versus Todak, still 2 teams trying to look for their footing. Not the best opening match for both teams, but hey, it's still first week of MKL, only the second day, so these 2 teams will have time and have space to showcase to the world that, hey, we are part of MKL, we can do it as well. And finally, Sir Cloud, what do you think about Nova versus BSE?
The match that we've all been waiting for, right? And if you've seen some of the content on social media, you probably know that between me and Sagi, we're not gonna let go of that, okay? Between me and Sagi, okay, we have something on the table. I personally took Nova, Sagi took PSE, and we will want to see who takes this one home and who will be punished at the end of the day, of course.
And of course, as we said, the viewers will be picking our punishment, so we'll see what PSE and Nova, I believe these two teams will give us an absolute of a show. And of course, these two teams, two giants.
Yeah, but at the same time, this tournament will not happen without our official sponsor. We'd like to say a big thank you to Realme, who's supporting MKL as the official tournament partner. Gaming pick Realme 14 series, and with the Realme 14 5G, it features a segment, a best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and it empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in HOK, promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. So, all of you out there, play HOK with Realme 14 series.
Well, honestly, that seems absolutely a beast of a phone. Gaming, I would pick Realme 14 series to be honest. And after this, I think I might look into a 14 series. 120 FPS is pretty amazing for a phone. As people would know, if you try 60 FPS and 120 FPS, you can never go back after trying 120 FPS, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And plus, especially if you're playing like those heroes that are high mechanic, like a mine or something like that, you will want the smooth experience to be able to execute your skills in the best way manner. So do pick the Realme 14 series, ladies and gentlemen. But here will be also the question, will we see a lot more my picks today, or will it be one of those popular bands that the players don't want to deal with?
Well, it seems to me like ever since HOK S3, MKL, all the pro leagues, it seems that Mai has always been this high ban. But when it comes to like win rate, it's really not that high because it's a very mechanical hero, as we know. It takes a lot of individual skill to set up these massive engages. So, question is, do these teams want to experiment with their pick and ban since it's only the regular season, or do they want to nail Mai in the ban slot?
Yeah, I know, right? Even during the S3 that time, Mai was also one of the top bands. But when it was played, yeah, you get a few wins here and there, but not necessarily the highest win rate. So stats-wise, it's like, kind of questionable, right? But of course, if you get the chance to pick it, at the end of the day, it's really down to execution. A very, very good Mai user can be super annoying and can be very difficult to catch. But if you kind of like, flip your fingers or something just goes out of bound, then the Mai can be easily punished. So I can understand as well why the win rate for Mai when it's being picked, it's not that high. And let's not forget as well, I mean, these players, they are pros versus pros. So you're playing at that top tier. It's not like me at least, just a casual ranked player. Doesn't really matter. Pros, top tiers, they know how to counter every hero.
Of course, I do believe that when the coaches coming in, all these well-known, experienced coaches, when they allow a hero to be released onto the pick and ban. Oh, before that, let's jump right into the matchup of today, O2 versus DTE. For O2, we have K1 in the clash lane, Congley in the jungle, Care in the mid lane, WH in the marksman role farm lane, and White in the roamer. On DTE, we have BB in the mid lane, Zun in the jungle, DTE CM in the clash lane, Hao as their roamer, and Tete as their farm lane. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Oh, I think this will be a really interesting match, right? Because between O2 and DTE, these two teams, they meet very, very frequent. Even before the MKL, during like their tier 2 playing days, they always meet. Sometimes it's DTE, sometimes it's O2. But of course, if you look at the record in the recent qualifiers, O2, they had the best of DTE. But nevertheless, both of them still qualified to MKL anyway. So this is pretty much a rematch of their MKL qualifiers again.
So looking at their track record, right, they seem to be one towards DTE in the Open Series and one towards O2 Esports in the MKL qualifiers. Means that they are in behind, they're playing a best of 3 as well, similar to today. Whoever wins this best of 3 today wins the best of 3 between them, right?
Yeah, it's like a best of 3 of a best of 3, yeah. I know, right, ladies and gentlemen, it takes a bit. But if you've been following the lore of Honor of Kings Esports, especially in the Malaysian scene, you know that these two teams, they have some sort of a rivalry between them just because of how frequent they always meet with each other. And like what you said, right, they want to decide on who's actually the best in this quote-unquote best of 3 series or best of 3 meetings between these two teams. So it's something that we'll be looking forward to. Now, the thing is that DTE, they played that game yesterday. So O2, they're starting off their campaign today. The data is exposed. So O2, they had the chance, they had the opportunity to actually look at DTE's games yesterday. So Saki, in your opinion, do you think that that will be a big advantage to O2?
I think it's on both ways. Yes, it can be from O2's perspective, like, hey, we have more time to plan around you because we've seen a full best of 3 between you and AG where all cards are pulled out. Maybe not all cards, but most cards, right? But in terms of like their performance, are their hands warm? Because DTE just came out fresh from a BO3, powered by AG, played to their best, almost winning. A shame, but you know, it was a very good performance. So in terms of like warming up, I do feel like DTE has an advantage as they have already warmed their hands up.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. And even if we looked at yesterday's DTE game, first game they won against AG. And it was like, whoa, everyone went like, whoa, you won against AG, okay? Game 2, they went the distance. I mean, it was more than 20 minutes, right? So it just shows that they're able to push these top teams, and AG is definitely no pushover team. I mean, they're an S3 team, so they definitely know what they're doing. And the fact that DT is able to push them to the corner, expect a big matchup here. And I would expect that O2 will have a big task up their sleeves going up DTE.
Of course, looking at O2 rosters as well, we have seen familiar places like Kong Ling, like K1, Care. All these players, they have experience in the international stage. And to be frank, experience does matter when it comes to playing on an official league or like a pro league. Am I right?
Oh yeah, absolutely right. So if we talk about experience per se, so O2, a lot of their players used to be from Weibo Sem 9.
Correct.
And Weibo Sem 9 played in the last EWC. So they have the experience playing at the international stage, going up against some of the best teams in the world, including a KPL Dream Team at that time. So that would have definitely fed them that experience that allowed them to be better players. So that, putting that into perspective, then DTE might be going up against a huge challenger here. But of course, we want to settle the score here today. And one major factor that has been in place since the EWC is the global ban pick. Now, that is something that might highly affect these players. Do you think they have a large enough hero pool to actually try to overcome each other?
Of course, as pro players in our Malaysian Pro League, I do feel like MKL, all our pro players, they are at least at a certain standard where they have a sufficient hero pool or a specific mechanical prowess to be able to be set as the best top 8 of each role in Malaysia. So knowing that it's from them, we'll probably see an absolute banger of a series.
Yeah, definitely. Now, speaking about like a global ban pick, and obviously we're going to go into the draft really soon. I just want to revisit some of our top picks yesterday. So, well, since we've only played one day, so the data is based on what we've seen yesterday, obviously. Algran is still one of the top picks here, and he has been a top pick since forever, ever since like S2, Algran is still in the meta or still in the choice of our top teams. Now, why do you think that Algran is still in this, and what does it take for Algran to not be one of the top picks?
I do feel like Algran as a hero pick for jungle side, he has this very strong early game with his build execute in his seer state. This execute is pretty much of a cheat for him in terms of like being able to outsmite, out-execute, invade like weaker jungles, like popular jungles like Luna. Like, okay, Luna, looking at like some matchups we had yesterday where we had a Dune invade Luna and getting the first buff, I do feel that players who love this Algran, yes, we've seen a fantastic Algran yesterday from Team Secret, right? Where they can tank up front, they can do executions, they can have a very good damage calculation. In this case, yes, Algran fits all this role being a very meaty frontline, and it's always a very good blind pick.
Yeah, meaty frontline, able to go to the backline as well, be very disruptive to your opponent's jungle. Algran is definitely a big one. And we've seen also one of the top picks, but maybe arguably on the win rate side, which is a Zhang Fei. I would expect like maybe the Algran or a Zhang Fei to be somewhat picked or banned. But speaking about pick and bans, we're going to go into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we've discussed. The Mai is still not going to see the light of day.
And interestingly enough, we are seeing a first session ban Luna on the side of DTE Gaming. Is this a respect ban towards Kongling, who has pulled out his Luna during his EWC performance?
Oh, potentially that. I mean, these two teams, they have a lot of data of themselves floating around, so they definitely have done their homework there. So by banning that out, that is a potential reason. Now, the bans are done. We're going to go into the picks. And the Arlie, very quickly picked up by DTE Gaming, a very, very strong, sleek laner.
I do agree as well. Arlie, this pick, it's either pick or it's either ban. It's always on the ban or pick side. I do believe it has one of the highest ban rate in MKL, if I'm wrong. But on the side of O2, they are answering back with the Dharma and the newly released marksman hero, Chano, in the farm lane.
Yeah, and of course, just to put that to perspective for Arlie, 100% win rate so far. So just say. Anyway, by picking up the Dharma as well for O2 Esports, that will allow them some level of flexibility, whether they want to go for the split push or whether they want to jab from behind, coming from the side, do the flanking, stuff like that. So they do have that chance or that opportunity to just try to be sneaky with the split push if they really want to later on. Now, the Algren, we did talk about the Algren earlier on, one of the top pick heroes currently being brought into the lineup by DTE, and DTE brings in the Mayan as well. Lots of mobility by DTE, especially with just Arlie, Algren, and Mayan.
Seems like DTE Gaming does not want Chano for WH to be on a very good and comfy situation, so they pick all these hard dives, fast tempo heroes to disrupt the piece that Chano wants. So looking at the second phase ban, we are looking at a Monkey and a Zhang Fei for both respective teams. Although O2 Esports have not picked their roamer, but seems like they're putting quite a lot of focus onto the mid lane and the roamer in terms of bans.
Yeah, and the Yixing is banned out by O2 Esports, have been used fairly frequently yesterday as well in many good situations. So they just don't want to deal with the world is my board, huge lockdowns, just want to let that one go. And now coming in back onto the final ban for DTE. Well, looking at what they will have right now, perhaps they want to take out something tanky. They don't want to deal with the tankiness of O2 Esports, and Dun will be their pick to ban out. Zhang Fei will be banned out as well, so banning out another tanky hero. Although DTE Gaming, arguably, they can go for something not so tanky since they already have the Algren.
Seems like, to me in the case, they might pivot into something like a healing roamer or Sakura being picked up by O2 Esports, further reducing the roamer pool coming in from DTE Gaming. And from DTE side, that's 3 jungle bans onto O2's Kongling. Is this a respect or based on draft, or what is it? We see Dun, we see Monkey, we see Luna. Picks that are generally more favored towards Kongling from his esports days, his pro play days. So right now, all these bans, what can we see for Kongling in the jungle pool?
Probably wants to go for something slightly tankier, right? I'm thinking about maybe like a Agudo, maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the Agudo right there, Surikal.
Yeah, this is where if we get our draft predictions right, we do the draft predictor dance. Ding. I don't know. There's no real name to it. So it's like, I just made that up. So
you just made that up. So looking at both teams' draft, right? O2 Esports, we're looking at the double heal setup. Agudo with his healing, Sakira with his healing, right? These two. And then DTE Gaming, we're looking at Gammo and Mozu with the pokes. So right now, let's look at the matchup, Circle.
Oh yeah, so looking at screens right now, lots of sustainability for DTE Gaming, not gonna lie. But O2 Esports, their advantage is going to be mobility. That is going to be the key factor here. And with mobility, it's going to be hard for DTE Gaming to come up with split pushes. But let's see what's going to happen here inside the game as we head on to game number 1 between O2 Esports and DTE.
Welcome to Heroes Gorge, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, let's see what is up for O2 Esports and DTE Gaming. I want to give a lot of props to, or focus to K1 on this Dharma. We might see a lot of truth mantra, a lot of mantra set up by this K1 pick, so we have to keep our eyes on him to be able to set up on this army that's slipping from Churchill.
And as a start, looks like it's still going to be pretty respectful for both sides. We don't see very early jungle invasions yet. But with the potential of having an Ogran and especially having an Agudo as well, we might be able to see that maybe coming in the second minute onwards. But the bottom lane, well, it's still a bit of gaps here and there, so not going to be much of an issue for both sides.
Seems like in terms of the farm lane, the O2 is coming out on top with like secure stealing, and on the side of Clash lane, health bars are all equal. Of course, engage coming on the bot side, but nothing too crazy so far.
Yeah, a bit of a rotation from the mid lane towards the bottom. And here comes BB as well with a couple plates onto Care. Lots of damage under it, forcing him to turn back.
Oh, have a look at White here. White here looking for engage. Grab the knock up onto BB. Just a small poke, nothing too big.
Yeah, a bit of a I wouldn't even call it a jab by White, but you know, he just wants to go in and just stamp a little bit of dominance. But quick rotation here by O2. After they're done with the bottom, go to the mid, clears it off quickly, allowing the other heroes, especially for Care, to be able to make the rotation to the top. But then DTE Gaming, they probably sent something and they left the top lane.
Seems like the case as well. So if you were both teams, realistically, how would you want to paint the picture for your team's victory, right? On the side of DTE, you will want your backline access. We have BB on the Gammo, we have CM on the Mayin. These heroes have to access to WH who is on the channel. And on the side of O2, you have a little bit of composition which is like protect the president, and president's who? Channel. WH on the channel, am I right?
And that's where Hao tries to just shoo him off from the lane. But then again, how are you going to take down the channel? Because you have a Sakir there who's able to provide you with all the healing that he needs, the sustainability. So the laning phase will be fairly difficult for DTE Gaming to try to stop the channel.
Oh, I do believe so as well. We might see a 4-minute setup on the Tyrant, and both teams will look to contest it with whatever they got. Seems to me that both teams heavily rely the setup onto their roamers and their Clash lane. On the side of DTE, we have like CM on the Mayin, on Hao onto his Mozu, and O2 we have the Truth, the Mantras coming in from K1's Dharma, and White with the Mulberry Slaps.
Here comes BB with the rotation towards the bottom. Couple blades will not connect this time. But it's more of like just trying to zone them all off. But from what we can see here at the top as well, looks like it's going to be a 2v1. But you don't want to go onto a Dharma. The K1 underneath the tower is just too risky.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's a very equal early game. Nothing too crazy going on. Both teams just trying to tempo themselves, find their footing onto game one. Maybe we'll see something more fancy in the 4-minute mark.
Well, at the bottom, looks like we will still see Hao trying to just annoy them with the cannon blast and also with the couple blades by BB. But again, it's not going to deal too much. At the middle, Zunzun comes in. But Zunzun, yeah, you better back off because right now White is coming in from the side and they will be aware of that situation. Turns back, but we still get the first blood at the top.
Seems to me that CM asserted dominance onto K1 with the first blood on his Mayin. Maybe it's a individual prowess, maybe K1 screwed up, we don't know, right? And with the 4-minute mark, Tyrant has spawned, and to me, in terms of map state, O2 Esports seems to be like giving up control on the side of Tyrant.
Oh, GG in trouble. Oh no, last hit. Oh man, and this is going to be really difficult. Anyway, they try to trade it back. Hao arrives from the side, but then again, White is there. And WH, look at this, immediately heals back up to half health.
Props to White, he was there healing, and small engage coming in.
A bit of a steal there onto the buff, and looks like it's taken away by Kong Ling.
Well, to be honest, overall, we've seen a solo kill onto the top side, a solo kill onto the bottom side, both teams bearing its fangs on the solo laners. So I want to give props to White just now. Being there right on time, forbidding the Hao or Mozu to close out the kill on WH. Props to him for giving this immediate healing onto WH.
Yeah, he's just so fast on his rotations, right? And of course, the Sake is rather mobile as well. And he can even like absorb damage. Not going to be a problem. Heals himself up and he'll be absolutely fine. Now, lots of rotations here happening. O2 coming onto the bottom. They see the players of DTE. They go in straight onto the backline. Hao is in trouble. Hao will reverse out the fall. Hands on WH. And now they're looking at BB. BB has to back off. They're looking at the river as well. Because here comes Zunzun. BB flashes into safety. Zunzu comes in, 2v1 of the Kongling, but K1 is behind, so he cannot overcome on the Kongling. Kongling takes a lot of damage, but look at Kongling! How slick he is! Using the wall to jump over Kongling! Still survives, but we can't see the same for White. White goes down now, and second trade-off here happening. Onto our screen, ladies and gentlemen, with DTE trading it back on O2 Esports. At least they have a little bit of saving grace there.
Wow, what a play coming from Kong Lei, utilizing his blood rage, stalling so much time for O2 Esports to back him up, resulting in a 4-for-2 coming in from O2, getting 2 extra kills and almost a 500 gold lead coming to 6-minute mark. And honestly speaking, I do feel like in terms of the farm lane, WH is doing such a good job on this channel, pressuring out Churchill on this early, forcing him to lose his power, setting up his mid lane rotation down here just to punish Churchill on this early. Fantastic stuff coming from WH.
Oh, gotta give props to Kongling as well. How he simply moves in and out of that fight. But speaking about fight, we can see another fight here. JJ survives! Plus it! Oh no! Still taken out by White, but it's not done yet though. They're going in for Hao right now, trying to land his mulberry power, but not able to get Hao. Nevertheless, that's not going to be the objective. The objective is to take down the tower, but at the same time, BB will not survive this engagement.
Oh, he won with Performance's Mantra Flash into the Truth Mantra knockup, securing the kill onto BB's position. Man, O2 Esports bring out statement of the first game coming into the series.
Yeah, they're starting to ramp up the aggressiveness here onto DTE Gaming. DTE Gaming forced to play a defensive stance now with the fact that there is a 2k goal lead for O2 Esports. DTE, they have to focus on the farms.
Yeah, DTE definitely need to slow down the aggression coming in from O2 side. We need to play defensive, make sure that the early gets a sufficient room to farm to her 3 item slots, and then we can see this early being a menace into the side lane. But so far, we see that O2 Esports, they are not allowing this early to play as freely as possible. They're just putting in so much pressure on the Churchill's early.
Yeah, and looking at the next engagement, they're going in for it. Oh, Mulberry Power hits too! There's a chance for O2 Esports to just go all the way in. But then again, DTE, they will not go out without a fight. They managed to get a kill onto Whites. Beautiful counter engagement by DTE.
Yeah, DTE, although getting caught by above Mulberry Power's flash by the Secure, but they fend off perfectly. CM going to the backline, props to him, stalling WH, doesn't give him any space to do damage to his backline, doing a very good job zoning WH out on this channel.
And right now, at least, DTE, with that win, it will kind of slow down the progress of O2 Esports. But O2 Esports, they still want to go in for it with K1, trying to sneak out the buff, but then again, it was still taken out by Zunzun.
Yeah, Zunzun here, props to him. Knight so far looking pretty good, and he's being this absolute buff boy, walking in front, making sure that, hey, stand behind me, I got you. Just stand behind me, I'll stall enough time for you to farm. Well, I do think that that's DTE's game plan right now. They really need this Churchill and BB on both of their respective carries to get enough gold to scale into the later stages of the game.
And now with the Tyrant taken by O2 Esports, that will allow them to create another engagement against DTE Gaming. But again, they are being respectful and probably being objective as well. They might want to take the bottom, but no, they're going towards the mid. See an engagement started off by K1, forcing Zunzun to turn back, but Zunzun is not the target that they want. Zunzun easily goes away to safety, but at the same time, CM comes in from the side. BB gets Kongling. They need to take down the Sakir. The Sakir is the one sustaining O2 Esports.
Wow, Kongling being taken down by BB without even using his blood rage here. What would have happened there? Maybe Hao got a perfect stun on Kongling, a perfect all-in coming from BB. We don't know, but props to them. With this catch, they're further pushing the game towards a comfortable state for both their carries to fill it on later on into the mid-game. And for now, we are slowly approaching the 10-minute mark where the Overlord and Tyrant are going to be empowered to cloud.
Yeah, at the same time, their goal difference, they're starting to close the gap here. DTE Gaming, about 1,000 goal difference versus O2 Esports. So, this next matchup will be very, very important for maybe either side to secure the Overlord or even the Tyrant, or maybe even both.
Yeah, the Night buff coming in, both teams getting a burst of movement speed, all moving towards the Tyrant pit. I do feel like we have to give some focus onto both side clashing. They are looking for such a big flank angle, but this O2 Esports is burning up Tyrant real quick circle.
Are they going to go in for it? Looks like they will. Zunzun is at the forefront. Smite anytime soon, but still going to be Kongling securing the Tyrant. Now DTE Gaming has to back off.
Yeah, with this Tyrant buff, Tyrant amounts to a severely high damage buff, so DTE Gaming, either they have to stall this out or pick their fight properly and play defensive until they reach a certain breakpoint.
And right now, O2 Esports, are they going to go for double? Overlord maybe? Maybe not. Still pretty early. They don't need to really rush it. As long as they can keep DTE Gaming at bay, not allowing it to come up, they will have absolute jungle control.
Yeah, I do agree as well, Sir Cloud. Right now, we see that K1 is controlling the mid wave, and a lot of pressure is coming onto the top side of DTE Gaming. O2 Esports trying to push it on this wave.
And speaking about the wave, here comes the wave at the top. So right now the tower, 50% of health will be taken out by O2 Esports. Nothing that DTE can do about that.
Yeah, tier 3 10 minutes into the game, and this is actually very good progress. O2 Esports knowing that they can win fights, utilizing this Shadow Vanguard, Shadow Overlord, and securing that top tower. DTE Gaming not daring enough to take a fight.
And again, it's going to be O2 Esports. They took out the top jungle. Now they want to secure the bottom jungle next. They are looking at it though. Let's see if they want to go all in onto it. Looks like the answer is no. Maybe they were looking at securing the Overlord next.
Yeah, they stole with the blue buff. Right now, they're allowing the channel, get some space, get the topside jungle. We make it slow, we make it steady. We want to make sure everything is in plan. Right now, they're starting off with Shadow Vanguard.
Okay. The Shadow Vanguard taken. At the same time, if we were to look at the movement of K1, he's distracting DTE Gaming at the bottom. So DTE Gaming don't know whether they want to go for Overlord or they want to try to deal with the potential wave shove at the bottom. So because of that, they're split up and the Shadow Overlord is taken freely by O2 Esports.
Yeah, K1 here just dancing around the bottom side of the jungle, making sure that, hey, you want to catch me? Pretty fine. You want to catch me? You gotta burn some flashes, and you might not be able to catch me, right? So good job to K1, stalling enough time, making sure that, hey, I'm disciplined, I don't want to make any bad mistakes. Good job, K1.
And that was a really good opening there by K1, allowing them to take the Overlord just like that. And thanks to that, right now, O2 Esports, they have a big opening at the bottom. DTE Gaming, they can't do anything. They're in a turtle situation.
Yeah, man, Shadow Vanguard's coming in, and the Overlord is driving down bot side, and we might just see a game-winning push right here, right now. He doesn't do anything, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and here comes the potential push in by O2 Esports. They're just waiting for the right opening, but they're very, very disciplined. They're not really giving any opportunity to DTE Gaming to even step out.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Slowly chunking out DTE Gaming out of their own base. That's the last high ground turret going down for DTE Gaming. And is O2 going to continue, or are they going to back off, wait for this Tyrant, clear out all the jungle, and slowly, steadily choke out DTE Gaming out of game 1?
Oh, right now O2 Esports, they're in the driver's seat. They took down the mid tower, they took down the bottom tower. Now the pressure is highly onto DTE Gaming. And with a gap of like 4k gold, it's going to be pretty difficult for O2 Esports. And if we were to look at the items with a 4k gold difference, definitely O2 Esports, they have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is able to tank up Channel's damage from WH right now. He has already completed the Daybreaker, working towards his final item, which I believe is the Sun Chaser. So, who out of DTE Gaming squad can tank this Channel, Sir Cloud? And with that, they already secured the Tyrant.
Yeah, plus you have the Tyrant onto O2 Esports. The only tank is going to be Argon. No one else can really tank at this point, and if Zunzun cannot tank, it's going to be a big problem for DTE Gaming.
Yeah, we might maybe in a world where BB lands this amazing swords onto WH Channel. Maybe that will work, right? We can maybe delay the game by 5 more minutes, but here goes O2.
Here comes all the way in. Stays out of the box, being used by Hao, but Hao will not be able to tank it out. He will fall. Double kill will be given to Kong Lane. This is definitely going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. And O2 Esports will take home game number 1.
Man, O2 Esports drawing first blood coming to the series between them. Props to O2 Esports, slow and steady game. O2 White making sure that early game goes well, marking all the positions, giving out so much info towards O2 Esports. Man, this Sakir, very well played.
Oh, absolutely. At some point during the laning phase, I felt that Sakir is like everywhere. At some moment, you see him at the farm lane. Some moment, you see him at the mid lane. Some moment, he's like kind of doing a little bit of jungle invasion. And in fact, he even used the Mulberry power to even try to like poke the junglers. Poke Algren, especially Poke Sun Sun in his own jungle. Man, this is really... Sakir is definitely my MVP this round.
Yeah, props to him. Multiple Mulberry Power Flash engages, getting multiple members on the side of DTE Gaming, setting up so much success. And also, let's not forget Kongling. Slow and steady, that play onto the bottom side where he just stalled 4-man with his Flood Rage. Wow, that was an amazing play. Making sure that from this, although I got 2 kills, I'll sacrifice myself to get 2 more kills, making it a 4-for-2 for O2 Esports.
Oh man, then it could be, well, it could be any of those two to be the MVP in this round, right? But of course, we'll check out the official MVP later on because not gonna lie as well, the Agudo did really well in this round. So props to Kongling as well for doing very well in this round. And not only during the laning phase or the jungling phase, but when it comes to engagements, he knows how to bait his opponents to draw attention towards him, using skills, spending basic attacks onto him, and he survives a lot.
Yeah, I do agree as well. So right now we are trying to figure out, okay, DTE Gaming, what will you do for the game 2? So let's check out the post-game results. So let's see. Wow, from the post-game, Wen Hao, WH on this channel, almost full build with 11,000 gold. Pretty much of a statement there.
Wow, that is how much space he was given during the laning phase. And of course, a lot of support that came from White as well, giving him the sustainability at the lane. And yeah, basically because of that, he's able to scale to this level of gold, 11,000. Like, who's the next closest number? Okay, it's going to be JJ, of course, his counterpart from DTE Gaming. But obviously because he had a very dominant lane, so he had that scalability a little bit more. But also props to Care as well. He's able to keep himself out of danger. Also a very clean game for him with KD of 303.
Yeah, I do agree. This brings back to the discussion we had before the game started. O2 Esports looking to protect the president, looking to provide space for this channel to perform. In the end, they did accomplish this goal that they had in mind, which resulted in this game. O2 Esports just packed it up and sent DTE Gaming with a 0 on the first game.
Though DTE Gaming, they still managed to come up with the Blazing Cape and also the Venomous Staff, which is a very important item to go up against a healing heavy draft by O2 Esports, but still they are not able to withstand O2 Esports. Now looking further at some of these numbers here, and when it comes to, of course, BB, the highest damage dealer, I mean with the couple blades, there's no surprise there that he is the highest damage dealer, but his counterpart Care on the other side as well, 77.9k. But I want to highlight here onto Kongling, damage dealt 76.3k. That is almost equivalent to BB as a mage if you think about it.
Yeah, and you take a look at damage taken, 94.7k. This man is doing it all. He's doing damage, he's taking damage, and he's not even the highest goal, man. He is just doing everything as a jungler on this Agudo pick.
Yeah, and 70% team fight. Well, total goal, obviously not the highest because you're going to funnel it all onto the farm laner. But hey, at this point, if we just look at these stats, Kongling, if you ask him to deal damage, he's able to do it. If you're asking him to tank, he's able to do it. Even if you ask him to cook, he could probably do a great job as well. So I want to see more of Kongling here. But obviously, because we had the global plan pick, the Agudo will not be able to be used by O2 Esports after this. It'll be interesting to see what sort of other heroes they can bring onto the Gorge.
Well, you just look at the goal graph here. Slow and steady early game, nothing too special with DTE Gaming. Getting that solo kill onto the top side, O2 Esports replying with another solo kill onto the farm lane. Then the 4-minute mark. The plays that Kongling did. That one play, slowly bringing down the goal lead all the way down to the end of the game. O2 Esports with that play, riding this momentum, going in such a big lead, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and I believe at around the 10-minute mark, it was more of a defensive stance there by DTE. And in fact, they did do a decent defense stance, and there was that one trade-off onto O2 Esports when they tried to make an engagement with the Mulberry Power.
Oh yeah, with the Mulberry Power, definitely
in,
that they
one
actually
kill.
tried to catch off multiple members coming on the side of DTE Gaming, but to no avail. DTE Gaming made a very good counter play coming to this. So I do want to give props to DTE Gaming. Although it was a slow and suffocating game, they still made countermeasure plays to actually fight off DTE Gaming here.
Yeah. So, I mean, the stats do kind of tell the story as well of whatever happened earlier on, right? So, O2 Esports, great work by them. But we also have to give props, great work to White, who used Sakir as our MVP this round, ladies and gentlemen, to show some love to roamers.
Yeah, this roamer, O2Y, I do believe this is their import of their slot. He is just showing that his value as an imported roamer is just so good. Making sure that, hey, WH, you need my help. You are getting caught by this Mozu. I got you, man. I'll come here to heal you. Oh, you need vision? I got you, guys. I'm gonna fly in, scout out this vision, make sure that your rotations are going in smooth. You need an engage? Mulberry Slap coming in. This O2Y, well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, he did it all. He did it all, definitely. Not the sexiest of stats, but then again, that's what you get if you're a roamer, right? It's all about the execution inside the game. And he definitely lived to his true name as a roamer. Like, he roamed across the entire map during the laning phase as well, providing support to not only the farm lane, but also the mid lane. Maybe not so much on the clash lane, but then again, if you're able to provide that sort of support to the farm lane, to the mid lane, and also the jungle, you basically have covered it all.
Yeah, I do want to point out one interesting stat as well. 28% damage. That is not normal for a roamer, Sir Cloud.
That is a good point, yeah. That is like more than a quarter of the damage from the team just by a roamer, man. White, this guy is definitely on top of his game in this round, and the Sakir pick definitely helped them at the laning phase. But we're going to check out some of the best moments here from Game 1.
Yeah, definitely. That was a solo kill coming from WH on the Churchill just now. Pretty well executed, and this was one of the best plays coming in from the entire series. No, the entire match that actually flipped the entire goal chart. This Kong Ling, utilizing his Blood Rage, stalling so much time for O2 to back him up. Although, sadly dropping down, but hey, O2 got so much back. That's just crazy coming into this. And Churchill here being called out again.
Yeah, absolutely. That Kong Ling moment to me was the highlight of the Kong Ling play in this round. And from then onwards, it was pretty much a snowball here by O2 Esports. Look at how they press the top, and they know at some point their objective is that, okay, we want to secure the Overlord. So let's clear up the top, then the Overlord is kind of open for us. And from then onwards, pretty much no turning back for O2 Esports. They wrap up the game, take out game number 1 in a convincing manner.
Yeah, I want to give props on game 1 towards O2 Esports. Very well executed, very good discipline. If you don't need to force the fights, he's not going to force the fights. We're just going to slowly choke you up because, hey, we know that if you want to defend your buffs, you will want to engage on us. But if you just walk towards your buff, force you out of your own jungle, slowly but surely, the goal lead will keep growing and growing and growing, which is what happened in game 1 in between O2 Esports and DTE Gaming, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. It was pretty much a snowball by O2 Esports, and it was kind of helped by the fact that they have a very sustained draft as well. Because if we kind of think about it, like DTE's draft is probably more of like either a pickoffs or team fight kind of draft. But because O2 Esports, they say, okay, we don't want to play your game, we don't want to go hit to hit, we play sustain, and that's where the Sakir comes in to play a very big role in their idea.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I do believe that WH, this man, he single-handedly shut down Churchill's Arlie, further moving him down into the goal chart, where we've seen that Arlie, this pick, why is she so prized into all these drafts in global, in international tournaments? It's because Arlie, this pick, if she scales into this Doomsday first 4 minutes, she's gonna start taking over jungles and forcing fights around the map, which is not what O2 Esports want to see. That's why O2 Esports, wherever the Arlie went, she was heavily punished for her mistakes, further dropping her down into the goal chart, making sure that, hey, you picked us early, you didn't execute it well, we are punishing you for that mistake.
Yeah, even being under the tower didn't really help the Ali earlier on, right? And they just went like, what, 3, 4, or maybe 3. Because you also have the Sakir who is able to sustain when it comes to like being underneath the towers itself or trying to like make a pick off or an engagement just like that. So that is how they actually executed. Got to give it to O2 as well. Their rotations were on point. It almost felt like DTE Gaming, they were playing the tempo of O2 instead of them controlling the tempo instead.
Yeah, I do feel so as well. Maybe DTE Gaming coming into game 2, if we were to look at it, maybe they will want to make a higher engaged composition, something more proactive, something more willing, being able to push their vision line, make the first engaged, right? Because we've seen that so far after the first 4-minute blunder, we haven't seen much of a retaliation coming in from the side of DTE Gaming.
Yeah, pretty much. It was mostly a defensive stance by DTE. I guess they really wanted their Ali to be online before they're able to do anything. And if that was their plan, to play a late game at this level of a tournament sometimes might not be the best of ideas. It's always good to have like, okay, late game, how are we going to play it as a good option or a good backup? But from what we have seen yesterday, a lot of teams try to end the game as fast as possible.
Oh yeah, definitely. Gotta give this back to Team Secret versus Todak, which that game ended about 8 minutes. Might be one of the fastest games we've had so far in MKL. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we're going to see both of these teams playing later on in their respective series as well. But coming on to this series, right? So in game number 2, since right now it's DTE Gaming losing that first point, what do you think needs to be done for DTE Gaming to make that comeback?
Well, first things first, Arlie is out of the table for DTE Gaming. Most of the first prior bans are going out, so for me, going to the game 2, maybe we'll focus more on some comfort plus meta, right? So Mayin, yeah, she did pretty well, won her own lane, solo killed K1 in the clash lane. So, but then that pick is out right now. So what DTE has to do, go back to the drawing board, make sure that, hey, do we need more proactiveness? Is it on playstyle or is it on hero picks, right? Because if you look at the draft just now, yeah, you do have engaged in the form of Moses stun, right? Moses cannon, right? But how reliable is a Moses cannon if the player is not performing up to expectations? You can't blame him because it is a very hard spell to hit in this competitive level. So going back into the draft, maybe we'll pivot into something like a Liang, Princess Frost kind of combo that we have seen so far yesterday that worked out for the first 4 minutes. What do you think, Sirka?
Oh yeah, the Liang Princess Force, man. When I was watching the game, it didn't occur to me at the start, but when it was executed, I was like, whoa, there was almost no way that you can escape the combo. Basically, it's permanent lock-in, and it will pretty much ensure, at least until the mid-stage of the game, kill after kill after kill after kill. And with that being happened, it allows your team to have that window to scale against your opponent. Now that pick, that combo is pretty nice. I do like it after watching it yesterday. But there are a couple of other combos as well that we might potentially see here. Now, let's not forget that Dolia was banned out earlier on. If the Dolia is allowed to be in the game, we might see maybe a traditional Dolia Elaine combo again. That's pretty nice as well in taking team fights.
Yeah, maybe we can see Dolia Elaine, Dolia Shangguan, even Dolia Agudo seems to be a prized possession by all these teams. And let's not forget Dolia Dun. All these Dolia compositions will open up a draft smoothly. So right now, it just comes to the point for DTE's coaching staff. So we will find out now who will be the deciding factor coming to this Game 2 draft.
Okay, so as of now, the Mai is still not banned out. Instead, the Dharma is banned out. Dolia, nope. Nobody wants to deal with the Dolia +1 combo of pretty much anyone. And of course, the Mai still again will not see the light of day. Now, looking at the current bans, some of the top picks, of course, they're still available. The Zhang Fei is left open for anyone to pick.
So first pick coming in, so we do see like the bans. Luna is banned once again, and just now we mentioned Liang, this pick. Are they going for Liang plus Princess Frost? What are they cooking right here? And on the side of O2 Esports, they have lots of picks. Arlie still is on the table, Orgran is on the table, and that's the Zhang Fei you mentioned about Sir Cloud.
Yep, I mean, as a Zhang Fei main, I'm always excited to see a Zhang Fei being played by these pros. So let's see here, and it's played by O2 Esports. Now, the combo that you mentioned is still potential. Okay, looks like not yet. We'll see. It's still probably available. But the Lam comes in here. So it looks like with the fact that Lam being picked into the jungle, they want to tune up the pace this time.
Yeah, I do feel like they are looking back onto their draft and like, hey, we're putting too much pressure on Orgran, on Zunzun, right? We don't want him to tank too much and being able to do nothing for the team. So let's put it on the assassin. Let's put it on the first priority list of being the president right here. And a counter pick coming in from Kev for his clash day on a Biron pick. As we know, Biron this pick, why is it so prized? Not because of engaged prowess, but his laning is just so damn strong in this meta.
Yes, and also a very, very interesting the fact that both sides, they are still, especially for O2 Esports, they are still leaving that combo open for DTE Gaming. Okay, ladies soon out. DTE Gaming, final ban. Pretty sure that they're not going to ban their potential combo Princess Frost. Here we go. DTE Gaming Princess Frost. Unless O2 Esports wants to take it.
Yeah, will O2 Esports take it? We don't know. We have to find out in their fourth pick here, but lots of marksman ban coming in from the side of O2 Esports, leaving options such as Concert U and Long Only on the side of DTE Gaming, or we might even see a Hou coming in for the draft of DTE Gaming. On the side of Jungle, once again, Kongling being targeted 2 bans, Luna once again, and the Ogram pick. But we do know that O2 Esports, they do favor the Monkey. And there we have it, Monkey.
Okay, good call there. Okay, now that I think about it, for DT Gaming, if they go for Princess Frost, they don't have enough durability. So it's going to be a bit of a risk if they actually pick the Princess Frost here. So if they want to go for a bit more durability, maybe the Lampo might be picked up by DT Gaming.
Yeah, I do agree as well, Sir Cloud, because if we see a Liang and Princess Frost here, right, who's going to realistically cancel them off? If you ulti the Monkey, Zhang Fei's gonna cancel you off. If you ulti the Zhang Fei, Monkey's gonna cancel you off. But they still decide to go for the Princess Frost and a Marco Polo to handle all 3 tanks on the side of O2 Esports.
Yep, who cares about tanking, coming up with those huge CCs as a tank that is. So might as well going for the Princess Frost and O2 Esports now with their final pick. Going to go for a mid laner. Pretty much, okay, Nua. Oh man, Nua, very, very solid. We've seen a lot of Nuas yesterday. And the Nua can also be a backup for O2 Esports in case they are pushed to a turtle position in their own base. Nua can clear off lanes very, very quickly as well.
Yeah, and we have seen many annihilations being concise, 100% accuracy sniping of these members. So let's see if Care on this Nua can perform like this. So on the side of DTE Gaming, I want to give a bit of focus onto DTE Gaming's draft of Marco Polo. Usually, we won't see Marco Polo being picked directly into the early. We might expect a lane swap coming in for Marco Polo into the Clash lane.
Okay, that's a good point for us to observe later on. And for Marco Polo, potentially there's good counter to his skills, but we'll check that out later on as we head on to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a decider match here, especially for O2 Esports and DTE Gaming. They have to make a big comeback.
And for the entire map state right now, we see 5 man into the mid lane just now. And right now, slowly we see WH being set into the mid lane. And as we discussed in the drafting pages now, Turtle on this Marco Polo has successfully lane swapped into the Clash lane.
Yep, and very aggressive move here by O2 Esports early on. Understandably, because they have the Zhang Fei able to provide the shields to Kongling. So Kongling very, very confident to just invade at this early stage.
Yeah, punishing the enemy for picking Lam, preparing their blue buff, stealing right under their nose right now. K1 having a very low health bar, and so far we have seen a 4-man strong coming in from O2 Esports into the top side, securing as much early EXP for WH as possible.
Now we did talk about the lane swap, right? Looks like what you called it, the lane swap did happen. So we're going to see JJ going to play on the top lane instead. So how long will that be? Well, it really depends on how the laning phase goes. But so far, so good. With the fact that he had a little bit more backup by Hao, who's together with him, he should be able to sustain that by himself.
I think the concept here is they are trying to put Turtle into a favorable position, allowing him to farm as much as possible, simultaneously bullying K1, this strong Clash lane counter pick for Clash laners, out of the lane. As we know, okay, Marco Polo, fighting marksman, not the best, but while fighting fighters though, short range though, he has a lot of tools to handle all these short ranges.
Yeah, we'll leave the finding the marksman to Zun Zun, right? That's going to be Lam's job here, to find the backline, find the marksman. Maybe even fighting Nua, because you don't want Nua to just be the one that just controls everyone from the backline freely. So Nua might be the main target for Zun Zun.
Yeah, Teleport River Strike just being secure right now for the side of O2 Esports, and they are looking to invade this blue buff once again. Can Kongling do it, Osaka?
Oh, here comes the engagement here onto Kongling. Kongling takes a lot of damage, but easily circles around to safety. Plus, anyway, he has White there to provide him with the Leaping Savior, so he'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, a beautiful Dream Roll coming in here. Although not being able to steal the buff, but slowly but steadily getting himself out of a cheeky situation here, even wasting DTE CM's Dual Bounce ultimate.
Yeah, and at the top, gotta be careful on the back because White is somewhere there. Though White is still not level 4 yet. So without the Unbridled Outburst, he's not going to be the one to make those big engagements. But once he hit level 4, which is now, it's time for him to see if he can get creative with his position.
Yeah, both roamers hitting level 4 here. We are gonna see the first command control on How and Princess Force ultimate being a combo here, or will White be able to fend off these sneaky engages with his vision score?
And right now, a little bit more respect for both sides. We can see that O2 Esports, they have kind of chilled down on their jungle engagement, but they're probably also waiting for like the next two objectives to come up, the Tyrant as well as the Overlord, in about 30 more seconds. But if they can kind of push a DTE Gaming back to allow them to have that opening, that would be great. And that's exactly what they're looking for right now with the Unbridled Outburst onto Zunzun, but Zunzun is not going to be faced by that. He can easily back off. Now, without the Unbridled Outburst, for now that is, you need to stack the madness up before he's able to use it.
CM here getting chunked off by K1s. A Biron here. Oh, command control going out, but no follow-up realistically here. 4-minute mark has hit. We see 10 people into the clash lane right now.
Oh, and here comes the engagement. And looks like we're going to see finally the first blood onto BB. That is going to be given to O2 Esports. Again, another successful jungle invasion by O2 Esports.
Yeah, O2 K1 here, finding the perfect flank onto the Biron. Utilizing the Flash Storm Strike, getting 2 members on the side of DTE. Wow, what a play coming in from O2 K1.
Oh, beautiful. And at the same time, 2 kills are given to O2 Esports in that one engagement. And because of that, they might get the top tower. There you go. Free top towers down. And Overlord's absolutely open for O2 Esports if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, I want to put some focus right now, Sir Cloud. This scenario was what DTE wanted for their early. Securing the first 4 minutes, getting the Doomsday. Oh, hold that top real quick. Power control.
Oh man, that is the combo that we talked about, Sagi. That is the combo well executed. Easy 1 kill there for DTE Gaming.
Yeah, that's the combo you want to see consistently coming from DTE Gaming. All these little catches will result into objectives like a Tyrant like this, Sir Cloud.
Yep, and Tyrant right now, easily taken back by DTE Gaming. Zunzun will be the one to secure it, and it's back to laning phase, back to farming for DTE Gaming.
Yeah, that's correct. So I want to give back a bit of focus on what we were talking about just now onto O2 Esports WH. This is the scenario that what Arlie favors. Being able to be consistent in the laning phase, getting the red buff, that is the most important for this Arlie. We have to put a lot of focus on this Arlie right now. Zunzun here.
Yep, from the side, looks like Gong Ling, as usual, he's being cheeky. He'll try to attract a lot of attention now with the Unbridled Outburst out, pushing 2 players from DTE Gaming back, allowing O2 Esports to secure the buff.
Wow, Zunzun here just getting bullied out of his jungle. 3 blue buffs consecutively so far. The first one, the second one, and now the third one. And props to White, looking at his jungle get controlled by the Zhang Liang, just using the Unbridled Outburst to push off 3 members of DTE Gaming.
Keeping out on the K1, you make the execution from the side. On to CM, but not big further follow up because they know that the tower is still active. Anyway, they'll shift their focus towards the bottom right now.
Yeah, right now O2 Esports just slowly pushing out all this top side. The entire top quadrant of the Clash lane and blue buff is belonging to O2 Esports, but we have to give some focus DTE here. They are allowing this Marco Polo so much space to farm right now.
Oh yeah, he was almost forgotten at some point. And with that, he's able to push out the bottom onto Tier 2 tower, getting it down to 50% of health. But then again, with O2 Esports still putting pressure onto DTE Gaming, he has to fall back as well.
Yeah, O2 Esports here trying to invade every single buff, not giving any opportunity. Unbridled Outburst coming in, close cloud.
Oh, at the same time, Annihilation from the side, dealing a decent amount of damage to Hao, not allowing Hao to come anywhere close. But speaking about coming close, Zunzun almost in trouble, but he was very confident that he's able to tag that and get that out to safety.
So Princess Frost still has the Winter is here, so this is not going to be a very successful push so far. Still a stronghold coming to DTE Gaming. Although we see a lot of aggression coming to O2 Esports, it's still only a 1,000 gold lead on the side of O2 Esports. Realistically speaking, we will have to put focus onto DTE Zunzun and DTE Choche.
Now, if we were to look at the itemization build right now, you gotta think about it. It's still pretty close between the two. And as expected, okay, the Blazing Cape by Gongling is being built up. Of course, that is to try to counter the Sun Sun later on.
Yeah, Zunzun's healing onto the Lam will be a very big issue if no one builds Imperial. Which Gongling here, they are catching out CC right now.
Oh, where is he gonna go? Oh no, he's being cornered. He's being cornered. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Another kill for O2 Esports.
Man, CC, what were you thinking being there? What happened there? How did he end up in a situation where he was cornered by all 5 members of O2 Esports here? But rather than that, all is good, but will O2 Esports look to push out this advantage that they got real quick?
Yep, at the mid, looks like they're gonna come in evil from the side as well. Here comes K1 and BB. He has to back off with the flash. And the counter comes in by the side of DTE Gaming. They manage to get K1 and Gongling. Beautiful counter, but White will not make sure they go out without anything. They're still able to catch one, and here comes CM on to care. Looks like the trade is happening here. The Roma White gets a double kill in the process. CM looking to scare maybe White. White is pretty low. CM really dodging it back and forth. Now they're trying to enclose onto White as well as WH, and there goes WH. Only White left. They should be able to get it, and it is going to be a nice, clean fight here for DTE Gaming at the top.
Wow, DTE Gaming here, clutching it with a 3 for 5. That is crazy work coming from DTE Gaming. And of course, Realme 45G, the phone that all the pro players are using right now for this tournament. And back into the game just now, man, DTE Gaming, although the engage was first started off at O2 Esports, they fought back really well.
Yeah, we've seen this before, right? Even in the previous round, like DTE Gaming, one of the things that they do really well is a counter engagement. If they're able to get a good angle, or even if they're able to like bait out some of the key core skills like the Unbridled Outburst by O2 Esports, they seem to really know how to counter engage.
Yeah, I do agree as well, even though WH just now on the early using his leaf step, dragging so much time. But still, to no avail, they really just were the better team fighters here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, now a little bit of a split up here by DTE Gaming. If O2 Esports, they realize that they might go in for it. K1 shows himself up at the side, but speaking of the side, here comes Sun Sun onto K1. K1 punished for being cheeky.
Yeah, K1 here overexerting his aggressiveness here, just being punished without his flash. And Zun Zun looking at the timing, got a perfect knockback, sending him K1 back to the team on the mouse of DTE Gaming.
And Lam might not be the most scalable hero, but Zun Zun, he seems to be finding his rhythm now. He knows when to come in, he knows what sort of angles to take, and so far he's able to punish O2 Esports.
Yeah, O2 Esports here, the aggression into the early game, where is it going right now? Goalies are tied, Tyrex being started by O2 Esports here, Sir Cloud.
Blue team has destroyed.
Yep, looks like it might be a free Tyrant, but O2 Esports, they're not being too complacent because they don't really know where exactly the other members of DTE are at. So they're just gonna pull the Tyrant out, hoping to bait out DTE Gaming to show themselves.
Yeah, looking at the position here, is DTE Gaming looking for a backdoor in the top side? Tete and CM just tagging along with each other, and Tyrant's going down half, Sir Cloud.
Here comes Zun Zun again showing himself, but Zun Zun, he does have backup from Hao at the back though. But speaking about the back, it's going to be Xian coming in, taking out the backline. At the same time, WH for O2 secures the Tyrant, but now they have to back up one wide. Gets a kill onto Zun Zun. Looks like DTE Gaming, they're kind of falling apart at this point. Sensei has to back up right now, but same goes for O2 Esports. They got the objective. Job done.
Job done indeed, Sir Cloud! This is the fight we're looking for O2 Esports. A perfect primordial engage coming in for O2 White here on the Zhang Fei. And WH, I don't know how he got the Tyrant here, but props to him. He secured such a big lead for side O2 Esports. Not in terms of gold, but as we know, securing a Tyrant is equal to gold as well in terms of stats.
Yeah, and it was very messy, right, earlier on, but still, they're able, O2 Esports, they're able to secure the Tyrant. That was a pretty big one for them. And with that, they still maintain their lead against DTE Gaming. And now, they're making their charge down the middle. The mid tower is what they want. They will shoot them back off, and O2 Esports easily will secure it.
Yeah, Winter is here, doesn't stop the push. So all the outer towers right now, one more at the bottom lane. Most of the bottom outer towers right now has been cleared out by O2 Esports. with a steady goal lead of 1,500. Still not the biggest, but we do need to see the following execution coming from DTE. Are they looking to split push or looking to catch somebody off guard? In terms of team composition, right, O2 Esports does look like they have the upper advantage in a full-scale blown-out team fight, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, they definitely do right now. And White, he even has the unbridled alphas. So it's a matter of who wants to make that engagement. But DTE Gaming, they're probably thinking to themselves that, okay, team fight is not going to be our biggest strength right now. So they are playing a little bit of a split here. Sun as well as CM, both of them managing two different lanes at the same time.
Yeah, right now I do believe that they need to back off however they can, slowly allowing the sideways to be pressured before making a team fight. So red buff here being stolen by Kongling, secure what they came for, backing off, averting their gaze back onto the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, maybe the Shadow Overlord might want to be taken by O2 Esports, but if they allow the Shadow Overlord dance to happen too long, what DTE Gaming is doing right now is shutting up the lanes, and that could be detrimental to O2 Esports, so they have to be careful of that. But speaking of careful, here comes Power Word from the front to secure a kill on the K1.
Now, realistically speaking, O2 Esports, although they secured the Shadow Vanguard here, but they have a lot of wave pressure and they really lost K1 to the exchange. So what are we looking at here, Sir Cloud? Is DTE Gaming getting their way, getting all these cheeky little catches, or will O2 Esports regroup and find a perfect fight to close out this series? Because DTE Turtle on this Marco Polo is having a field day right now.
Yeah, we can probably argue that that trade-off is worth it for O2 Esports. Securing the Tyrant, lost K1, that's okay. Anyway, K1 will be back up right now, and he'll be back with his team, and they can continue to pressure DTE.
Yeah, welcome back, K1. So right now, looking at the map pressure. Oh, how this use? Okay, Zhang Fei out there. Zhang Fei's unbridled alphas is cancelled.
Unbridled alphas! Still able to use it at the right time, and Kongling comes in from the back. DTE Gaming falling apart from the early engagement. Here comes the Dream Roll, catching through for DTE Gaming. And CM, he flashes away, but he's not going to be able to get far enough. White out of unbridled alphas, but it doesn't matter at this point. O2 Esports securing the jungle back.
Man, O2 Esports, how did White being able to use his ultimate there? We've seen the animation come out, but he still managed to use it. Oh, Winter is here coming in. Can WH get BB?
At the same time, Annihilation just to try to clear off the wave in order for O2 Esports to take down the tower. But the defense came in from Sun to clear the wave off, and now O2 Esports, they have to switch lanes down to the bottom right now.
Yeah, they're knocking on the doors on the tier 3s of DTE Gaming here. WH holding that safe sanctuary. Winter is here being cast by BB right here. So what is DTE's game plan right here?
Oh, but the fact that you have K1, you have Kongling at the forefront, it's going to be hard for DTE Gaming to reach the backline. As Sun tries to clear off the minion waves, he's able to do so, giving his mid tower a second lifeline.
Yeah, O2 Esports here, respecting that, hey, we got what we came for, we got the tier 3 in the bot side, let's just clear the jungle, back off, and avert our gaze onto the Tyrant right here. We don't have to force it right here. Get the Tyrant, clear out all the outer towers, that's the goal of this right now.
Yeah, and speaking of goals, O2 Esports will score another goal. This time, taking down the Shadow Tyrant, and so far, for O2 Esports, when it comes to control, they are absolutely on the driver's seat.
Yeah, things are looking definitely good on the side of O2 Esports right now. We have WH full slotted, half the stage sanctuary, potentially gonna item swap it to a Sun Chaser, we don't know. But right now, looking at the entire match state, O2 Esports seems to be in the driving seat right now, Sir Cloud.
And with that on tank for DTE, probably nobody is going to go for the Blazing Cape. Maybe even if they want to go for it, it's going to be CM. But let's see if they are able to make that item swap or item buy later on. Because right now the engagement will come from O2 Esports with unbridled alphas to open things up. And from the side, from the back, let's not forget about Sun going straight onto the back line to take down Care. And now he wants to try to take down WH, but WH is able to get away to safety while CM is taking a lot of damage at the front line. CM now down to his last stick of damage, chased down by Kongling. Kongling goes all the way to the front, and with the Dream Roll coming on to CM, CM is still able to step away to safety. Lucky for him, Kongling cannot engage further because his two other teammates are pretty low.
Wow, seems like O2 here being over-aggression, being punished for it. Although they did get the top, the mid, tier 3, I think it's still a 50-50 straight coming in for the side of O2 Esports DTE Gaming here. And WH I think he has a destiny right now, so maybe something happened to his Safe Sanctuary, maybe it got propped by one of the assassins coming to DTE Gaming, maybe Dilam? I don't know, we have to see a replay of that later.
Yeah, but at this point, if we were to look at DTE Gaming, decent defense, I must say. But they lost their mid tower, which is very, very important to them. Even their top tower is very low right now. DTE Gaming, they cannot be put in a position where they will lose all 3 towers. If not, it will be very difficult for them to make the comeback. Overlord might be their only hope right now.
Overall being started off circle, we see a fight right here. It's being secured by DTE's BB. No one's gonna be blowing out to team fight here. DTE CM on the Liu Bang having to secure the bottom side priority right now. So K1 has to match it right now so the wave doesn't get too far too big right here.
I was kind of surprised that Conley didn't want to go in for the smite onto the Overlord. Or maybe even White because they have a double smite. They allow DTE Gaming to get that Overlord just like that. Probably gonna prolong this fight or this match a little bit more.
Yeah, DTE Gaming and Tempest Dragon games, man. This is potentially another Tempest Dragon game, Sir Cloud. We might just see a 20-minute decider onto the Tempest Dragon later, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, good point. We saw one Tempest yesterday, and that was like what? In the first series, game number 2, very, very early on in our tournament series. But let's see if it goes that way because we have about a minute, 10 seconds more before the Tempest comes in. But O2, they might not be interested in that. They want to find an opening to try to finish off this game.
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard here is still on the hands of DTE Gaming. Did they cast it? They cast it somewhere right here, probably into the mid lane, we are not sure. Oh, onto the Crash lane. So they are looking to set up waves prior to the Tempest Dragon right now. And oh, Kong Lee here getting caught!
Here comes the power word. Where are you gonna go? Oh, resurrecting. Second chance here for Kong Lee. And good thing! Continues to survive! Counters back with a dream roll. And Kong Lee finally will fall to the hands of Sun Tzu. He finally got it, but it cost him so much. It might cost him even more. But he continues to fight right now. Sun Tzu's second chance to be revived again. BB is in trouble. BB will fall to the hands of O2 Esports. Double kill for K1. But from the middle, from the back, it is going to be CM and a total wipeout to O2 Esports.
And that just might be game, Sir Cloud. There's a Shadow Vanguard to the top side. O2 DTE has done it. They pulled off the amazing comeback, bringing the series 1-1, Sir Cloud.
Oh,
man.
they pulled back with this fight, ladies and gentlemen. CM, what a crucial fight that he brought into that engagement. My goodness. Oh, man. That must be devastating for O2. They thought they had it.
Yeah, they thought they had it. But Kong Ling there, getting immediately called out for the red buff, being greedy, trying to steal one more red buff prior to the Tempest Dragon. And knowing it's DTE Gaming, they saw the opportunity, proc the Howl, immediate catch onto Kong Ling, punishing him for being this greedy into the late game.
Oh man, that was crazy. That was crazy. And in a different multiverse, if you can't think about it, with the 2 smites that O2 had, if they went in for the Overlord, it might have been a totally different result. But they saved their smites.
Yeah, exactly, Sir Cloud. That everything fell in line. That fight, that crucial catch onto Kong Ling at the red buff, that Shadow Vanguard being casted topside to clear the entire wave, securing not only the fight win, but after winning the fight, a straight way towards the end of the crystal.
Now I really want to understand this, right? So, as somebody who has played in competitive, Sagi, why do you think that they didn't just go in and smite in and get the Overlord early on, in that last Overlord?
I think what happened was just now, K1 was appearing onto the bottom side and you can't really just appear or go in because there will be a numbers reduction. Like how to say, DTE Gaming will have 5 because DTE's Gaming, their CM, their core player, he has the Liu Bang's ultimate. He can teleport anytime he wants. So the moment K1's timer has shown, if they were to run in, it was going to be a full-on blown 4v4, 5v4 for DTE Gaming.
Yeah, and if we were to look at some of these stats and also items, yes, Liu Bang finally got the Blazing Cape. Was a little bit late, but hey, anyway, he was the star of the show earlier on. In that final fight, with his complete items, with the Blazing Cape in, that was a key item for him to show up as the hero in this round. Man, if he did not get a good engagement in that final fight, things might be very different as well.
Yeah, CM with the core battlefield commands of all his teammates, saving up so much space for his teammates and doing so much damage. And look at the stats, DTE Gaming. Man, Marco Polo rocking that 154,200 damage. What a number, Sir Cloud.
Whoa, That is our record number today, at least, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to point that out. But I also want to point out the fact that CM, okay, not the highest of damage dealt, understandably, because he played a lot of side lanes, trying to shove out the waves and just come in with the battlefield command when needed. Now, it is not about damage dealt here for CM. It is about when he deals those damage to get an entire team wipeout on the O2 Esports, securing their win. Absolute MVP for me.
Yeah, CM here. The final fight, it was him coming in with the entire combo. Because we know that CM, his loadout was full magic damage as he just loaded in, exploded the entire team of O2 Esports, causing them so much damage onto the side of O2 Esports.
Yeah, it's so devastating for O2 Esports, right? You kind of think about it, like, they did everything right. They checked all the boxes, except for the final moment. And for us to just illustrate on how the journey is, this is how the chart goes. Look at this. O2 Esports, for the most part, they pulled the network towards the butt at that final moment where everything spiked up to DTE Gaming. That is where O2 Esports should have just wrapped things up.
Yeah, I do agree as well. Maybe as you say just now, that Shadow Overlord really came in clutch for DTE Gaming. The stars fell in line. It was time for DTE Gaming to pull that amazing comeback. Even though the goal tries to say it's like, hey, O2 Esports go but steady, going down for an insane goal lead, but they missed out the chance to close out the game in one of their attempts, and DTE just catching that and, closing out the series.
Yeah, I mean, it was really down to the final moment, right? Even the numbers don't lie here. It's shown to us here. Now, when it comes to like the other numbers like gold, KDA, are very close to each other. And majority of this, I believe, was at that final moment as well, where the chart shows that it spiked up. If not, it would have been obviously O2 Esports. They had it in the bag earlier on. They checked all the boxes. It shouldn't have been a game that O2 Esports dropped this round.
Yeah, I do agree as well, but let's check out the MVP of this match right here, Sir Cloud. MVP will be CM onto the Liu Bang.
Ooh, CM, man. If he's not the MVP, I'm out of here, right? KDA 746 with a damage output of only 14%. But again, it's not about the entire damage output for the entire game. It's about that final moment where he's shown his brilliance. Damage taken 21%. Of course, he's going to be the main tank for the team, pretty much the only tank for the team. So for him to be able to tank 21%, that's pretty decent. Total goal 21% as well, because he played a lot of side lanes, allowing him to farm pretty much freely and coming in when needed with the battlefield command. So with that, the total goal, it's pretty balanced, the fact that he's able to secure a 21%, despite majority of the time, him and his team was pressed back by O2 Esports.
Yeah, I do agree as well, Sir Cloud. So DTE CM, I want to point out that this man on the Liu Bang, perfect battlefield commands, protecting his teammates so well, and exerting so much pressure on the side lane, making the game delayed for O2 Esports' demise. So let's check out the highlights.
Well, then, we're going to check out some of the best moments here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the combo that we talked about earlier on. Like coming in with a power word, you lock one hero, great. But we probably only saw that like once or twice.
Yeah, not much of lots of it, but it is mainly DTE using the power control, getting all those amazing comeback catches, Sir God.
Yeah, so once or twice might not paint the biggest picture for this fight, but some of them were really, really crucial as well, especially this one where they got K1 off the map. Okay, that's cool, but I believe that was kind of like planned by O2, right? It's like, okay, K1 just takes away the attention onto him while they secure the Overlord, and that's fine. It was until this final fight. I just really want to look at CC coming in as well, together with his other teammates, EM especially. Look at this timing and look at the amount of damage that he have tanked out towards the end to just give the final blow to O2.
Yeah, even from the replay just now, DTE CM on this Liu Bang single-handedly exploding the early from the side of O2 Esports. Just giving more props to this man, clutching at the moment, protecting his teammates, and assassinating the enemy carry here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and his targeting definitely was on point there, right? And yeah, he came in also after a lot of the major spells were used. Now, maybe we can also argue that, okay, are some of the major spells like the Unbridled Outburst used a little bit early? Well, in my opinion, I think it was used well timed, okay, that's fine. But it's just like when the Battlefield command comes in. Now, for O2 Esports, they might be also thinking the fact that, oh, okay, he's side lane pushing. Let's just win this fight, push in and win, and just, wrap up the game. They probably never thought that the Liu Bang was thinking about he's ready to come in and just let go of the side push to join the team fight itself.
Yeah, I do agree as well, Sir Cloud. I do think that it's props to both teams. O2 Esports giving us an absolute showcase of amazing early game, but failed at the last step to close out the series. But for DTE Gaming, they fend off well. They show perseverance, utilizing every chance they get to claw themselves back up to tying up the series 1-1. And I do want to give props to DTE Gaming, using the Hao, using the Zhang Liang's command control, catching out Kong Ling at the most crucial time, making it a 4v5, sending the series to match point.
Yep, and for DTE themselves, yesterday they played a full series, and looks like today they're going to play a full series, but yesterday was a reverse sweep onto them by their opponents, ENG Global. Now this time, will they be the ones to feel a reverse sweep, or will O2 Esports do it? Now, this is my worry, right, for DTE. O2 Esports, they don't do much wrong from the early to mid and sometimes towards the end. So by them realizing this, and hopefully they're able to just wake up and see that, oh, we should have just ended the game somehow early on, not making those final few moments mistakes. As long as they don't do that, looking at track record, they might still have the upper hand against DTE.
Yeah, looking at this track record, Sir Cloud, maybe what O2 Esports needed is just a knock on the head by their coaches into the restroom later. It's just like, hey guys, wake up. You guys did a fantastic job in Game 1, Game 2, almost closed out the series, but hey, still first week, your first series coming to MKL, so come on guys, bring out your real form. And for DTE Gaming, their coaches will say the same thing. Hey guys, bring out this momentum. You guys played so many best of 3 series so far. I mean 2, not a lot, but almost 6 matches, and we're going to our 6th match right now.
Yeah, and being the best of 3 series, right, it's always not cool to lose your second game. Because right now your opponent have the mental momentum. It's like they're going to step into this next match, the decided match, telling themselves that, hey, we can actually do it, guys. Let's just believe in ourselves, and they can ride on that sort of motivation.
Yeah, you just have to question here. Is O2 Esports, will they be affected by this loss? Because they really did so well for the first 2 games, just fumbling for the last few moments here. Will it really affect their mental, or are they well trained enough to fend off these thoughts?
Yeah, this is where the coaches will play a big role in terms of helping them to bring back up their motivation and also their mental strength, right? Of course, the assistant coach is Fredo, a very experienced esports player. He's probably able to shed some light onto these younger players as well. And Jumper is also their performance coach, also very experienced. I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to handle this sort of a situation with the team. But that is about the team. At the back end. On the front end, we're going to see the draft pick really, really soon. Before we head on to that, we're going to revisit the global ban here. A lot of these popular top heroes have been taken out and will not be able to use by these teams later on.
Yeah, right now we are not going to be seeing Arlie anymore for both teams. Both marksmen have already picked Arlie, and so far for today, our Arlie that was 100% win rate yesterday, we are suffering a 0% win rate on this pick.
Yeah, so Arlie still remains to be it's good. I always find Arlie to be very annoying to play against in my ranked games. But when it comes to this tournament, still not having the best of stats. 0% win rate if you kind of think about it. And this is the 6th pick of Arlie so far in this tournament. 0%, that is a big number.
Yeah, I do believe so as well. So right now, we are looking at Long still being available in the draft. Ladyson still being available in the draft. So will DTE still focus on the ban, which is Luna. Luna once again banned out for DTE Gaming here.
Yeah, that's a respect to Kongling perhaps. And we're going to see the same bans. The Dharma, the Mai, and also the Tolia being banned out. So same as per game number 2. So when it comes to this round, okay, the Zhangfei is out, but we will see the Long coming in. Okay, I do like the Long. very bursty damage, especially, and able to scale towards the late game, and very slick as well, able to escape with the infinite vastness.
Yeah, Long here, definitely a marksman that provides high burst damage into the mid game, but Lady Sun here, a counter pick towards Long, locked in for the side of O2 Esports. And Princess Frost, are we going to see a Princess Frost down coming in for O2 Esports?
Yeah, there's still that possibility, right? So locking it now? Okay, no. They're going to go for the Ming instead, so they're not going to go for that combo. Now with the Ming locked in, I would expect O2 Esports to go for something tanky in the jungle later on.
So right here, we see O2 Esports going back to their roots on how they won game 1. Protect the president. And who is our president? WH on the Lady Sun and Channel in the game 1. So they're going back to their roots, banning out the Sun Ce. As we seen yesterday, Sun Ce with his set sail has made multiple engages so far. So we are seeing O2 Esports on how they want to formulate their draft here.
I'm thinking about the Dune for O2 Esports. It will work fairly well for them in the jungle. Able to tank, able to engage. That's probably something that they would need. And the Dune goes in, engage. Princess Force follows up with Group CC. Something for O2 Esports to consider.
Yeah, the Liu Bang here being banned out from the side of DTE Gaming here. They do not want a full Protect the President composition here that they drafted out just now that we saw. So lesser choices coming in for the clash lane for both sides, as we've seen that O2 Esports here removing the Jing, one of a very popular jungle here that's not a tank jungle, and tank jungles on the side of O2 Esports, you still have the Dune, you still have the Ogran, so what are you looking to pick here? Okay, Dune being removed here by DTE Gaming as well.
So with Dune out, okay. Again, they must be thinking about like, okay, they need durability, that's why they take out the Dune. So, okay, Menki used by O2 Esports earlier on, so that's out as well. And what are the tank jungles? I would expect that to be big.
Oh, Kaiser!
Go for the Kaiser, alright. We don't get to see much Kaiser. I don't think we've seen one yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't seen one yesterday. Usually Kaisers are like the tank of the team and usually paired with Dolia for double ultimate. So right now we've seen a Kaiser here. Definitely he's going for the tank. They are really trying to protect the president, which is WH and his Lady Sun. So what are the counter picks coming in here for DTE Gaming? They have still yet to pick their clash lane. It may be a Biron, it may be a Charlotte, we don't know. And jungle side, there's still lots of picks coming in for DTE Gaming.
I'm also thinking that the fact that the Kaiser is actually a flex pick, right? They can also go to the clash lane as well. That could be an option for them. So that's what they're trying to throw off DTE Gaming. But then again, now the fact that they lock in the Mayan, so Mayan definitely going to go to the clash lane. Kaiser's going to go to the jungle instead. So this will be their lineup. And with Guan Yu coming in, I really like the fact that Guan Yu is able to disposition heroes. So this will be very important for him to play the role of pushing Princess Frost or Lady Sun to the front, putting in a dangerous position for the rest of DTE Gaming to eliminate them.
So yeah, I want to put focus on the Guan Yu pick that you mentioned just now. His Razor Cavalry will be the game changer coming in for the side of DTE Gaming to set up on Lady Sun, which is the president of O2 Esports. If they get the Lady Sun, which is WH on the Lady Sun, their chances of winning will skyrocket.
Yeah. So you'll play a big role there to try to take down the president, ladies and gentlemen. Because right now, who will win this will be the president of this series. This is going to be the decider match between DTE and O2.
Let's go, guys. DTE versus O2. So I kind of want to paint a picture here for both teams, right? DTE, they drafted a super high engage composition. Guan Yu with the Razor Cavalry. Monkey with the Dream Roam, and Hao on the Zhangfei with the Unbridled Outburst. So they are looking to really do so much engagement on the side of DTE Gaming, whereas O2, hey, you pick the Lady Sun, you pick the main. You need to protect the president, play aggressive, make sure Lady Sun hits that 10-minute mark like Daybreaker. And these are the two teams, their playstyle. Which will come out in favor, I do not know. Let's check it out this game, Sir Clark.
Oh man, I was about to ask you for predictions, and now you're sitting on the fence. But if you were to pick one team, which team do you think has the better draft now?
Well, as Sir Claw know, I used to be from a certain organization and I know the O2 badge, so I do support O2 as a whole. But in terms of draft, I do favor DTE Gaming.
Okay. Kind of sitting on the fence, but alright, I'll take it as you're predicting that DTE Gaming has a better draft here. But of course, It's really down to execution. And based on the first two games that we have seen, O2 Esports, they're very good at their execution and also their rotations from the early to mid game.
Yeah, that's correct, Sir Cloud, but we have to put a focus as well. DTE Gaming, this time, their draft is hyper-aggressive. You have tools like Monkey, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, all these, they are enablers, engagers, so we have to see, with these tools, can DTE Gaming prove us wrong? Oh, out here getting frozen up, first blood going to O2, and the second kill, Infinite Vast is going forced out.
Forcing out the infinite vastness, that's okay, but the fact that they got the first blood, that will give them a significant advantage at the farm lane.
Yeah, O2 Esports here, forcing out the early lead coming into the series, and Carrot here making such a good catch on with his Princess Frost.
Now Menki's making the rotation down towards the farm lane. Probably he realized that, okay, my farm laner needs a little bit more securing, so that's why he made that rotation. We can see that 4 players from DTE Gaming now trying to just lock out O2 Esports from coming into the jungle side of DTE Gaming. Totally understandable because right now they are a little bit behind.
Yeah, they from that first blood, they set themselves up for like a 400 goldie for O2 Esports. Still not a lot, but we have to see how it scales into the mid game as O2WH having a best time of his life in this early game right now, prior 4 minutes.
And now Hao is pretty much playing the babysitting role, right? Like he will probably find a hard time like just leaving the lane and going to other lanes. The fact that the first blood is given to O2 Esports and he needs to feed all that gold towards his farm laner. So I don't see him going too far away from the farm lane itself.
Yeah, looking at the map state right now, there's 0 people in the mid lane, 0 players in the mid lane. Everybody is just 3v3 into the bot side. 3 men right on the circle.
Right, Albus from the side. It looks like they might get a nice 3-1, but 1 more to go. But WH is able to heal up just in time. Nevertheless, crucial crowd control by Hao to allow DTE Gaming to get those kills.
Crucial indeed, Circle. That was a 3-man unbridled outburst on the side of DTE Hao. This man, as we said that the equilibrium has been equal, WH having the time of his life, this man DTE Hao on the Zhang Fei securing a 3-man engage for his team.
Yeah, what an angle that he found earlier on. O2 Esports, they probably forgot that, oh, they have the unbridled outburst, but now they're going to try to go in, Kong Ling, waiting for the right moment, but there's no right moment for him. They have to let this one go to the hands of Zun Zun.
Yeah, Zun Zun here, just 4-man strong, blocking whatever path Kong Ling in. If you want to come in for this steal, you're going to stay here. So Kong Ling, being the smart man he is, backing off from any potential death.
And we're back onto the lanes. And we don't always get to see the Sagi. DTE Gaming right now has a goal lead against O2 Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely, Sir Cloud. This goes back to our question. DTE having these engage tools, how showing us how Zhang Fei is done. 3-man unbridled outburst just now. Man, what an ulti!
Yeah, the 3-man right outburst definitely swings the goal lead towards DTE Gaming. And right now they have a little bit more confidence. They want to do a small jungle invasion. Probably also to scout out whether the buff is still there. And if it's still there, they might probably engage to O2 Esports. But since it's not, then, well, they just back up and continue farming again. And look at the farm lane right now. JJ, he has the space to farm freely.
Yeah, with him having so much space to farm freely, one could have think, if he gets to scale into 2 or 3 items here, his Flaming Palm and Power Flaming Palm is gonna hit like a truck, man.
And here comes the lane swap here for O2 Esports, sending K1 down to the farm lane instead to just try to shoo off JJ, while the rest of DTE Gaming probably looking to secure the objective, but because O2 Esports, they're still around, they cannot engage onto the Overlord that easy.
Yeah, a beautiful winter is here coming in from Care to push out the fights, cancelling out any engage possible. So both teams are looking to trade towers on both side lanes. So WH is being provided a very safe here. The President, a very safe area to farm. So no hesitation coming in from the side of DTE. Looking that, hey, you are playing one side, I'm playing on the side of Tutu as well.
But the President has arrived now with 3 other bodyguards. From the side, Hao, he does have the unbridled outburst. He can potentially use it anytime soon. Here comes the unbridled outburst, but only on the Kong Ling. Nevertheless, it's still going to be the President getting the kill onto BB instead. And right now, DTE Gaming there to back off. But O2 Esports, they're going for the chase. Infinite Bastards used to put JJ to safety. But O2 Esports, now they have the entire jungle for themselves.
Yeah, O2 Esports coming out on top on that exchange in the mid lane. We would have thought that setup came so good for O2 Esports here, even with so many engage tools. WH just coming out on top, making sure that he's safe in all the situations.
I would say that was a definite win for O2 Esports. They got a kill, they got access to the jungle, they're able to clear off the jungle, and now the bottom jungle for the side of DTE Gaming totally cleared out.
Yeah, looking at the gold lead, WH on the lane soon has an 800 gold lead over Cheche's low. This man is just having a field day. He still has yet to take the Crimson Golem, has yet to take topside jungle and the wave. This man, his goal lead is just being propelled this far.
Ooh, okay. With the goalie of an individual, it's definitely him, but the goal lead for a team. Now between O2 Esports and DTE Gaming, both of these teams goalie very, very close after that earlier engagement.
Red team.
Yeah, all the gold is being funneled on the side of WH, and DTE side is being funneled maybe not towards the mid lane, but yeah, all their core carries are getting a sufficient amount of split coming to this gold distribution for both teams.
And then the main provides a lot of protection towards WH, allowing him to sustain, allowing him to jab, allowing him to poke and just roll back to safety. It's going to be really hard for DTE Gaming to take out WH. How do you think are they going to do that?
Oh wait, hold on a minute, Circle. O2 here, trying to catch Churches and out of position here. Well, Churchill, he's forced to use Infinite Blasters here, Circle. Okay, Infinite Blasters you to bring him to safety, but K1 here, looking to stop the escape, Circle.
But anyway, he has his other teammates together with him, so now he is the president. He's safe and sound, but O2 will continue to put pressure from the side. Look at Kongling going all the way to the backline. BB's in trouble. BB, one last hit. Kongling did he overextend his stay, but then again, White is there to provide extra support to him, sustaining Kongling in that fight. But Care will go down. This is an opening for DTE Gaming to go all the way in, looking for the next target. It's going to be K1. K1 will fall to the hands of How, giving him the double kill.
Man, How and CM doing all these insane engages here. Wait, the fight may just not be over yet, Circle.
Ooh, they're looking to come in from the side, but Sun Sun not interested. He's even more interested in the buff instead.
Alright here. Man, what an engage coming from CM. Using the Razor Cavalry, flanking the side of O2 Esports, making sure that O2 Esports, you are too deep. Calling once again overextending, trying too hard to dive onto the backline of DTE. You have to protect the president, my man.
The president survived though, but then again the bodyguards did not really survive it, so that puts him in a very vulnerable state at the end of the day. And speaking about protecting the president, they are still as a 4 right now. They saw Chichi, they saw How, and right now they managed to shoot them away. Objective gameplay for O2 Esports. Tyrant easily taken out.
Yeah, Tyrant easily taken out, but this goes to show that DTE Gaming really in terms of draft is... I do believe that DTE Gaming has outdrafted, or not to say outdrafted, it has a slight draft advantage over O2 Esports here. Lots of the engage tool all being pressured on to O2 WH on this lady Circle.
Ooh, this is probably the most convincing round so far that we've seen from DTE Gaming. Look at this. Overall, when it comes to towers, O2 Esports, they lost all their tier 2 towers to DTE Gaming. This has never happened in the previous rounds.
Yeah, for the first 2 games, O2 Esports were always in the driving scene. They were the ones who cleared all the other turrets first. Okay, but 10 minutes here, Tyrant being started off by DTE Gaming.
Oh, Tyrant. Now it's still being put to the side of DTE Gaming, but O2 Esports, they want to have some of that. But look at CM coming in, CM with the heroic charge to start it off. CM pretty low, but CM, what a U-turn onto K1. CM did a really good job again against O2 Esports.
Man, a 3-man Razor Cavalry onto O2 Esports to disrupt all their flashes into the assassination onto K1. Wow, CM! What a play here coming from CM!
Whew. Having the game of his life again in the CM, ladies and gentlemen. And now with that move, DTE Gaming secures the Shadow Tyrant, again putting themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they are actually in the driver's seat right now, even though K1 off-screen just now forced the Infinite Blasters away from Che and forcing him to fall, but CM single-handedly broke the fight alone himself.
Whew. What good timing, good position with the heroic charge. Man, that was massive by CM. And now O2 Esports again forced to a defensive stance after that fight. And DTE Gaming, they're just probably waiting for the right moment for them to take their overlord. But O2 Esports, they're out right now. They want the overlord for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. But you have to be careful as O2 Esports here. In realistic terms, who is the one that's going to be marking CM flanks? You need someone to mark CM flanks. Forbid someone. Make sure WH has the information. Where is CM coming from?
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough, right? The best person to probably do that is going to be K1 because K1 has a similar level of mobility, but if K1 is busy at the lane trying to shove up those lanes, he won't be able to give that information to his team.
Exactly. If K1 is forced to be on bodyguard duty, realistically, who is gonna be a nuisance towards Turtle on this long that's gradually scaling into 4 items here, Sir Cloud?
And right now we see the engagement of Gongli. Gongli takes a decent amount of damage sustained by Ming himself. But who cares about Gongli because they go all the way to the backline. They get out carry in the process. And CM still survives to the last single round. This will allow the other teammates to just go all in onto O2 Esports. Again, for the second time around in our series. It is a total wipeout to O2 Esports.
That was a 1-for-5! DTE Gaming coming out on top in this team fight. Once again, DTE how on this Zhangfei, making sure that all these engages come off, allowing CM to flank in the backline with the Razor Cavalry, with any form of engage follow-up, making sure that, hey, you want to protect the President, make sure you bring enough bodyguards. 4 is not enough, bring more! And that is Game 3, closing the series. DTE Gaming coming out on top, 2-1, closing the series.
And DTE roll with the momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing us a reverse sweep. Another ace onto O2 Esports to win this series. DTE Gaming, their first win this season.
Congratulations, DTE Gaming. You guys really just showed us how. From coming back in Game 2, from completely dismantling O2 Esports in Game 3, you guys show us how it's done to make such a possible comeback here.
Absolutely right. If there was a chart to tell the story of these 3 rounds, it was like it's just going up all the way. They hit their peak. They hit their peak on game number 3. That was crazy by DTE. And again, we have to give it to the heroics of CM at that pretty much towards the end fight that he's able to come in from the back with the Guan with the heroic charge to disposition the players of O2 Esports, and that gave them the momentum from then onwards just to lock in and end the game.
Yeah, props to DTE CM and let's not forget DTE Hao having the highest kill at Zhangfei on as a roamer, and this guy 2 double kills, multiple amazing unbridled outbursts. This man is doing it all with CM. This too, single-handedly setting up the stage for DTE Gaming's comeback against O2 Esports in the series, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and who needs like full items, right, for DTE Gaming to do that? And this is the series. This is the fastest round so far that we have got in this series. And DTE Gaming, I guess like what you said as well, their composition is made out of full aggression, and that is the key factor for DTE Gaming to overcome O2 Esports in this round, just bringing the fight to O2 Esports.
Yeah, for the first 2 games, DTE Gaming was giving a draft that is not so proactive, very reserved, but they managed to pull off in game 2 with the Liang and Princess Frost. And looking at the stats, let's see. Oh man, Hao is doing so much damage as a roamer here.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. Though it's not the highest, it's okay. But then again, 31.9k is still great. Okay, I'm just trying to reflect on like his unbridled outburst, right? His first real big moment with the unbridled outburst, he caught 3 players from O2 Esports at the farm lane, and then obviously he will follow up by jumping in and continue on so on and so forth. And that is how he's kind of stacked up his confidence and also his damage dealt towards O2 Esports. But also I want to point out the fact that CM, again, not the highest damage dealt, but when he deals damage, it's absolute crucial.
Oh yeah, definitely. CM and Hao, these two, I can't pick an MVP between these two. CM, amazing Razor Cavalries from the back line, single-handedly crushing the formation of O2 Esports, protect the President composition. Hao, the first unbridled outburst, 3-man. The second one, multiple man. And the final game-ending one, and 100% team fight rate.
Whoa. We're going to get to see the MVP later on, but before that, we're going to check out their journey through this chart here. It was a 50-50 at the beginning, right? Until like the 5th minute, we start to see a very slow spike up by DTK until the 8th minute or 9th minute onwards. That's where they just bam, pretty much all the way towards DTE Gaming.
Yeah, Sir Cloud, look at that graph. DTE Gaming securing that one lead, progressing to another lead, simultaneously closing the game in such a fast game. I think this is the fastest in the 3 games, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it is absolutely the fastest game so far. Today even, well, of course we're only in our first series, but DTE Gaming, man, and it's not only about the speed of the game, right? It's about how convincing DTE Gaming is. O2 Esports, early on, they tried to really push DTE Gaming, they tried to play their pace, but DTE Gaming, they know how to counter back. But that one player that knows how to counter everything is our MVP, CM!
Woo! DTE CM back-to-back MVPs. Just now we have DTE CM being MVP on his signature Liu Bang. Now we have DTE CM on his Guan Yu with his amazing Razor Cavalries. What do you think, Sir Cloud? This man, he does it all!
He does it all, and he doesn't always show up. But when he shows up, it's always at that crucial moment. This guy definitely knows how to take advantage of like certain gaps and to a certain extent, making his opponents forget about him. And when it comes to the point where his opponent O2 kind of forgot about, oh, there's a Guan Yu, there's CM around. Maybe he's like busy at his own lane, at the other opposite lane. He shows up from the back and just pushes them in an awkward position. And that is how DTE Gaming won 2 of their series because of this guy.
Yeah, this man single-handedly finding flanks, finding opportunities, just destroying O2 Esports formation. Props to this guy, and of course, really, DTE Gaming with CM making so many clutch factors. He is the clutch factor, Sir Cloud. The clutch factor.
Yeah, he is the clutch man, and that's why they call him CM. Clutch man,
clutch man!
Clutch man! This is my clutch man, CM, man. But we gotta relive the best moments here from that amazing round, amazing comeback by DTE through these highlights.
Yeah, and this was the play, Sir Cloud. The 3-man unbridled outburst on the side of O2 Esports. Just as things were getting great for O2 Esports as WH was having a field day with his farm, this man, 3-man unbridled outburst, and this is the play from CM.
Oh, just had to relive this moment again. Look at this. He controlled 3 players from O2 Esports on the other side, separating them from the other 2, allowing his other teammates to just follow up, to just give focus. But this is the biggest moment here by CM.
Yeah, a beautiful Razor Cavalry to just break 2 flashes coming in from O2 Esports, and this was the nail in the coffin. How with the amazing engage, CM with the amazing follow-up, just closing out the series with 1-4.
Oh. And I lost count of how many times that he actually survived with only about like 5% of health, able to get away. And there was that one moment where he made the U-turn, man, just to get that 1 kill. And CM, absolute top tier gaming here by the Clash laner, on point. That's why he's the CM. That's why
clutch
he's
man.
the clutch man.
Yeah, definitely coming out clutch. Multiple good Razor Cavalries, an amazing performance onto the Liu Bang, protecting his teammates, diving the back, like assassinating Ali. So right now, the question is DTE Gaming fully warmed up after this match?
Whew. Is DTE Gaming fully warm up? Well, we'll need to find out in their following series because we're done with this series, right? So we gotta give a clap to DTE Gaming. That was a great round by them, and they were the ones to be able to come up with a reverse sweep. Well, they felt how it was to be reverse sweep yesterday, and now they're feeling the joys of doing the reverse sweep for themselves. So great work for DTE. I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot more great plays by DTE as a team.
Yeah, they probably took notes from their series against All Gamers Global yesterday. They came out on top as the first game, same like today. O2 Esports came out on top on the first game, proceed to go to a very tough game 2, which is similar as yesterday, then proceed to get absolutely destroyed in the game 3. It was the same script, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, but you know what? O2, if we reflect back on this series, they should have just wrapped things up at game 2. Game 2 should have been the game where they, okay, we're done with it, okay, and then we just, grab an early dinner or something like that, right? But the fact that they left it on the game number 3, and we did talk about like mental momentum. You don't want to lose that sort of game in game number 2 where you had absolute 80% control, 90% control of the game just to lose. I'm very sure it will affect the momentum, affect the mentality, and it was seen quite apparent in game number 3.
Yeah, I do agree as well, Sir Cloud. That probably creeped into their mental state, and which resulted in how like O2 Esports wasn't really performing up to par, but we cannot just give props to that, to the mental state as well, but we have to give focus on DTE Gaming just played an absolute insane of a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. Game 3 was very different as compared to like Game 1 and Game 2. Although O2, they really tried to press DTE. We saw them trying to still do their thing. They know that that's a formula to win like the early to mid game. And they did absolutely that. But I guess the difference here is that DTE, they saw that coming. They learned from their first 2 games. They know that O2, their playstyle is like, okay, they want to try to press us, maybe do a bit of jungle invade, fast rotations. And they somehow found that formula in game number 3 to just try to defend them against scaling from the early to mid stage of the game.
Yeah, I do want to point out this as well. It's like DTE Gaming's coaching staff or whoever was in charge of the ban pick did super well coming to game 3. They actually countered the Protect the President comp so well with picks like Zhang Fei, with picks like Guan Yu, immediately closing off any potential escape route, just making sure that, hey, WH, you're on this lady, so you're the president. We're not allowing you to have any good space of dishing out damage. You pick this, we're gonna crush you with this engage comp in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The fact that DTE Gaming is able to learn very quickly, able to scale from like game 1 until game 3. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for DTE and O2 Esports. What a banger of our first series. But obviously, we're not done yet. We still have another 3 more series to go and lots of amazing games for us to enjoy. In our following series, it will be another huge game, Team Secret versus AG Global coming up.
Yeah, Team Secret versus AG Global, both very solid teams. We're gonna see actually a lot of crazy series coming into this circle. I am excited. What about you?
Oh, absolutely, right. I was excited since last week when we saw the schedule. I was like, oh, okay, this is definitely going to be a very interesting day. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you stay tuned because you don't want to miss out on to Team Secret versus AG Global. Last they met in a competitive scene. It was during the S3 qualifiers, and AG Global had the best over Team Secret. So Team Secret, they'll be looking to seek revenge in the upcoming series.
Yeah, will Team Secret seek revenge, or will AG Global continue their dominance over their track record? We can find out after a certain while when we come back for the second series. But hey, stay tuned. Like, we will really appreciate that this series is going to be one of today's highlights, Circle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pretty much any of our series could be a highlight today. But we're going to put focus on the Team Secret onto AG Global after this. And that's it. In case for some reason you're not listening to us, that's the graphic up there. Team Secret, AG Global. Not the first time that they met with each other. But the last time they met, that was like a couple of patches ago. That time I believe we don't have like heroes like Sakir yet, and it might be a differentiator between these 2 teams coming back up. Another best of 3 series coming in after this, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. Make sure you stay tuned with us and be back for Team Secret versus AG Global.
So actually, I want to point out as well, Sir Cloud. Well, I think the break is gonna be in quite a while. So these 2 teams, last they met was a different roster, but now this time they met, they are full on armed with their current roster right now. New roster, new player, new faces. So will this be a detrimental change for both teams? And the outcome, I think we'll find out in the following match. So I'm really excited.
Yep, so we'll be heading on to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned for Team Secret versus AG Global coming up next. Be back.
World environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Actually, I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help 3 ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire. A romantic incident. Being single has limited your imagination. I had everything back when I knew nothing.
Plum blossoms defy the frost. How elegant the people, how glorious the plants. Flowers bloom along your path. Unbending spirit. Petals amid the snow. Flowers bloom to bid you farewell. For generations, we have not bowed our heads, nor sought the snow's pity. Forging paths and chasing the scent of mountains that lights the journey ahead. Birds sing and flowers bloom as spring arrives. Listen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MKL Spring Season 2025. I am Sagi, and with me, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, and next we're going to see another huge match here between Team Secret and AG Global. So AG Global and Team Secret, both of them played yesterday, so information is out. But if we were to compare in how they won their respective games yesterday, right? In convincing manner, it is Team Secret, definitely, as compared to AG Global. Now, will they be able to carry the momentum to this match? We'll need to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely. AG Global fending off 3 full games against DTE Gaming, which was the victor of just now between their series. So Team Secret also one of the victorious ones coming out from their series yesterday. Really dominating performance against Todak with a 2-0 clean victory. So, Sir Cloud, what are your expectations coming into this series?
Ooh, this one, I believe it's going to be pretty tight, right? The last time they met during the S3 qualifiers, and EG Global, they won against Team Secret. So that was their latest official match. If they have scrim and who won, well, we wouldn't know, right? So we'll put that aside. But on paper, it seems like AG Global have the upper hand, but Team Secret, they won in a handsome manner yesterday. And introducing the players representing Team Secret, we have Son, Xuan, Gusing, Shisan, and Nuno.
And on the side of AG Global, we have Saber in the roam, and we have Yulong in the jungle, Dalhun as their Clash, and JD as their farmlane, and PHY as their mid lane mage. So looking at these two, Sir Cloud, back to our question, our expectations. We might not know who is gonna win, right, Sir Cloud? But these two teams, they are coming in for a hard show today. Do you agree, Sir Cloud?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's also the fact that these two teams, they had a somewhat of a roster shift as well between these two teams. And we did a podcast together. We did talk about is AG Global going to miss Akira? Because Akira did really well during S3, right? But after watching the game yesterday, Yulong, he did very well as well. So I think they're not going to miss Akira that much.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. Even for Team Secret as well, they sent their ex-jungler, which is TNX, to dominate the esports, and they got this new jungler, Gusing, also one of the top performers so far coming into day one of their performance. So it just comes to question, who out of both these teams, which of them have better chemistry so far coming into day 2 of week 1 MKL spring season?
Yeah, and we don't really know how long did they have to gel together, right? Maybe it's like a week, maybe it's 2 weeks, maybe it's a month. We don't know, because all these things happen behind the scenes. So that's also one thing, right? That could probably answer the chemistry question that you had. But if you kind of think about it, if you talk about lead time, Team Secret has a little bit more lead time because they didn't qualify to S3. So they had a little bit more time for them to scout and to try new players and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, we're going to see if it's going to be translated into the game. Before that, we're going to check out the draft. And when it comes to the draft, Mai is still open.
Yeah, Mai is still open, and seems to me that blue side first ban, most of these teams are prioritizing the ban on Luna here, Sir Cloud. And checking out the bans, standard ban coming from AG Global here, banning out the Diadia, banning out the Arlie, standard bans, and Mai Shiranui, the first Mai Shiranui game we're having in day 2 of MKL spring season, locked in for Shisan, Sir Cloud.
Okay, so the Mai is open. Yep, for sure. They're gonna take it. I mean, ever since S3, I noticed that if you have the Mai open, surely you're gonna take it for yourself first. And they're also gonna bring in the Zhang Fei as well. So 2 power picks plus the lady soon. So again, protect the president, you say?
Yeah, protect the president, I say. So with that to be answered, right, we are having a lot of big picks coming out on the game one itself. We have Mai Shiranui, we have Long and Ogran. All these top picks are being released from the ban pool. And something to note of Team Secret's bans, Luna, we saw from DTE Gaming. On blue side, they definitely do not want to see Luna at all. And another ban, Pei. What do you think of this Pei ban?
The Pei ban, well, I think it's also partly because of PTSD, right, for Team Secret. If you remember, I believe it was during S2. Yeah,
KC
S2.
2024.
Oh yeah, during KC. Yeah, so the Pei backdoored them, and it was like, okay, they lost that one. They were out. So I think it was also PTSD why they banned out the Pei.
That is actually a very interesting fact, Sir Cloud. All of us do remember the Pei that got them dominated esports to second place, but let's focus back on the draft currently as AG Global focused 2 bans onto the clash name being Dharma and Biron. Looking at that, Team Secret does not want them to have a very smooth Marine pick, so what does AG Global have focused in here? Which is the Charlotte, Sir Cloud. What do you think?
Well, the Charlotte gives them a lot of mobility, and when we talk about mobility, it's not only the Charlotte but also the Algren as well. And then of course, Long with the infinite vastness, there's a lot of movement here by AG Global. And I guess what they're trying to think of is that Team Secret protecting the president, cool, you can protect it, but can you be as fast as us to jump back in to protect the president? Yes, you have the Zhang Fei, they can give shield, But is that shield enough as well? Of course, that will be the second question. But the first question is already answered by AG Global. We can get to your president.
Yeah, seems to me that Cloud, both teams, Secret is looking for hyper-aggressive engage comp with Maestro and Zhang Fei, with the Sun Ce as well with the set sail. So AG Global here, Yu Huan can be the roamer or the mid lane right now. So we know that Saber, he really favors this Yu Huan in the roamer pick as a very strong laner, as someone that can push up vision with the unending sorrow. So what is AG Global looking to cook here in the final pick?
For the final pick, probably look for someone who's able to deal a little bit more control, I might say. And yeah, I'm thinking around, okay, I'm actually kind of thinking about Liang, but I think you might want to save the Liang to combo with the Princess Force if given the opportunity later on. If not, the Nuwa could be pretty nice, but they're going to go all out damage for this one. So they're going to pick Hano instead. Okay, lots of damage, lots of mobility, not as much control for AG Global. This is probably more of like one of those pick-off fights.
Yeah, definitely, Circle. I do agree with you coming off this statement. This Hano coming in, just adding more arsenal, more damage into the side of AG Global's lineup. They don't want to just bank on JD on the low. They want more carry, hence putting Hano on PHY. So looking at both drops, Circle, what do you expect coming in from both teams?
Ooh, okay. So if I were to look at this draft, right, I feel that Team Secret has a little bit more balance. Like you have speed, you have engagement, especially with the Sun Ce, and also the Agudo, and also even the Zhang Fei. So team fights are really, really strong for Team Secret. And in terms of like protecting the president, Lady Sun, then Lady Sun still has it. It still has a lot of protection, a lot of bodyguards around her. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 1, Team Secret versus AG Global.
Welcome back to Heroes Gorge, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, since you already paint out what Team Secret has in their team composition, Yulong with a cheeky steal onto the small cap, and I want to talk about a bit of AG Global right here, right? Since we look at TS, yes, a lot of engage, a lot of proactiveness. AG here, we look at personal prowess like Daohen on the Charlotte, making splash graduation flash, engaged. So Yulong here, we expect him on playing something like the Ograd. More engage coming from the top side.
And here comes not much of a rotation by both sides. Again, a very early, I would say, respect to both sides. To a certain extent, I thought that, okay, maybe Agudo might want to go in and try to be a little bit more aggressive, the fact that he has Nuno together with him. But maybe he's also thinking of like, okay, protecting the president is going to be more important, which is protecting Sun. So Nuno is going to play the babysitting role with Sun.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, Sir Cloud. But looking at the map state, AG Global here taking the proactiveness in lane swapping JD on the low towards the top side to fight against Swan Sun Ce. Is this another way of escaping the laning to make sure that JD, hey, here's a lane that you might not die in and you can have a field day? Is it?
But I'm also looking at now the aggression is coming in from AG Global, right? After clearing off the mid, they clear off a bit of the side jungle, and that's pretty much a normal move if you are having that momentum at the mid.
Yeah, definitely having momentum in mid is a good choice. Yulong here, already securing and stealing away 2 camps from reducing. All these small camps, although they are not a lot in the early game, as you stack towards the late game, that's going to be very significant goal numbers as well.
And now the rotation is happening onto the bottom. You see Nuno from the side, but he's not level 4 yet, so no unbridled outburst. Nevertheless, they're still going to jump in by the top. Swan takes a decent amount of damage by the bottom. Shisan comes in with the first blood.
Yeah, beautiful flash. Follow-up here coming in from Shisan to close off the kill onto the Daohen on the Charlotte here, and an exchange here coming in on the clash lane for TS Swan as well. So both teams having the exact same execution coming in from both sides, Sir Cloud.
I also want to point out that there's an early swap lane between the 2 farm laners here. So allowing both sides to be dominant in their own respective lanes. But if we talk about absolute dominance between the two, Team Secret obviously got it with the fact that Son, 3rd minute, took down the tower at the bottom.
Yeah, Team Secret Son, they are playing through their original style, making sure that, hey Son, here's all the protection you need, all the focus you need. just focus on punishing Dalton, punishing AG for doing this lane swap, making sure that, hey, you initiate this lane swap, I'm making sure that you pay for it. We have this Agudo, we will tear your tower down immediately.
Oh, now it's going to be the mid battle, it seems. Both sides sending 2 players into the middle, trying to find that opening and trying to clear off the mid wave as quickly as possible. But at the top, Shisan, he saw Saber coming in. So he knows that JD has somebody there just to bait out the Infinite Blastness. No Infinite Blastness, meaning that Team Secret, if they find an opportunity, they can jump in onto JD.
Oh yeah, definitely. That is a very big Infinite Blastness, a big cooldown used prior to the 4-minute fight, and a small engage here coming into the mid side.
The Yulong takes a bit of damage, but that's fine. It's more of like them just zoning AG Global out. Now AG Global being zoned out, no Infinite Blastness, no point of him coming in. They have to let the first Tyrant go.
Yeah, first objective here being secured by Team Secret here, pulling first blood on both the tower. Oh, small engage coming in. Sotoshiribachi coming in for the Maestro, forcing the Unending Sorrow. So, nothing much going on here, just some small exchanges here and there while Team Secret Son gets a kill onto Saber.
Well, okay. The President doesn't need much protection because right now the President is the protector by taking out another player out of AG Global, that is Saber. Oh, no, I'm just looking at him. He's giving a lot of information. Oh, that Unbridled Outburst, beautifully executed. AG Global, they didn't know what hit them.
Yeah, the brakes are not stopped at all for Team Secret here. They're just pulling all on the pedal, pushing the pedal so hard. Engages left, right, center, and getting both towers. Is this even a tier 2 coming to top side? Man, that's 3 towers down for AG Global already, and it's just only 5 minutes, Sir Cloud.
I know, right? This is a very fast game that Team Secret is playing right now. 5 minutes, taking down the top tower, bottom tower. Now they can get the mid tower. The whole jungle will be open for Team Secret to engage.
Yeah, definitely. With so much map pressure being forced onto AG side, one could imagine, how can AG stop Team Secret's pursuit in this? And looking at the goal, Team Secret is putting a lot of heavy investment onto Son, giving him both the blue buff and the red buff.
But look at this from the side. Sean is there. Okay, they saw Sean. Sean could come in with the set sail any time now. So this is where AG Global, they have to be aware of like, okay, if they don't see Sean, he's probably moving around with the set sail.
Oh yeah, look at Shen here. He's just moving up top side, and Son here with Wu Xing just casually taking down turrets and the bot side as well. That's tier 2 going down for the bot side at 6-minute mark. 4 towers already within 6 minutes, Sir Cloud. That is an achievement. Something you don't see very much often.
Okay, engagement to Yulong. Now with Unbridled Outburst still active, Yulong has to back off. And here comes the set sail that we just mentioned, but it's on the Yulong. Yulong still tanking out all that damage, but finally will be taken out by Xuan. And Team Secret, they use a lot of skills just to take out Yulong. And they know that they're out of skills, they're disciplined enough to back off after that one kill.
Oh wow, definitely props to Team Secret. Well executed, knowing that, hey, we can only get one pick off, which is Yulong here. Let's get it and let's back off. And now they are slowly chipping down the mid turret here. This is so much pressure coming into AG. Can PS1 defend this?
Oh man, AG, they have to defend this mid tower, but for how long can they hold on to this mid tower? They're sending so many resources to the mid tower, you gotta think about it, allowing Team Secret to shove up the top wave and now potentially even further. But they saw Son. Okay, Son, able to get away? No, too much damage output by JD to take him out.
Yeah, perfect positioning from JD here. Dodging the vision, making sure that, hey, Son, I know you're going to get the red buff. I'm just going to camp you here and secure a kill for himself. A good play coming in from JD.
Yeah, especially with the Flaming Palm versus a Lady Sun. Lady Sun is not the tankiest of heroes. A Flaming Palm could just push the health down to half. So if you're like kind of like half or even below half, you have to be very, very careful of the Flaming Palm.
Oh yeah, definitely. JD here, definitely just finding the right opportunity, right timing, right position, catching Son off guard here. And 5-man strong coming in mid-circle. What is both teams trying to accomplish here?
Oh, looks like they want to try to take out Fee, but Fee managed to get away. He's okay for now. And Team Secret, they go back up, but keep your eye onto Xuan. Xuan is now here with Set Sail. Set Sail into the middle. Managed to catch one, but it's going to be Fee. Fee is still alright.
Yeah, Fee here, just using the Fate to Rewind to heal the tower back to the original health here. So, the push coming in from Team Secret is gonna be very tough. Although you do have the Agudo and Stun, they don't need to really use device minions to push, but hang on here. Fireman Strong coming in, engage coming from Agudo.
Side onto B. B takes a lot of damage. He has to back off right now. And they're still holding on to their mid tower. Man, AG Global, they really don't want to let this one go. Flaming Palm on the Gusing! And Yulong will be the one to land the final blow.
Gusing executed through his Blood Rage just now. Yulong coming in clutch with the execution here. So my question is, will TS commit too much resource in trying to get down this mid turret to a point where they lose all their goldie here? Yes, this is the number one target that you want right now, the mid tower. Then we push onto the side lane, but it seems to me that the attempts are being. Oh, we have a pause here right now, Sir Cloud. But yeah,
we have to take a breather. Okay, we have to take a breather because it is intense right now. Because AG Global, they're starting to find their footing. They're starting to find their momentum from a 4-1 down. Now they are up back onto 4-3, and they still retain their mid tower.
Oh yeah, definitely. All towers on the side lanes are all gone right now, and looking at how easy it is for them to get the side towers, mid lane tower is definitely not easy. You have PHYF with the javelins, with all these scepters, just casually pushing them away, and when the tower is almost going down or already going down, Fate's Rewind comes in, just resurrecting the tower. So my question is Team Secret committing too much here?
Is Team Secret committing too much here? Maybe it's because like they're feeling the momentum after getting like 4 kills versus 1. They're feeling like, okay, we can push a little bit further. Now at some point it felt like, okay, they had the discipline of like pulling back, but at some point as well, especially trying to get that mid tower, too much commitment. I don't know about that. I feel that Team Secret might still be pretty disciplined in what they do. It's just that AG might start to find those loopholes that they can get those pickoffs.
Yeah, definitely agree with you, Sir Carl. I do think that we have to give props to AG. Although we've seen Team Secret in the first 5 minutes just casually clearing out all the turrets on the side lanes, but when it comes to the mid tower, they're like, okay guys, we can't let them keep doing this with the TS Gusing Agudo pick and TS Soleil pick just casually taking towers down, right? So we have to amp up the defense. And when it's defense, PHY comes in with his Hino pick, which comes in handy. The pick that we questioned back into the drafting phase is making its worth right now, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and you don't want to put too much focus onto the Hano, right? Because of the Fate Rewind. You throw everything onto him, he Fates Rewind, and everything just resets. All the skills are wasted. But we are not going to waste any more time because we're going to get in onto our game here. Here we continue on Team Secret, AG Global, and AG Global securing the Tyrant.
Yeah, with Gusing going down, AG secures this Tyrant with no friction. It's just a free Tyrant for them. So right now, mid lane is still a focus for both teams. One is playing aggression, one is playing defensive. So we have to see what is Team Secret or AG trying to pull off here.
Right now, still the mid tower protected, well protected by AG Global. And we can see Team Secret, they really want the mid tower. Yes, while that, get the Overlord because it's open anyway, but it's been like what, the past like 2-3 minutes? Team Secret is hovering around the mid?
Oh yeah, definitely. 2-3 minutes and we already seen the goalie shrinking to a mere 1,300, almost a 1,000 goalie only for Team Secret. And we are slowly approaching the 10-minute mark where Sir Cloud, 10-minute mark means, oh, the mid tower is already down. 10-minute mark means what? Fight and Tyrant, we fight. So let's see the setup for both teams, Sir Cloud.
Oh, this is where the fight's happening right now. The engagement by Team Secret, but from the side, Set Sail comes in. But it's onto Yulong, not the target that they would have wanted. Now Yuzin takes a lot of damage. Guzin now very low on health. Will be taken out. And it's going to be stunned down as well. No big damage dealers for Team Secret. AG Global open to take the Tyrant.
Wow, AG Global comes out on top in the full-scale 5v5 here. Although Team Secret was the one who first put the trigger onto the engage, but AG Global here, soaking up all the engage damage. Where is the damage department coming from TS here? I don't see it. Yulong is just standing strong like a brick wall, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, Yulong, he absorbed everything, including that one set sail that was targeted onto him. And he knows how to position himself like, okay, the set sail is kind of coming. Okay, I'll just wait at the side because that's where normally the set sail will come from. Bam, absolute game sense by Yulong.
Yeah, just protecting his teammate from any form of engagement here. All small team fight coming in from the top side.
Oh, here comes another set sail, but because it's not going to be an engagement yet by Team Secret, it's more of him just traveling towards the top. But AG Global, look at this. We talked about them finding the momentum. Now they have it. They're in the jungle right now. They see Shishan. Shishan has to get away. Swan with the flash underneath the tower to give him extra protection.
Yeah, I do want to point out one thing as well, Sir Cloud. AG Dalhun on this Charlotte pick is scaling into the late game right now. And on the side of Team Secret here, realistically speaking, Sir Cloud, who is going to match the side lane against this Charlotte pick? I don't think anyone is able to. What do you think?
Yeah, not even Xuan, right? Because they don't have that level of mobility. If they have like a Mayin or a Dharma, then maybe. And without that, then Dalhan, with that absolute mobility, yeah, it's going to be hard for Team Secret to manage the sideways when AG Global finds that momentum.
Yeah, especially Sir Cloud, and on the side of AG Global, they are slowly ramping up, slowly scaling into their favor. This is the momentum that they want to play. Items are online, and looking aside of them, they are very safe playing to this team comp.
Oh. Team Secret, they have to play safe right now. Okay, or maybe they can get the pick off at the top. They try to get down Dalhan, but Dalhan is just so slick. He managed to evade the set sail, and now a counter by Dalhan. He knows that B is together with him. And as much as Guxing wants to join the fight, but Guxing being chased back by the other members of AG Global.
Inventive Access used here, and the fight is still on. Team's TS Sean drops, and Shisan as well, Sir Cloud.
Oh, Shisan in an awkward position right now. He's sandwiched between all the members of AG Global. AG Global gets another kill.
Can Team Secret rush this down? They are on the Shadow Vanguard right now. You gotta run away, Team Secret. Get out, get out.
Oh, they know that AG Global does not have the smite. That's why they were very confident of just taking down the objective. But now AG Global, they're not worried about the objective. They want to go for the kill. And they could potentially get Nuno this time. Nuno, where is he gonna go? He blew the Unbridled Outburst pretty much early on and is not able to survive that any longer.
Man, that's 4 kills going on the hands of AG Global. Yes, Team Secret, you got a Shadow Vanguard, but that's 4 kills and your whole jungle and your towers. Is it worth it? I don't know, Sir Cloud. Things are looking kind of grim on the side of Team Secret right now, Sir Cloud. What can they do to bring back the momentum?
And it's giving them PTSD right now because AG Global, they have a good track record against Team Secret in recent times. But keep your eye at the top together with the middle. B will be taken out by the top at the same time. AG Global, they managed to get a trade-off, taking out Shisan.
Yeah, that definitely slows down the tempo coming in from Team Secret, getting choked by AG Global here. Waves are being pushed in onto the side of AG Global. They can't continue their aggression. Bot lane tower might just go down to Shadow Vanguards.
Looking at it, are they able to save it? Okay, hopefully they are. But now in the middle, all alone is going to be Yulong. But Yulong able to get to safety. His other teammates have arrived. Now the counter is coming in. Swan is in trouble. Swan 10% of health. Flashes away to safety, but Saber goes in for the chase. At the same time, in the middle, Team Secret broken off into pieces by AG Global. Same goes for Nuno with one last tick of help, and Yulong will make sure that he will not go anywhere.
Wow, what a team fight here coming from AG Global. Is that just game right here?
Oh, there's a high potential. If they take out Shisha, that's it. It is an ace, ladies and gentlemen. The 3rd ace today. And AG Global surely can wrap things up. The minions are there. It's just a matter of time. Even if Son comes in after 5 more seconds, there's nothing he can do. AG Global secures game number 1.
GG AG Global here. What a magnificent performance in the mid game. The early game, yes, Team Secret was in the driver's seat, picking off left, right towers, kills everywhere, but going to the mid game, this Hano pick from PHY, single-handedly just defending all these attempts, securing time for Long, securing time for JD to scale up to become this monster of a late game. So here's the thing, AG Global, damn, what a mid game you guys played.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. AG Global, I thought that, because it's Team, and we're talking about Team Secret, right? It's Team Secret. Okay, they have the momentum from the beginning. At the back of my mind is that, okay, this is definitely going to be a Team Secret game. But AG Global, they keep their record against Team Secret. So far, they're keeping their record against Team Secret. The Giant Slayers, AG Global doing it, man. And I must say, I think that one of the reasons why they're able to make this U-turn is because of their mid tower. They hold on to their mid tower for the longest time. because if they lost the mid tower earlier than what we saw, Team Secret would have ran into them in their own jungle. So the fact that the mid tower was still there, and that's why they're still able to keep Team Secret at bay.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Sir Cloud. This goes back to our question. Did Team Secret spend too much time in the mid turret? It seemed to me that yes, they did spend too much time, and resulting in AG Global just gradually picking up the pace going into this late game that Team Secret cannot match so far. And looking at the items here, I want to point out that JD here, this man, he single-handedly found the opportunity onto Son in the red side jungle of Team Secret, single-handedly getting a kill on Son and escaping. A very good play coming in from him.
Yeah, JD, man, and he was given the space to farm as well. And also, if you gotta think about it, he used his infinite vastness defensively early on. So he wasn't interested in like, okay, making those engagement and so on and so forth. He knows his power spike. And when we saw him when he hit his power spike, one flaming palm, there goes Sun. And the moment they got Sun, they know that, okay, who's your next biggest damage dealer? Yeah, Shisan, cool, but Shisan has to like go in a fight and puts himself in a very vulnerable state. So they know that their main target, they get Sun, they get the President, they know they have the momentum. They know that they can win fights.
Yeah, especially here, Sir Cloud. The President, yeah, he may be down, but AG Global here, Yu Long, single-handedly tanking 82k damage. Even for Gu Xing as well, tanking 100,000 damage. Both junglers here, soaking up so much pressure for both sides.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about like the impact of set sail, frankly speaking, I don't think there was a big set sail impact in this round for Xuan. So it was a bit of a letdown, the fact that is a big skill that can really turn things around. But that was also because of Yulong positioning himself to block set sails from coming in onto his team. He will tank the set sail, not going to be a problem for Ogren to do that. And the moment he does that, that renders Xuan not giving the best of impact in a team fight.
Yeah, that is correct as well. So far in Team Secret's draft, yes, you do have a lot of engage coming in from Xuan, Set Sail, Shisan's ultimate, all these knockup engages, right? But have we seen a moment where they actually work together and make a play onto JD or on the side of AG Global? Maybe not. Maybe you have to look back into it, but definitely this is something to look onto as we talk about the team chemistry, the plays made together. So we will have to revisit this back into Game 2 and Game 3, potentially Game 3, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, but before we go on to that, of course, we're going to look at some of the stats here as well. Based on this draft, yes, as what we discussed, mid-game, it was Team Secret. But towards the end, and it was like, what, about 10 minutes onwards, it went all the way to AG Global. And it was like during when they were going for the Tyrant. When AG Global won their first Tyrant, that's it. It felt like Team Secret, they lost their coordination, they lost their momentum. And what I noticed as well in team fights, AG Global, they're very good at breaking up Team Secret. Like, okay, Team Secret, okay, you are standing together as a team, cool. But when AG Global, they make that engagement, somehow Team Secret is forced to break out. Like, okay, one player goes up, one player goes to the left, one player goes down. And I guess that also comes back to what you said earlier about chemistry.
Yeah, definitely, Circle. I agree with you on this part. As we've seen from the series, the game itself just now, there were two fights that AG Global capitalized amazingly. One at the bottom red side, the other red buff. They just cleared 3-man easily. And the other fight was the one at the top side, where they just cleared easily as well. But before that, let's jump right into the MVP, and we have JD on the low pick. Honestly speaking, what do you think, Sir Cloud?
Well, clean game for him. 507 KDA, man. And only 10% damage taken. That is very, very low. So I would say that, yeah, for Team Secret, they don't really have a way to get to the backline. Even if they did. Now, even if they did find a way to get into the backline with a set sail, that's their best bet pretty much. Like JD was just infinite vastness. Bye-bye, see you later. And once you blow all your skills, that's where he will U-turn and come back with his flaming palm and throw all his skills back towards Team Secret.
Yeah, definitely. We have yet to see someone be a threat of JD. He had this good space overall into the entirety of the game where he was untouched. And even he was touched, he wasn't killed off immediately, giving him space to use infinite vastness to escape towards a situation where it's unfavorable for him. Honestly speaking, props to JD. Pretty well played so far for the entire game 1. And let's check out the game highlights, Sir Carl.
And here are the best moments. And this is where Son, look at this. When he was left all alone in his jungle, somehow, maybe he was also kind of thinking that, okay, AG, they're probably going to put a lot more focus onto the middle because they really wanted to protect their mid tower. But they did the jungle invasion. They saw Sun, one flaming palm. That's what it takes to take out Sun. And Sun, after that, didn't seem to be able to recover.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like things just started getting better and better for AG since that specifically came out. The catch onto JD in the mid lane, onto Son, and then Yulong executing Wu Xing through his Blood Rage. Both these plays set up the tempo that AG desperately required to bounce back into the series.
Yeah, a keyword there. Bounce back by AG. Man, yesterday they had to play a bounce back game as well against DTE. So this team, they know how to bounce back, surely. What a great showing there by AG Global. But of course, the series is not over yet. Now, the pressure is going to be onto Team Secret on whether they can make a reverse sweep onto AG Global. But this is Team Secret that we're talking about, right? They should be able to, based on paper, they're a team with a lot of experience, no doubt.
Yeah, Team Secret, seasoned veterans here. So in clutch moments like this is where times gets tough. But when times get tough is when veterans step up to claim clutch moments. So can Secret manage this situation, or will AG continue to push? We will find out in Game 2, but I want to talk a bit about what potentially can both teams do better in the next game, right? So Team Secret, yes, you had an amazing first 6 minutes of the game. Kills, towers, it's all under your pocket. Game looked like it's going the way of Team Secret. But casually going to the mid game, AG getting pickoffs after pickoffs. So if this were you, Sir Cloud, how will you do it for Team Secret later, if in a different way?
Ooh, frankly speaking, when it comes to draft wise or when it comes to the plan, I don't feel that Team Secret had anything wrong. It is more of like the small decisions, right? Like, okay, did they spend too much time in the middle? Did they got broken up by team fights? Things like that. It's not really about the plan. It's really about like the small things inside the game that was exploited by AG Global at the end of the day.
I do agree as well. I do feel like in terms of that, AG Global does have what it takes to claim that spot. So let's check out the draft real quick with AG Global locking in the Dia as their first pick.
Okay, so Dia, this is the first time we see the Dia today because lots of panel to the Dia. But okay, the Dolia is open though. So with the Dolia open, now it's Team Secret's call. They can go with Dolia plus one of any combo that they can think of, but they got to secure the long first. Okay, Dolia, yeah, there you go. You can get a double Infinite Blast, so why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? So compared to the previous series, this series seems to put a lot of focus onto the long pick compared to what we've seen so far. So far, AG Global in their first game, they picked long. Team Secret in the second game, they picked long as well. Compared to the previous series, it wasn't that much of a priority pick. So looking at the band so far that we haven't talked about, Ogran, Liang for the side of AG Global, and Team Secret, Mai Shanui and Arlie, and which leaves the choice. Where is the Luna band right this time?
Oh yeah, the Luna is open. Okay, will be interesting to see if we see a Luna later on. But why I reacted that way, because now you have a lane. Of course, if you have Dolia, you want to try to find as many combos as possible, and it's not limited to only one hero. If you can have two, if you can have three, why not? Potentially even, Team Secret can get the Shangguan. Shangguan is still open. With Dolia able to reset at least 3 heroes, I think that's more than enough.
Oh yeah, definitely that's more than enough right now. So Dolia Elaine, definitely a threat for JD's Lady Sun to be careful with, as I do feel like the pressure is on Lady Sun right now to be able to fend off the double Death at Sunset right now. And looking at the bans, Luna and Pei coming in for the side of Team Secret. Don't even want to see any assassin carries coming in for AG Global. But there is still the Jing. There is still the Jing, Sir Cloud.
There is still the Jing. So Team Secret can potentially go for that too. But if they go for the Jing, then they won't have much durability. They'll be banking on Elaine to be the most durable hero, which I'm not sure if you want to bank on Elaine. You might want to get Elaine to be more of the fighter type to try to get more kills or more damage output rather than trying to absorb stuff. So maybe Team Secret is thinking of like, okay, our jungler is probably going to be something more durable. a Dune is being banned out, and that's what EG Global thought of. Okay, they'll think about the jungle later, because right now they secure Yixing, which is again able to combo with Dolia.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like Team Secret here drafting a Dolia heavily comp, but as well, Yixing and Elaine does pair up very well together with their double style of engage. Yixing set up the board for Elaine to march forward with a Death at Sunset, depending on who Dolia wants to reset off the spell. So right now, we see that, hey, a lot of pressure is being put down onto JD's Lady Sun. What does AG Global has in store to, ease the pressure of their president here?
Ooh. They have Zhang Fei that they can pick, because the Zhang Fei is open for AG. Oh, but anyway, yeah, so they're not going to think of the Zhang Fei. Okay, my bad. Anyway, Miyue and Shi, okay, still able to protect the president. So again, they're going for that protect the president strat.
Oh, but Miyue seems to be going to the jungle this game, Sir Cloud. Not a very rare. What's my take on that? I feel like Miyue as a pick is like a carry. It's not like our traditional tank whereby you are looking to protect the president. She herself is a president as well, and is going to hands of Yulong here. Is it a mispick? We don't know, but I'm very interested to find out, because most of the Miyue we have seen so far, they are usually played as a clash laner to counteract melee clash laners, right? To bully them off, to get a lead, to be a split push menace. But this game, it seems to me that this Miyue is going into the jungle.
Okay, so we're going to see a Miyue jungle that's going to be kind of new for our edition here. AG Global flexing their picks. Musashi will be the final pick for Team Secret. So a lot of damage output here by Team Secret if you think about it. I think they are looking back at their game one and telling themselves that, you know what, we actually have the momentum and we know how to take fights, but it's down to like the small micro details that they actually kind of missed out. So they're going for another team fight sort of composition again for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret definitely rocking the team fight style. We have Elaine with double Death at Sunset, or we have the World is my board 2 times from the side of Dolia's refresh, or we can bank on Long's or Sun's Long in high DPS department. My question is speaking, this is the first time we've seen Miyue in the jungle for MKL spring season, so I'm really looking forward what this pick can bring onto the table, and let's find out in Game 2 between Team Secret and AG Global, Sir Cloud.
Ooh, okay. So now the pressure is on the Team Secret for sure. And maybe that's why they're thinking to themselves that, okay, let's not let the pressure be a condition. Let's be the one to set the tone. And that's why it's more of an aggressive comp here. And speaking about aggression, look at the flaming palm damage on the Saber early on. But anyway, it's a roam, so it's there to absorb the damage anyway.
Yeah, that's correct, Sir Cloud. And cheeky Saber just using her Bitter Farewell here just to take some money away from TS Sun here. So nothing too crazy going in the early game. Wow, a very early camp coming in from the side of Team Secret's Yixing to the bot side to ease out pressure for TS Sun. So for the mid side, they are actually doing the same, just on different sides. One is focusing on TS Sun's lane, one is focusing on AG's JD. So Sir Cloud, looking at these two drafts, which one do you favor or have in preference?
Ooh, I like the aggression by Team Secret, but I'm also intrigued by the draft of AG Global because of the Miyue pick. So it's something I really want to see them execute. But what I do like about AG Global is that they are not too dependent on the Protect the President, but Xuan needs protection.
Ooh. A sliver of health strat escapes from the tether of Yulong, but he loses out such a big wave coming from the top side. But looking at Team Secret's movement, they are collapsing to the top side.
Okay, Shisan is here, but anyway, Shisan is not at level 4 yet, and now he is. So he has the World is my board ready to be used in big team fights or even in pick-offs. But speaking of pick-off, pushing alone at the top, first blood for AG Global.
Oh man, heal to the death used by Gushing, but immediate follow-up by the B-Ron with the Flash Storm Strike to save his jungler Yulong here. Overkill coming out of the bot lane, JD with the snipe onto Nuo. Man, AG Global off to a good start, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking of like, there's no lane swap here for Team Secret, because early on we saw that, okay, if you're engaging against a Lady Sun, you might think to yourself that, okay, I'm probably not going to win the lane, let's do a lane swap. But Team Secret, they decided not to. So do you think that that will be something that Team Secret will regret later on?
It might be, Sir Cloud, because we saw from the bottom side, AG has already drawn blood against Team Secret here. A small engage coming from the top side, and AG BHY.
totally didn't expect that. Sean was a little bit too overconfident, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree as well. 3 minutes in and we are already close to a 3,000 gold lead, Sir Cloud. This is insane coming in from AG.
Yeah, riding on their momentum from their previous win. Seems to be on a high right now. While Team Secret, they need to claw back, but now the laning phase is already locked in, right? 3 minutes in. If you want to do a lane swap, cool, you can kind of do it, but still, it might be a little bit too late. So JD is sticking to his lane. But anyway, they're making an engagement onto Sun. Sun, he does have the infinite vastness. Not going to be an issue for him to just step away.
Ooh.
Oh,
PHY here, being aggressive with Flash engage here, forcing out Flash from Son as well. That's 2 big spells out of Son before the objective of Tyrant. Honestly, back to the question, does TS regret not lane swapping? Until this point, maybe they might be regretting here. JD and Saber having a field day in bot lane, just making sure that, hey, you pick this matchup, we are going to annihilate you in this laning phase.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing, right? And the fact that EG, they have the idea, I mean, this gives a lot of sustainability to JD. So JD can just run rampant at the bottom lane. And now not only the bottom lane, even the Tyrant is given to AG Global. There's nothing that Team Secret can do.
Oh, definitely, Sir Cloud. In 4 minutes, we're slowly pushing the goal lead to a healthy 3,000 for AG Global. That is a big goal lead for AG. For any other team, in fact. It's just 4 minutes in. And we are slowly looking towards the first tower going down, or first tower being the first objective of both teams.
Ooh, I'm already sensing like the future, right? Is AG Global going to be the kryptonite of Team Secret? Oh
that might
man,
just be the case,
this is scary.
That is scary. Even PHY, they're sneakily stealing a buff from Gu Xing. That is such a cheeky play here from PHY.
They're not done with the cheeky plays yet. PHY now making the rotation to the bottom. But nevertheless, Shisan is there. So they're not going to make the big engagement knowing that Shisan is behind. So you don't want to be punished by Shisan who comes up with a surprise. Anyway, for Team Secret, they're done with the bottom. They're searching for the top. Dao Han is there. And Dao Han sees one. It's going to be Shen. Dead by Sunset. Tries to catch both of them. And follow-up coming in. But they're not going to be able to get Yulong. Yulong able to step away, but the fight continues on. Now Gu Xing takes a lot of damage, but look at the tank by Gu Xing. Tanking all that damage, tanking all those skills, allowing Team Secret to still punish AG Global.
Oh man, I would say that was a pretty good fight. Big fight coming in from Team Secret here. Gu Xing using the refresh, using duel to the death, both times on Yulong, knowing that, hey, this guy is really fed. Let's shut him down for a moment and let's catch back slowly. But through that fight, Team Secret kind of dropped their mid tower, which is a very important objective. It just gives up so much pressure to AG to push up further into the jungle, Sir Cloud. So things are looking kind of grim for Team Secret in the early phase.
Yeah, at least they're starting to find their momentum again, right? Okay, everyone moved to the top, bottom lane, pretty much lost cause. Looks like World's My Bot being deployed just to try to shoo away the members of AG Global, allowing Team Secret to take down the tower, but the tower is still not down yet. While Gu Xing, all alone here, being chased down by the other members of AG Global, but because he's on his side, he's able to step away.
Has destroyed
and yeah, Gu Xing, good reflexes coming in, dodging the flash engage coming in from PHY. So my question is, although you got the tower top side, but your entire bot side, your jungle's entire bot side got countered and it all went to the pocket of Yulong. That is not great news coming in from the side of TS Gu Xing. It's a lot of pressure coming in for this new jungle of Team Secret.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? It's not only about the tower, but also clearing off the jungle. And Team Secret, the fact that they are behind by 3k, they need everything they can get.
Yeah, just looking at the gold graph, looking at the items here, Yulong single-handedly riding that 1,700 gold lead against TS Gu Xing. And other than that, everyone is much more equally tight, except for maybe Dao Han against TS Xuan's gold lead. But it seems like the Clash lane and jungle of AG Global has a significantly bigger lead compared to Team Secret.
And Xuan with the Spark Force Dagger completed, that will allow him to farm even faster and be able to come up with even more damage during team fights, of course. But at this stage, it's for him to just funnel in the farm for himself with the Spark Force Dagger. Of course, the rest of it is to his son, but if they were to give it to anyone else, they might probably give it to Xuan because he needs to get those tank items in as well.
Yeah, Xuan here, rocking at 4,000 gold. I'm a bit worried for Team Secrets into the mid game because as we said during the draft, we need we need Xuan using the Death at Sunset twice to get into JD. Well, a small fight coming into the blue side, we might just have something happen here, or we might not, okay? So back to our topic just now. We need Tron, we need this guy to single-handedly dive into against JD on the lady circle. The Death at Sunset refresh is what is the key factor coming from Team Secret's lineups. Sir Cloud.
Yeah, looking at the current state, AG Global, they still have control though. And this tire is going to be free for AG Global. Yeah, Team Secret is still not going to be able to engage. And they know that. They know that Xuan needs to get his tanky items in before they can engage because they don't have a secondary tank now.
Yeah, they really don't have a secondary tank now. The question is, Shrew with her silk imprints, her poles, if she gets any of your members, there's no one that can realistically tank against her at this point, Sir Cloud.
And Team Secret gathering in the middle. Okay, here comes Team Secret onto AG. They saw an advantage. World is my board. Will be deployed. Just to try to show off the members of Team Secret. Team Secret not able to get anything out of that fight. A potential U-turn here by AG Global as Yulong shows himself. But Team Secret, they back off as well.
Yeah, Team Secret here coming in for a test of an engage. Double Death at Sunset, but to no avail. They couldn't really get anyone. JD escaping well, and their top turret drops as well. So this just puts Team Secret further behind to almost a 4,500 gold lead, Sir Cloud. Almost 5,000 at this point. This is below 10 minutes. My question is, Team Secret, how do you come back from this?
Yeah, this is the big question, right? They can't even get those pickups out of AG Global. That is once my board being used, and this time Team Secret should be able to get a couple of kills out of this fight, but still not yet. It's still Sun finally able to get Saber, but that's a roam. They get a big one here. Downhand will be down. EHY down as well. Double kill, give it to Sun. This could be the momentum that Team Secret needs to ride on.
Wow, what a good fight coming in from Team Secret. This is exactly what we are talking about. These kind of fights are what can propel them back into the series, back into securing a one-all for the series. And right now, the timing is so good, it's just nice before the Tyrant.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? Just nice before the Tyrant. 3 plays for AG Global, still not back yet. And Team Secret, they found another target. Oh, Yulong, better get away. Yulong cannot engage alone.
Wow. Team Secret here just forcing AG Global with an objective, but seems to me that they are looking to trade Vanguard for the Tyrant here. But if that's the case, AG Global will still have the upper hand going to team fights after in the next 90 seconds, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and team fights is their strong suit as well, right? From what we've seen earlier on. But Team Secret, the difference this time versus the previous round, I would say Team Secret, they're playing much closer with each other this round. But nevertheless, AG Global, they still take the fight towards Team Secret and restore the buff away from the hands of Team Secret.
Yeah, I agree, Sir Cloud. From performance-wise, they are performing much better as a team, as a cohesive team. And I want to point out as well, Sir Cloud, realistically speaking, if the game were to drag on for another 5-6 minutes, we are going to see Team Secret winning or coming out on top in team fights. Because let's talk about, like, oh wait, hold on, engage coming in.
Here comes World is my board again, and Team Secret jumps in. They see their target, they try to get one, but not able to. Everybody from AG Global tries to step back, Death by Sunset to retreat back.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about, Sir Cloud. Like, realistically speaking, right, Team Secret, the longer the game goes, it benefits them more and more and more. That was AG Global with Tyrant, and they almost lost the fight against AG Global. So, AG Global here. Your Yulong, yes, you had a fantastic early game. You racked up so much gold lead for a team, but honestly speaking, going as the game goes into the late game, what can this media pick provide aside from split pushing?
Ooh, that is a good point. And even if he wants to split push, like you have the Musashi who's able to travel fairly fast. You have Xuan as well, who's able to shove off the waves. So the split push strategy might not work as well for AG Global towards the late game, so they have to wrap things up quickly.
Yeah, definitely. AG Global fans, if you are a fan of AG Global, you will definitely want to wrap things up clearly. And a flash engage coming in from PHY, just casually missing. Sir Cloud.
Here comes the World is my board again. Waiting for the big engagement. Still, Team Secret in the defensive stance, and AG Global, all they could do right now is to push Team Secret back into their base.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Sir Cloud, like, if we were to see AG closing out this game, it's definitely gonna be PHY on his Shrew pick, looking for amazing silk imprint and pulling the core member of Team Secret here. But looking at the game state now, yes, 4k goal lead, very big goal lead for AG Global, but it's 12 minutes already. Team Secret Son, Team Secret Shen, both items are active, and as time goes by, JD's gonna have an even more harder time dealing with so many tanks coming in from Team Secret.
Team Secret, even if they buy time, I'm kind of thinking that is time going to be enough for Team Secret? Like they still need to find an opening, an advantage. I'm thinking of like maybe the next Tyrant fight could be the chance for Team Secret.
Yeah, I do agree as well. It's either they focus on the next Tyrant fight or they just turtle up, sit at base, wait for AG to make a huge mistake. It's definitely a double-edged sword, equilibrium on both sides. If it's a high ground, can THY pull off the Silk Imprint engages? Or will they blunder and fall to a TS Strand or TS Goosey engage so far? So right now, we're looking at both teams. Who will pull the trigger here?
Ooh, and this trigger will be big, right? It could potentially be that one fight that decides it all at this current stage. Man, but Team Secret, they're not coming out yet. Okay, they're waiting for the timer. 10 more seconds and potentially they might start to push a little bit forward. Now it's all about just managing the waves. So there's a little bit of time for AG Global to set themselves up for Team Secret when they come.
Yeah, and looking at Nono's support item, his roaming item choice is Howl. What Howl does, it provides a burst of movement speed, allowing TS Strand and Goosey to access to the backline. And who is in the backline? JD and PSY, the core members of AG Global's late game. So this Tyrant, this Overlord dance is going to be very important for both teams.
Yeah, I'm looking at the potential of either Xuan or Guxing aiming JD at the backline and just going at it. Don't allow him to get those free hits from the back. If they don't do that, then JD free hit, it'll be very difficult for Team Secret to win team fights.
Oh, AG Global here, since Team Secret already burned both of their spells, Howl and Duel to the Death. AG Global looks to get 2 objectives at once. Isn't that greedy?
Dark Tyrant.
Okay, they get one. They're not going to get the second one yet, but maybe. Okay, they can't because Team Secret is around the corner. So they're going to let that one go for now. So they probably understand that, okay, we're being a little bit greedy, guys. So let's not do that, okay? Greed is not good.
Greed is not good indeed, Sir Cloud. And this paints the picture for what you have discussed just now. So, Team Secret, you're turtling in your base. Can you force an amazing team fight? Oh, wait. AG here does look like they want to get both objectives for this final push. They are preparing for this final push to close out the series against Team Secret. But that's it, Sir Cloud. We are painting this picture. Can Team Secret get this amazing team fight under their crystal? Or will AG find the nail in the coffin and close off this series?
Now, it makes me wonder why Team Secret is not putting focus onto the Overlord side. Instead, they shift themselves down to the other side, the Tyrant side. So I don't know if this will bite them back later on. Because right now, AG Global, they know that they have both objectives. They're just waiting for the Overlords to arrive, the Tyrants to arrive, and then they will push in.
Yeah, Yulong here pressuring one wave by himself and all other 4 members of AG Global just constantly pressuring all 3 waves together. Now, all the Shadow Vanguards are present, all pushing in on all 3 waves. What will Team Secret do? A flash engage coming in for Shuzan.
Oh, here comes. Now Hand takes down the mid tower. At the same time, Xuan goes in onto the backline. They want to take down the president. JD is in trouble. JD with 10% of being chased down. Get by Sunset. We'll take JD down. They got JD. But is it a little bit too late because AG, they took out 3 players from Team Secret. They're probably going to make that 4. Now having the double kill. And it's definitely going to be AG Global winning this. They push Team Secret all the way back. AG Global, clean win against Team Secret.
Wow, who would have thought in this series AG Global manages to 2-0 Team Secret? One of the tournament, I would say MKL Spring Season favorites as well. That is insane. A 2-0 clean sweep, Sir Cloud.
I don't know if we can start to call them Giant Slayers anymore because they are giants themselves now. And AG Global, they're just proving that they're the kryptonite to Team Secret. Team Secret in recent time, even since the S3 qualifiers, they were not able to beat AG Global.
Yeah, exactly, Sir Cloud. With this situation, will Team Secret's confidence plummet when they fight against AG Global next time, or will it be a deep revenge, a deep reuniting revenge coming in from the further series, since it's double round robin, guys. This tournament format is double round robin. They will meet again in the following week. So this is still the first week of MKL. Teams are still trying to glue up together, but props to AG. Really beautiful performance here coming in from this day 2.
Yeah, we'll check out the highlights later on, but before that, we will look at some of the stats here from that previous round. And I must say, for AG Global, what they did very well in that final fight was they broke up Team Secret and then they went for like individual pickoffs in that one fight that brought them the win. Now, when we look at some of these stats here, what's standing out to me for AG Global is for JD, 12k gold. This is what we call protect the president and make him rich.
Yeah, if you look at JD, you have to look at Yulong as well, Sir Cloud. 15,000 gold! Man! So this Yulong, I finally understand what they're trying to accomplish, right? So in the last fight, Shrew was like, hey, I got a perfect engage onto JD, Saber, and PHY, right? But Yulong and Daohen single-handedly disrupted the entire backline of Team Secret. So, okay, my President 1 is down. I have my backup Yulong here. He's my second carry in the team, so Yulong putting a masterclass of a performance, making such an insane 6,000 jungle gap in the jungle.
This is the highest number that we have seen so far when it comes to gold collected. Man, Yulong, obviously, full items, don't need to debate about that. Yulong, he is the boss here in this round. Okay, looking at some other stats here, right? So if we were to look at Yulong, even when it comes to damage dealt, it's not too bad, 49k.
Yeah, it's 49k is not too bad. However, if we were to show his damage on the turrets, how many cams he took from Guxing, I think that number is going to shock all of us in MKL or all the viewers here. So, one thing I want to point out, PHY, this man, although we've seen that, hey, AG Global does not have a reliable engage, PHY 5 on this Shrew, silk imprints, flash silk imprints, left, right, center, making so much tempo for AG Global to actually propel their league, propel Yulong into this state of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they didn't really depend on only JD, like, okay, we have to protect the president, but nothing. Because we have seen that in like other matches, that when you just funnel everything to the Lady Sun, and you're hoping for like, okay, late game Lady Sun is going to carry us, it's very, very risky. And AG Global, they probably had that at the back of their mind, is that, okay, yes, it's nice if the Lady Sun is able to scale towards the late game and be very dangerous, that's cool. But what if it doesn't work? It's alright, we still have Yulong. So they have a plan B, and that is what I like about AG Global in this round.
Yeah, if it doesn't work on Lady Sun, you still have Yulong. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket. You're separating them, right? So looking at this gold graph, AG Global, slow and steady. They go through what Team Secret didn't do. Break down the mid tower, slowly cruising their goldie to a smooth 7.5k until the end of the game, Sir Cloud. So with this masterclass of a performance here, does the equilibrium shake a bit for the entire MKL? AG Global was almost lost to DTE yesterday. And today, DTE, you know, they just won against O2 Esports. And right now, AG Global, in a very easy fashion, 2-0 Team Secret. So what's the take here, Sir Cloud?
The take is, this MKL is super competitive. At this point, we probably don't know who might be the champion. We might see a shock here. Right, but of course, we're only in day 2 in our entire tournament, right? So there's a lot more runway to go. But we have to award our MVP to Yulong. Looks like AG Global, they're not going to miss Akira that much.
Yeah, they are definitely not going to miss out Akira that much, because AG Yulong really shows them who is the boss in the jungle of Heroes Gorge, am I right? So rocking that KD 2-1-2, because viewers, there was not a lot of action that game, but a lot of back and forth, a lot of like objective plays. 2-1-2 with the 21% damage, with the 21% damage taken. That's a lot of 2-1, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and the total goal, we did highlight that earlier on. 29% total goal, so that's a huge number as well. And at the end of the day, a game is being won not by how many kills that you get. A game is being won by who gets the final objective, who breaks the crystal. So for AG Global, playing objectively, they know what they're doing here.
Yeah, they definitely know what they're doing here, especially this is the first time I'm seeing such a high goal being invested in a jungle player. Usually we've seen this only as a marksman, or marksman specifically, right, Sir Cloud? But okay, jumping into the highlights, this is the play that I want to point out. AG Yulong being engaged by Guxing's Death Duel, and Daohe immediately flashing to assist the jungle. And this perfect snipe coming in from JD to close out the kill.
Yeah, so this reminds me of the question that we had earlier on. Will the not lane swap done by Team Secret bite them in the back? Looks like the answer is yes, because we don't get to see Sun being at the peak of his prime in this round. Yeah, he got a couple of kills here and there with the flaming palms, that's okay, but we don't get to see the best of him because he was not able to get that scaling from the early of this game.
Yeah, exactly speaking, like, as we've seen that when white teams reject in the first pick of Long, yes, Long, you do a lot of damage, you have infinite vastness, you get yourself to a very safe space, but Long as a pick in the laning phase is not as superb compared to picks like Arlie, compared to picks like Lady Sun. So people usually see, oh, the marksman pick is still not picked yet, let's avoid picking Long first, unless you have a really good game plan like we've seen teams so far. Oh, I picked the Marco Polo into the Arlie. Alright, I'm gonna swap it into the Clash lane so I can simultaneously bully off the enemy Clash lane while securing a clean and good lead for my Marco Polo in the case of DTE's Gaming series against O2 just now. But for this game, yes, we see AG done it, but when it comes to Team Secret, they chose the 2v2, they chose the farm lane to farm lane, and that resulted them in, yes, as you say, biting them into the back, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, and also I also want to point out the fact that Infinite Vastness was used defensively, which is okay. But when it was used, then you know that for AG side, they would be thinking to themselves, oh, they don't have Infinite Vastness. Okay, we can do all sorts of creative things without the Infinite Vastness for Sun. So they can engage, they can either go for pickups or they can even go for team fights. And yes, you have the Dolia who can refresh, cool. But then again, you'll be using that to refresh only the Infinite Vastness and nothing else when you have other options like the Death by Sunset and so on that you probably cannot use. So that's probably a bit difficult for them. But nevertheless, that's a wrap up for our series here between AG Global and Team Secret. After this, it is going to be another very interesting series that we're going to watch. We're going to see Seoul Esports versus Todak.
Yeah, Seoul Esports and Todak both still looking for their first win in MKL Day 2. So these two teams, the newcomers, Todak, yes, being the invited team, but we don't have a lot of info on this new team. And Seoul Esports, they freshly came out of the qualifiers as a community team. And one of the teams that I want to point out that they're actually full Malaysian. But regarding that, we will find out between their series, and I hope it's going to be a banger of series. But let's check it out at the next series after this break.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. ashes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. Hi, I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help three ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire. A romantic incident. Being single has limited your imagination. I had everything back when I knew nothing.
Plum blossoms defy the frost. How elegant the people, how glorious the plants. Flowers bloom along your path.
The series that will kickstart a win for either one of our next two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MKL Spring Season 2025. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Sagi. And next up, it's going to be Seoul Esports versus Todak.
Yeah, Seoul Esports versus Todak, as Sir Cloud just mentioned, both teams looking to find their footing, their first official MKL win coming into MKL Spring Season 2025. So, looking through both teams, as we mentioned before our break just now, Seoul Esports, a very young team, full Malaysian lineup, no much import or no whatsoever. It's a community team. As I heard, they are also a part-time team if I'm not mistaken. So this team, a bunch of friends together, looking to tear out a storm in MKL if they're able to do so. So for Todak, what do you think?
I mean, after watching yesterday, well, Todak had an anime boss to deal with. But speaking about anime, you can watch our anime on your phone as well, as this MKL is supported by our official tournament partner, Realme. And Realme comes up with the Realme 14 series that has a Realme 14 5G features that segments the best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and it empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in HOK. 120 FPS, that's a lot here. And it promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. So pick the Realme 14 series for the best experience in playing HOK.
Well, exactly, Sir Cloud. I do feel that enjoying all these players, making all these immense plays, Realme 14 series has been a big help, making sure that these players can play in long hours, long timing without having any cooling issues. 120 FPS, giving them the best experience. So far, thank you, Realme. So let's look into Todak right now. So Todak, okay. Still, yesterday they didn't have much of a showcasing yesterday. They were against Team Secret, who just lost against AG just now in a 0-2 fashion. So right now, Todak, can you put yourself up to the stand, up in MKL, is the question.
Well, these players will need to put up to the stand here. We'll introduce the players while we talk about the potential in the next game. For Seoul Esports, we have Junyoung, Bros, Gui, Ricky, and JK. As for Todak, we have Stay, Tete, CCS, Anda, and Sadness.
Well, both teams looking armed and ready. Very fresh photos from both teams, SE versus Todak. So both of these teams, realistically speaking, as we mentioned just now, finding their first win, finding their first pacing into the MKL spring season. So looking at these two teams, alright, a little bit introduction to Tete. I think he is the China import, the KPL import coming in for, Todak right now. And looking at Seoul Esports here, I want to highlight Gui. Gui, this player, during the MKL qualifiers, he has done such an amazing job. He played Jing in front of Akira, securing a win against Akira on Jing.
Yeah, that is a big point. Yeah, we saw Akira's Jing during S3. It is just beautiful, like chef's kiss. And the fact that you can get a win against the Akira master, that is a statement here. So Seoul Esports, they might want to bang in onto the Jing, but if that's going to be the case, I'm pretty sure Todak has done their homework. There might be a form of respect ban there.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So if we have seen from time to time from last two series where Luna was a primary ban for both teams, especially blue side. So it might be the case of Jing here coming into the third series of today. So let's hop right into the third series of the day between Seoul Esports and Todak in the drafting phase. So let's go on together a bit on the drafting phase, Sir Cloud. So an interesting ban coming in for Seoul Esports being the Da Qiao, Sir Cloud.
Ooh, Da Qiao out. Okay, that's not a common band that we always see, right? But I would expect like the common bands to come in, like maybe like the Mai, RD is fairly common. The Mai, maybe even the Dolia, if you don't want to deal with the Dolia combo +1 with anyone else very, very early on. So that could be another potential ban. And yeah, as expected, Mai is out.
Yeah, Mai is out, and so is Red Side having to deal with the Arlie ban so far. As much as we love Arlie, she's always either banned or picked so far, and following ban will be the Dharma. So looking at Seoul Esports here, what are you trying to first pick? Is it the Diadia? Is it the Mayin? All these picks that are available onto the board. And if let's say you are Seoul Esports, how will you want to open up the series so far with your first pick? And with that, they have secured the Diadia. So far, this champion, this hero, has been amazing in terms of the healing department, in terms of mobility, in terms of providing crowd control. This hero does it all. And for Todak, you are starting to wonder, who should I put priority to? As we've seen that, if you pick Long here, what is the setup for Long here?
Well, we talk about setups, the Dolia setup is still there. You can go with the Dolia +1, plus anyone, plus Long, like what you mentioned earlier on. So that could be a potential. Or maybe if you want to secure a power pick, you can go with the Algran early on. But it looks like you're going to go with the Long, but not a Dolia. Okay, Lianpo. But Lianpo is a bit of a flex pick, right? You can still put him in the roam position and you can put him in the clash lane position. Now, leaving that up to Seoul, potentially, okay, Seoul definitely won't take the Dolia for themselves. So maybe Todak might come in with the Dolia in their third pick.
Yeah, definitely. We may see Lianpo being flexed into the jungle or even the clash lane. So for Seoul Esports, are you looking to lock the Lady Sun here? Oh, they are not going to lock down the marksman here. They are pivoting to Monkey and Charlotte, two picks that have seen quite a lot of success in our previous series today. So looking at Todak, alright, you have the Long Zhangfei, which most of the teams will pick. So are you saving the Zhangfei for the entire series, or what is it? Is it a preference? Is it a flex pick? We don't know. So I want to see here, what is this Lianpo pick? Why is it having such a high priority in Todak's pick and bans? And with that last pick, it's coming Lady Zhen in the mid lane for State.
Okay, so that still leaves the Lianpo in what position is he going to play? Now, this is Todak just putting out the cards, right? Because we're going into the ban phase like Seoul Esports, we're thinking, do we want to ban a clash lane? Do we want to ban a jungle? Or do we want to ban a roam? Because Lianpo is just flexible that way. So this is Todak just playing mind games with Seoul.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at the first ban coming in from Todak, it will be the Lady Sun. As we have seen and explained so far into the two series, Lady Sun is seemingly a laning counter against Long. The immense laning prowess coming from Lady Sun makes Long having a difficult time in the laning phase. So a respect ban going to Lady Sun, reducing one or two options coming in from Seoul Esports marksman's choice.
Yeah, so it's quite clear that Todak will focus on to banning out the marksman. At most, if they want to ban, they ban a mid laner. So that's quite clear because Seoul Esports, they're not really playing quote-unquote mind games. So Seoul Esports, okay, they're thinking that, okay, this is probably going to be a Lianpo support. That's why they ban out the Dune. Okay, but yeah, probably that's why they ban out the Dune. It's banning out jungler is going to be safer bans for Seoul Esports now.
Of course, definitely looking at both lineups, Seoul Esports have already secured their monkey in the jungle, and for Todak, they're doubling down on the marksman ban with Channel into the ban slot. One of the few heroes as well that has a very high laning capability, as we see so far from the first series, where the Channel has destroyed the early lane. So is this a statement saying that, hey, Channel has disrupted the equilibrium of marksman pick coming into MKL or even international stage?
Ooh. Is it really? I don't know. I have mixed feelings with the channel, right? Especially with my own engagements in rankings. But rankings are obviously totally different than these professional tournaments. Anyway, so Seoul Esports, they're going to take out the sake. They're probably thinking that Lampo is going to be at the Clash lane, which I'm not going to be surprised. We often do see the Lampo play in the Clash lane as compared to a roam. Even during the S3 and also previous tournaments. So Todak, yeah. But it's going to be flex play anyway. So this is going to be the big question. But if I were to put my finger onto one lane that Lampo would go for, it's going to be the Clash lane.
Oh, definitely. So Mia here coming in again. So is Todak trying to mimic the success of AG Global's Yulong, or what is it coming here? So, so Todak's draft here, there's a few goods and bads. So Liempo is still open up to swap towards the Clash lane as a tank, flexible tank, right? So Miyu here, also from our experience from the game just now, she is capable of going jungle as shown by AG's Yulong. And if it doesn't work, if you want an insane matchup against the Charlotte, be my guess, Miyu does bully Charlotte in the early game. So Todak is playing the draft in a pretty good way so far.
Yeah, I really like how they're playing the draft with the mind games against Seoul Esports. But wow! We don't often see a Hou-Yi being brought into a series very early on. Normally it's like left like maybe series 2 or game 2 or maybe even game 3. But this is, okay. I have also mixed feelings with the Hou-Yi, frankly speaking. Very, very vulnerable, needs a lot of protection.
Yes, correct, Sir Cloud. So what does Hou-Yi provide in this case? So in most experiences, Hou-Yi is actually a counter if the Arcana that Hou-Yi picks is the tank setup Arcana. It's a very good laning Arcana into the long, providing Hou-Yi a very good laning phase, a smooth laning phase until the level 4 with Boost of Tranquility with the CD, so he can keep shooting all the sunset arrows towards the mid lane, towards the side lane. So Dianwei locked in here for Todak, so this solidifies the entire Todak lineup. Miyue goes to the Clash lane, Liempo goes to the roam, and Dianwei goes into the jungle. So we won't be seeing what Yulong has pulled out just now. So this is Todak's version of saying, hey, you showed us jungle Miyue, I will show you Clash lane Miyue. So let's see if Clash lane Miyue, can he pull it off?
Okay, this is a very interesting draft by both sides, right? And what I would say is that it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the Hou-Yi, but of course, like what you said, if the Hou-Yi goes for a semi-tank build, and we saw that even yesterday, the Hou-Yi is, I see it more like a bait. Like Todak will be forced to go for the Hou-Yi, but the Hou-Yi is semi-tank, so you kind of like have to use your skills on the Hou-Yi, but sometimes you might not get anything much, and that's where Seoul Esports are punish Todak back. But let's see if that actually translates into the Gorge, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game 1 of our series number 3 today, Todak versus Seoul Esports.
And of course, starting off the lane, we are not seeing any crazy lane swaps, a normal 2v2 in the mid lane, 1v1 for both side lanes with no lane swaps. So overall, a very standard start for both sides. So cheeky money stealing here coming in from Junior on the Diadia. Nothing particular too crazy for the early game so far, Sir Cloud.
I also want to point out, like during the banning phase, like the Sake was a bait by Todak. So yeah, they at the end of the day they put the Lampo in a support role. But now looking at the laning phase, so very, very early on, I would say it's going to be kind of hard to leave the Hou-Yi alone up against alone. Flaming Palm, very easy for Sadness to poke him and score his first blood.
Wow, not what I expected coming in from Sadness here. Scoring that first blood onto JK in such an early pre-1 minute. So this is something we would say that, is this a misplay, or what is JK has in mind coming in on this Hou-Yi pick? Is it that his prowess on Hou-Yi is not that great? Is it set up wrong? So questions.
Or is it out of hero pool? That's also something to consider, because there was a focus ban by Todak earlier on onto the marksman, and they might have thought that, oh, based on their data, based on their research, they know they ban out all those marksmen, what is left for him? But what is left for Anda is still a lot of health. Not going to be an issue. But I want to put out as a point of discussion. The hero pool of JK, is it because of the hero pool is low? That's why he's forced to play a Hou Yi?
Oh, well, that's not seems to be the case here, because it seems to me that Todak put 3 bans onto the marksman, being Arlie, Ladyson, and Chano. All the strong picks come into the MKL series we've seen so far. But of course, he could have pivoted into picks such as the Marco Polo, picks such as the Console U, but it seems to me that it doesn't seem to be the case for Seoul Esports here. So it may be like what you say, it's a hero pool issue, but let's find out whether is Hou Yi a good pick.
Yeah, for Hou Yi to have a good day or good game, that is, he needs a lot of protection during the laning phase. So pretty much Junyong will need to play the babysitting role with him, and that will render Junyong not able to rotate as much as he would like. But it seems like he is leaving JK alone again, and this, I don't know if JK is able to farm by just being there alone versus alone.
Yeah, and also I want to point out here, Sircloud, JK, although yes, he has the Burning Sun arrow, but keep in mind, look at the drop of Todak Esports, right? Todak, they have the N-Wave. The N-Wave can cleanse, can purify crowd control, Anda. His spell providing him invulnerability to crowd control as well. So, my question is, realistically, who are you trying to look for these Burning Sun arrows if all these 2 tanks are looking to actively block these arrows from you?
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be quite hard to land the Burning Sun arrow, even especially from afar, right? And of course, you want to keep as far of a distance as possible with the Burning Sun arrow to get the maximum stun later on. But like what you said, right? So the Burning Sun arrow, how effective it will be when it comes to team fights, that will be the big question.
Now, time and time again, we see, if we are picking like a Hou Yi, we're going to pair it up with like an Angela, we're going to pair it with like a Ganmo, but it doesn't seem to be the case here since we don't really have those picks. A small trade-off coming in from bot side on Ricky just casually poking out Todak's farm lane and roamer.
Okay, so right now they have to send like 2 players down to protect JK at the laning phase. If not, he's not going to be able to survive alone, who's being played by Sadness. Now, Anda found out, but he's going to be able to jump over the wall anyway, so not going to be too worried about Anda.
So it seems to me that Anda seems to be, maybe he's lagging or like he's in the awkward position here. Does he have spell to escape? We don't know. So if we were to jump back to the replay later and we see a dead Anda, maybe he has misplayed a bit. So okay, seems to me that we have a pause here. Let's figure out the issue behind it, but let's talk about draft a bit. Alright, so SE, Todak. SE, we are looking at a Hou Yi, we're looking at a Charlotte, right? But both lanes doesn't seem to be winning so far. You pick the Hou Yi, you're expected to win the lane against the Long, which is picked by Todak, right? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sadness with the Long, casually solo killing the Hou Yi pre 1 minute, so okay, that's out of the plans. But when you look at Todak's side on the Clash lane, they picked the Mia into the Charlotte. They are having 2 winning lanes, not by draft. One is true draft. Yes, Charlotte does lose to Miyue, correct. But when it comes to the bottom side, the Hou Yi is supposed to be one of the winning lanes for Seoul Esports, but it has blundered. So will this affect going into the mid game, Sir Cloud?
Ooh, that is where I worry, right? Because when you talk about the mid lane or the mid game, you need to have a level of scalability from the early stage. And the fact that Hou Yi is not able to scale, okay, that's one. Hou Yi himself is not able to scale. Fine, it's a farm laner, right? You're expecting the farm laner to show up towards the late game. But the fact that you need 2 other heroes to babysit you, that will also pull away the potential of scalability from your mid lane and also your support. So it's going to be pretty difficult for them to kind of scale as a team towards the mid game and towards the late, of course.
Yeah, realistically speaking, right, Sir Cloud, the moment this Hou Yi pick has been shown into the draft, we were imagining things like, oh, we're gonna leave this Hou Yi at the bottom side, at the farm lane. He's gonna utilize his Burning Sun arrows, helping the team look for cross-map engages at the Clash lane, at the mid lane, securing kills, making a significant lead towards the mid game, right? But it doesn't seem the case right now. He's losing his lane, he's not providing actual value with the Burning Sun arrow. Yes, you're looking for Burning Sun arrows, but we have to put on another point as well, Sir Cloud. Right now, we've seen so far out of MKL and like international tournaments, when you pick Hou Yi, you're looking for a follow-up engage such as what? A Ganmo, an Angela, something to immediately pull down the damage before the tenacity come in, right? But on the side of Seoul Esports draft, who is the one that's going to be followed the immediate engage coming in from Hou Yi's Burning Sun arrows, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, so that's a lot of question. Even like the Zia is not really that kind of follow-up. So that's going to be a big issue here. But okay, I want to look at things on the bright side, right, for Seoul Esports. What do you think is their winning condition with this sort of draft?
All right, let's look at winning condition, right? I do believe that with Zia, he has very solid wave clear, right? If you look on the side of the engage factor coming in from the side of Todak, there's not really a lot that's like immediate engage, immediate into the backline. So at least Zia and Hoi might be more safe. So they can play around this space, this long range coming in from Hoi and Zia to push off, fend off any engage coming in from the side of Todak. So we are jumping back right into the first tier of the game between Seoul Esports and Todak at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, we're under pretty low. He will still try to go in and absorb as much as he can, but that's going to be pretty much about it. At least for Seoul Esports, they secure the Tyrants. So a bit of a trade-off from their earlier first blood. But again, we're coming back to the same conversation. How is JK going to play alone in his lane?
Yeah, exactly. A beautiful destructive deluge flash combo coming in from the side of stage, securing a kill, forcing Sadness in Infinite Vastness here.
At the right timing. That was like what?
At the right timing.
1% of health left?
Yeah, exactly, Sir Cloud.
It's all okay. So safe. And again, they got another kill out of JK.
Yeah, another kill out of JK. This man has been put a lot of pressure on him. Burning Sun Arrow fired towards the mid lane. Is it gonna hit? Misses. But alright, this is what attempts that you're trying to look for. Oh, Tuta.
Alright, Tuta, together with his other teammates inside of the jungle for the side of Seoul Esports. And they got Ricky in the process. They didn't get Junyo, but that's okay. They don't need to be too greedy.
Man, with Ricky falling down there, the entire bot side of Seoul Esports is going to be opened up towards Todak here. JK just being forced towards the mid lane, unable to take the farm that's being crashed under the tower, is going to be very painful for the farm lane of Seoul Esports.
And here comes the rotation. They're done with the bottom. They're going towards the mid and maybe even the top later on. So this is something that Seoul Esports needs to be aware of. They're being pushed back right now. Toda, they're in control of the situation.
Exactly, Sir Cloud. Right now we're seeing, right, so far not a Burning Sun Arrow has been hit yet. Okay, it's firing into the top side. Will it hit the long?
Dreams for a millennium.
Oh, CCS casually dodges it. So, well, back to the game plan of Seoul Esports, right? So we are relying on Burning Sun Arrow. You're relying on Ricky to wave clear. Stall out until JK on the whole league has like 6 slots. So will Todak allow it? Maybe, but there's still a lot of engaged coming from Todak's arm down on the lane pole.
Yeah, the land pole, look at his position, right? He's like playing like a gatekeeper role right now. He's just making sure that Seoul Esports doesn't do anything funny. Just staying at the river from the middle, going to the Clash Link side, now going to duel together with Sadness. And as long as you can provide that vision to Sadness, it's going to be quite hard for Seoul Esports to jump onto Sadness. Now that you think about it, like the only hero that can jump, or the only player that can jump onto Sadness is going to be Frost. And if Frost is still at his lane, and they know exactly where he is, there's nobody that can go all in onto Sadness.
Especially saying that Sadness here, right? Oh, engage onto Sadness.
Yep, they found the opening onto Sadness, and at least that is a starting point here for Seoul Esports to defend their lane. But the fight's not over yet though. Right now we can see that Guri is chasing down the members of Todak. Stay will run away, but TT will fall to the hands of Ricky from the back. But speaking about the back, look who has arrived. It's going to be CCS wrecking havoc at the back line. Eventually get a trade here, but no! He fails! Double kill! Still falls to the hands of Seoul Esports, and they're looking to take a 100 at the same time. Make that a triple kill for Ricky!
Ricky here, securing 3 kills for himself. That's 5-0 coming in from Seoul Esports. That's what I'm saying, Sir Cloud. JK needs to hit these Burning Sun Arrows. He hit the key target. Sadness got hit by the Burning Sun Arrow, immediately annihilated, resulting in the fights coming in from Seoul Esports being so successful. And right now, they're running on a 1,000 goal lead, clearing all the jungle camps on the side of Todak.
You don't want to be there alone. No! No! Just like that, no! He went onto the lane alone!
Wow, TT here not respecting Junyo and JK. These two, the Diadia and the Hoi, having all these engaged potential, not respecting it at all. Right now, Seoul Esports just took the game onto their hands.
Yeah, just like that. Like, what just happened? Like, Todak, they had the momentum during the laning phase, but they didn't ride on it. And now Anda, there's nothing he can do about the Tyrant. He can only look, watch, and that's about it.
And Sadness only from the laning phase it doesn't matter anymore, even for CCS as well. From the winning fights, and now everybody is trying to converge on CCS, no? But here's the thing, the early game doesn't matter anymore because Seoul Esports has found a very successful fight, 6 kills in a span of 2 minutes. It's crazy. Look at the gold crush. DK has successfully chased in terms of gold even with Sadness right now. And looking at Frost, he's also as much as tied, maybe like a 300 gold deficit against CCS as well. So this one, Seoul Esports is right now in control.
Yeah, Seoul Esports. Yeah, now everyone will forget about like what happened during the early phase or the 2 kills at the farming. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore because Seoul Esports, like what you said, they're in control. Even when it comes to like the items, look at Gui. He's tanky, he's beefy enough with the blazing cape already bought. And right now he can be a very strong frontliner for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Even finishing the Overlord's plate mill as a cherry on top with the Giant's Grip. And I want to point out something very interesting that I've seen so far. Seems like MKL's Charlotte, their first item will always be the Pure Sky. Like we've seen time and time again, even AG's Dalhorn when we played the Charlotte yesterday. His first item will always be the Pure Sky. So I think this is the meta item for all these professional Crash laners.
Yeah, they've been clearly studying each other, right? Like what works, what doesn't. So why not learn it all? Well, let's see if they can learn how to get this Overlord. But Seoul Esports, a little bit too far. Okay, anyway, Todak still gets it. But Seoul Esports, they want to get a trade back here. But look at Todak. They still want to try to engage with Seoul Esports. But finally, they decided that, okay, guys, let's not engage. We got the Overlord. Let's stay disciplined and back out.
Yeah, back out indeed, Sir Cloud. So right now, we've seen that, hey, although Seoul Esports has a significant goal lead of 2,000, not so significant, but it seems to be that they are actually giving so much space towards Todak to start the objective. They were not really ready at all. Was it because Todak starts on time, or was it for SE not being ready? We don't know.
Well, but anyway, I would say that it's because they started quickly and early, because they probably had information that Todak was like, okay, they're all the way at the bottom. Might as well we just start the Overlord and get it for ourselves. But yeah, Todak, they took advantage of that situation. So now with the push that's happening here for Todak, are they going to go in for a double? Really? Going with the
Tyrant? Doesn't seem to be the case. I do think that if they go for a double here, it's going to be a risky option for them. It seems to me they're just trying to attract whatever attention it is for Seoul Esports, making sure that they're confined in the mid tower, making sure that hey, don't go anywhere, we're just gonna start this anytime soon, so be here, don't go anywhere. So right now we see a 1v1 coming to the top side from between Frost and Titan.
Oh, well, they seem to still might have the ambition of going double, but maybe not anymore. Okay, CCS taking a lot of damage, he's tanking out for the team. CCS very low right now, but then again, it is CCS. He's able to just get away to safety very, very easily. Ricky falls to the hands of Todak. Todak, they are climbing back now, looking at the map control that they have.
Yeah, Turtle just casually walking towards between tier 3 and tier 2 and getting a kill on Ricky. That's not what you see on a normal day. So right now they're putting pressure onto the mid turret.
Oh, there was a Tremor Smash used in the middle, but did not hit onto anyone. This is time for Seoul Esports to try to counter back, but still they're not able to get anyone under. So double Lord, there's one from the side! Tata comes in with the double kill! Make that a triple kill, ladies and gentlemen! Be aware of Teto from the side lane!
Teto with the leap of fury casually dunks 2-man off Seoul Esports, securing himself 3 kills for Todak. Immaculate flank coming in from Todak. Man, what a play coming in from Teto. Honestly speaking, with this situation coming in, things are going quite south for Seoul Esports as Todak is actually casually knocking on the crash lane tier 3 and the bot side tier 3. And potentially even the tier 3 in mid lane, they're just going on a rampage in the tower, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, that one move by Turtle, that could be the defining moment. Look at this, like what you said, right? That one move by Turtle, now they have taken out all the towers for the side of Seoul Esports. Not only that, they even get the Tyrant for free.
Wow, this pace of tempo here. Would they just consider getting one Overlord at one time just to close off the game, or would they just brute force the game to end? They're sitting on a healthy 5,000 gold lead. Shadow Tyrants appear by Turtle right here. So
what can Seoul Esports do to potentially come back from this game? Because things are looking very dire in the situation, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. With a 5k gold difference, that means itemization difference as well right now. And Todak, they have to ride on this momentum, and they're doing exactly that. They're charging down the mid, they're charging from the sides as well. They want to enclose on the Seoul Esports.
Yeah, waves are definitely coming in. These are like mega minions coming in, and we just got destroyed.
Yep, from the side, looks like they want to end this one right here, right now. Todak full in focus, and it was still that one fight, that one move by Tata that brought Todak the win.
Todak coming in huge in the game 1 of the series here. Even though it's kind of shaky in the mid game where Seoul Esports got 5 kills in a row, but Todak regaining their tempo, regaining their foothold in the game, making sure that, hey, we are more experienced here, we are in the big boys league now, I can find a way to combat this. They secured their footing, making play after play after play, with one dunk coming in from Turtle's DNW, immediately closing off the entire gap, whatever gap. 3 towers going down, following Tyrant into game end. Props to Todak, immaculate.
Yeah, again, a hero that came from the side. We've seen that a couple of times here today, right? Like that one guy that comes in from this side that the enemy like kind of forgets and just shows up and like bam, everything just goes crazy. Oh, that was a game, I must say. Frankly speaking, at some point it felt like it could go either way. Like even Seoul Esports, like during the mid stages, like they kind of forgot about what happened during the early stages, and it felt like they could just go all the way to win this. But it was the Den way again with the flank, brilliantly done.
Yeah, brilliantly done indeed. So we have to point out, although Seoul Esports managed to get 6 kills consecutively onto side of Todak, but what happened on 10 minutes? Why weren't they ready to start any objective? The overlord was given freely towards the side of Todak. I think that's out of experience, out of discipline. So Seoul Esports, if they want to make a significant comeback in this following series, they will have to tick their boxes on this.
And for Seoul Esports, they didn't check the boxes onto getting at least 10k goal above. Like OE during the early phase, yeah, suffered a lot, not able to hit the 10k. Yes, able to get some of the important items in, especially the Sparkforge dagger. So that allowed him to farm quicker, but still the laning phase was all long gone, and it allowed like Sadness to be so dominant in this round.
Yeah, props to Sadness and CCS. Utilizing their picks, although Sadness was fighting a losing matchup on the side, but he still solo killed JK in the farm lane with the long, and CCS utilizing his winning matchup, making sure that, hey, I'm on a winning matchup, I will win you in that lane, making sure that Frost is limited to his options.
Oh yeah, I mean, looking at the itemization, there definitely is a gap. At some point, we did point out that, okay, 5k gold difference, so that's quite significant between these two teams at some point. So that's why we can see Todak, they know that they have the 5k gold different item gap, and that's why they were very confident in running down Seoul Esports.
Yeah, definitely, Sir Carl. So, question being, right, Seoul Esports, game 2, are you guys gonna make a comeback, or how is it gonna be? So let's check out the stats for a bit. Gui in the jungle as a monkey, dealing 72,000 damage and taking 86,000 damage. That's some pretty interesting stats on Seoul Esports jungle here.
Yeah, I would expect like the Mankey to not deal that much damage. Damage taken, sure, right? Because he's the best tank for the team. But if we look at some of the other damage dealers that were expected by Seoul Esports, like JK, not much, 44k. Frost maybe, also not much, 35k. Ricky, yeah, because he's a mage. Also not that much if you kind of think about it, only 58k. So they were not able to really deal a lot of damage to Todak.
Yeah, but we still have to revisit this pick onto JK's Hoyi. Of blazing burning sun arrows, but when it matters, it matters. So if this pick gets more focus, gets more mastery, we can see better and better burning sun arrows. We'll just look at the goal graph here, right? Todak actually casually getting a pretty good goalie until that one burning sun arrow landed on Sadness long. That's where the game actually flipped into the side of Seoul Esports. But at the 10-minute mark, To no avail, Todak secured their vanguard. Todak casually just pushing down the goal lead, securing everything, winning fights after fights. DNW with the dunk, and then securing all 3 outers and a Tyrant, and concluding the game at 40-minute mark.
Yeah, we can say that pretty much at the 10-minute mark, that is where the dunk happened. The dunk happened, it just goes all the way down to Toda. So yeah, again, another great work here by one individual player that made a huge gameplay. Today we have a lot of individual highlights, I must say, and this time is definitely the Dianwei here. Now, is he going to be the MVP? In my opinion, he should be the MVP.
Yeah, definitely. He did have a lot of interesting plays. I do believe that maybe he has like fumble there, but let's check out who's the MVP of this game, which is Tete on the Dianwei, rocking that 6/2 and 0 KDA, 21% damage dealt, 25% damage taken, and 24% total gold.
And who needs assists, right? Who needs assists when you can win fights for your team? In fact, if you look at like the 6 kills that he had, 3 kills was from that crucial fight by himself because he got a triple kill. So 6 kills, 3 of them from there, that's all he needs. So stats wise or numbers wise, he might have done the bare minimum, but he did the most important role for the team.
Indeed it is Circle. He clutched it when it mattered. He dunked it when it mattered. He scored that dunk and he scored an amazing lead for his team, thus following through the game and closing out the series for his team. So this guy, this pick, the prize pick, the pick that won the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the Dianwei, frankly speaking, is always one of those heroes that I felt that is very, very strong, very solid, able to run down your opponents, able to come from the back, from the side, from the flank, like how we saw was executed here by Toda. So it was brilliantly done. But in case you miss out on that brilliant moment, we're going to show you the highlights from this round.
So this is the one that I want to point out, is that this matchup should be in favor of JK's Hou-Yi, but in no avail. You see, Hou-Yi manages to die twice in the laning phase, which is not so good coming in from the side of Seoul Esports. And here, Tete just casually chopping down trees, casually chopping down everyone, and this one is the one we pointed out. How did he manage to kill Ricky between 2 towers to the crowd?
Yeah, he just like, okay, I'll just go forward and just run them down. But this is another highlight moment here. From the side, he just shows up. That's all.
He just shows up.
And he shows up when the members of Seoul Esports are out of skills.
Yeah, immediately just shows up, dunk whoever he sees fit, immediately capitalize on everything. Gets towers, gets the Tyrant, gets everything for his team, making not to say comeback, but bringing back the tempo for his team that they desperately needed to solidify their footing. So maybe that's just game 1 for now. Maybe our Seoul Esports here, they are still having some shivers, still warming up. I do want to see what they can bring to the table in game 2, since they are a relatively new squad. They still need time to build themselves as players. And looking at the top right, Seoul Esports has selected blue as their starting ban and pick side for next match.
Okay. So surely because of the global ban pick, we're going to see a very different draft now. Now, some of the combos are still up for grabs, right? So like Seoul Esports, they can potentially still go for the Dolia +1 combo. So that is up for grabs for them. Or they want to go for the Liang Princess Force combo. That is also up for them as well. Looking at how they have played, the kind of pace that they kind of prefer based on game 1, maybe the Dolia +1 combo will be a better pick for Seoul Esports.
And yeah, definitely, they are coming in as the first ban for Seoul Esports, so they don't really want to see that pick again since they already picked it. So this pick is given on to Todak's side for this series. So right now, if you're Seoul Esports here, what are you looking to first pick? If you pick the blue side, are you looking for the Mai Shiranui? Are you looking for the Arlie? These 2 common bans, but the long ban out for the side of Todak. They don't want to see this pick. Like, hey, if this is the case, Arlie or Mai Shiranui will be out for picking for the side of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, to answer your question, I'll go for the Dia +1 pick as the first pick. You're going with the Dia first, and then you kind of force Todak's hand to like, okay, do we want to take the Elaine? Do we want to take all the other combos like the Noah and all that, or the Shangguan maybe out of hands of Seoul Esports? So I think that might be thinking of going for that, considering they leave the Dia open. They leave the Dolia open.
Yeah, so right now we see that, hey, the bans are focused on Dia, Agudo, Dharma, and Long. Picks coming in, we have Maestro and Arlie, both open for both teams right now. So if Seoul Esports take one, Todak is like, hey, you take one, I'll take the other one, right? So right now we're thinking, right, hey, Seoul Esports, do you want the Maestro or do you want the Arlie? Which one benefits you the most? Who is your core carry? And they have decided it will be the Arlie. And most likely Todak here, they will reply with a Maestro if they seem fit, and maybe a channel if they don't want to disclose too much of their strategy coming to the ban pick.
Or pick both of them. Why not, right?
Pick both of them.
Yeah, pick both of them. They can go for that. Now, to note also that the Zhang Fei is open as well. And the Zhang Fei was not played by either side on game 1. So they could potentially go for that, or they could keep it for their third pick. Either one is fine. But they're going to go for the Zhang Fei and the Mai.
So Zhang Fei and Mai Shanui, something that's very heavy in the engage department. So Seoul Esports, yes, locking down the standard Dolia Dune combo, double reset on the Unruling Blade. Very standard, very good pickup coming in for Seoul Esports. Just for Todak here, are you looking to pick something like the Ogran that's historically been doing very good against Dune? Or are you looking to pick something like an assassin like Luna, for example, that has very high win rate against the Dune as well? So what are you looking to do here as Todak Esports? And as well, Chano being locked in, so they want to protect, like, hey, Sadness, we want you to make sure that, hey, you're getting a very good lane, you're getting your hero pool in check, so here's the channel. So right now, going to the second phase, let's think a bit, Circle out. What do we want to see from both sides?
Yeah, I want to see Todak ban out all the potential combos with the Dolia. So you're going to start off with the Elaine for sure, maybe even the Shangguan. After this will be the next ban by Todak, and that's it, because you want to minimize the Dolia potential altogether.
So Seoul Esports here banning out the Clash Lane options of the Mayin. So looking at both sides, they have yet to pick their Clash Laners. Dune historically does do better in the jungle and more preferred in the jungle. So it's already been 3 bans, Dharma, Mayin, Elaine into the drafting phase. So Clash Lane pools are getting smaller and smaller with the likes of Charlotte, which has already been picked already from the side of Seoul Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So Yi Xing being the last ban for Todak here. So what does Seoul Esports have in retaliation on this ban?
Yeah, so with this ban, the next retaliation, you also want to save something for yourself, right? So exactly. I guess maybe Nua would be a good one as well to try to ban out. Oh no, because they have the Mai already, so they want to tank out. They want to ban out another tank, which is the Sansa. Okay, that's cool. So Todak right now, the Shangguan is still open. The fact that they use a ban for Yi Xing, I guess it's something that they have to deal with later on, because looking at the current draft, Seoul Esports, they still need to find a very good +1 with Dolia.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, we are seeing that, hey, Dolia Dune is the +1, but aside from that, who will be your additional +1? Is it going to be the Yu Huan in the mid lane? Who is it realistically going to be? And Seoul Esports here banning out 2 Clash lanes, Todak here banning out 2 Clash lanes. So on the side of Todak and Seoul Esports here, you gotta think, alright, we picked the Biron here, right? Byron here. Seoul Esports, what are you going to reply against this strong force to be reckoned with in the Clash lane as a laner? So your options are not a lot. Maybe they want to revisit the pick just now that Todak did, the Miyue pick in the Clash League. Or are you trying to look for something that's out of the blue, not so commonly picked? So what is Seoul Esports' plan coming to this? Are they looking for a tank? Are they looking for a carry? So we have to see what Seoul Esports has in preparation in this draft.
Ooh, okay. A safe one would still be a Shangguan in my opinion. I think a Shangguan pick would combo well together with Dolia. At least Dolia will have the option of either the Dune or Shangguan. But no, okay, Lady Zen, okay, that's pretty decent. You're able to have that combo as well. But coming in with the Guan Yu, that will give them that side poking ability with the right moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to give a highlight to Seoul Esports Guan Yu onto Frost here. This pick will be the key difference maker, as we've seen from just now CM on the Guan Yu, making plenty of flanks, plenty of engages onto, this game, it can be Todak's Sadness on the channel, not a lot of mobility, so we have to keep focus on this. And but on Todak's side, I want to put focus on Luna. This pick, as we said, is going to be very good against the Dune, very good against all the picks that, Dune for the focus is going to be Dune. Luna will definitely have a good time against Dune in the mid game. So what is Gui's job on Dune here. He has to find these proactive invades, making sure that they slow down Turtle's Luna's farm. Making sure that, hey, you pick this Luna, I'm gonna punish you early before you punish me in the mid game. So far.
Yep, and Seoul Esports has to punish Todak because right now they're being pushed back to a corner. This is game number 2 between Seoul Esports and Todak.
I see Frost here just looking for a casual swipe into the mid lane onto stage. So a 3-man into the mid lane coming inside from Seoul Esports. They're looking for an potential invade but chooses to back off. So interestingly enough, they swap the Arlie into the mid lane, making sure that the Arlie can match the tempo of my struggling, making sure that, hey, we want to match this tempo. I have Frenzy, I have Spell 2. I can just make sure that JK gets all the farm he needs. A good laning start coming in from JK.
And a bit of a creative move there by Seoul Esports as well, just to try to even up the odds here at the very, very early stage. So right now, coming in onto the laning phase, we still don't see JK spending too much time at the farm lane.
It seems to me that JK wants to farm both ways. After he gets mid cleared, he wants to go back to bot, just get 2 waves of EXP and gold, making sure that he hits his power spike super early on to the game. And also sharing EXP and gold with his jungle, so I guess the game plan here is to funnel JK on this Arlie. Make sure that this Arlie pick is worth it as a first pick, so that this pick itself can slowly scale and be a menace in the side lane in the mid game.
Yeah, and Sadness playing the channel is also a very pokey sort of hero at the lane, right? So you don't want to stay too much in the lane, just going back and forth with him, and then your health just goes down for nothing, and then you're forced back to heal, and then that will slow down your progress. So I guess like what you said, right? You kind of like want to find that balance between like the farm lane and also the mid lane, so that you don't take too much in as well. But speaking about taking a little bit in, okay, it's good, but yeah, still early for him to go down.
Yeah, River Strike top side here getting contested by the side of Todak's Turtle and CCS, so they successfully snatches it and forces Gui to puff into the mid side and in preparation of the blue buff. So overall, a very standard start coming in from the side of Seoul Esports and Todak, but Todak comes in on top when it comes to securing neutral objectives as well.
Right now, maybe JK might spend a little bit more time at the farm lane since he has had a good time at the mid and somewhere in between as well. So he has to give something back to Ricky. You cannot just leave Ricky alone because he has to scale as well. But because Ricky is going up against a Mai and now together with Anda with Stay, Ricky won't have a good time at the mid lane. So he has to play this very patiently.
Yeah, indeed, I agree as well, Sirka. So 3-man strong coming to the mid lane, funneling farm for Gui onto the Dune, a catch onto Stay, Stay moves out perfectly. So nothing too crazy so far in the early game, both teams just farming whatever they can, trying to set up for that 4-minute mark Tyrant, Sirka. So looking at both drafts, Sirka, realistically speaking, how would you want Todak's draft to be played out?
Ooh, I want to see more team fights from Todak. Yeah, more team fights from Todak because of the capability that they have. They have Stay who can go in and out of fights very well. You have Sadness who works well in team fights. And speaking about team fights, Unbridled Outburst by Todak. This is what I'm talking about here. Using your abilities to the best and scoring the first blood.
Yeah, a beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming here from the side of Anda, catching off JK off guard, making sure that Sadness gets an amazing laning phase, bodyguard by Stay and Anda. So right now, Sadness having a field trip in the bot side, securing whatever he can, all the gold running to his pocket.
Oh, this is not going to be good for Junyong. Alone, 3 players from Todak around him underneath the tower. He's not going to be able to survive this. But hey, for some reason, he's able to hold on still. Wow.
He's pretty tanky for a roamer, so that's a lot of spells being burned out on the bottom side. And right now, Seoul Esports putting their focus onto the Tyrant, and based on the map, Turtle doesn't want anything on this Tyrant. He just wants to, you know, farm his buff, make his cabs, make sure he secures the next blue buff, as it will be a very crucial breaking point coming to the mid game. So right now, this Luna, there's no disturbance in the early game, there's no disturbance in the blue buff right now. This Luna will be a key factor in Todak's march to victory, Circle.
But Seoul Esports, at least they got the Tyrant, so they even up the odds a little bit, though there's still a 1k gold difference. By the bottom, Sadness receives a decent amount of damage, but as long as you're with the Zhangfei, you'll have a good bodyguard there. Oh,
and Turtle. Yeah, Turtle just casually stealing with the buff, making sure that, hey, wait, I told you, you don't invade me in the early game, I'm gonna punish you for whatever you're doing. So this is exactly what's happening so far, and it's the lead. So So a one level lead for Turtle, but that is slowly gonna march up into a significant goal lead. So 4-man strong coming, flying into the bot side Cloud.
Yep, looks like they are trying to shoo away the members of Todak, but what catch do they have at this point? Not much. Yes, you have Guri, the Dune, but the Dune needs to be in a melee sort of position for him to come out with a good catch. So with that sort of walk in, Todak has the information. They just need to stay away.
Yeah, and especially just now where Turtle and CCH casually taking down the top turret, making two sides of Seoul Esports simultaneously dropping the turrets. That's a big win coming inside for Todak, a painful loss coming inside of Seoul Esports Cloud. So Turtle, yes, securing the Shadow, the Overlord, making sure that all the neutral objectives are secured by him before going to the buffs. So right now, Todak, healthy lead going to the mid game, and Turtle, unstoppable, having a 2-level lead against Gui right now.
Okay, Sagi, I want to put this out as a point of discussion. What does Seoul Esports have to lock in Turtle? Turtle is super slick. It's super hard for them to lock in. So, yeah, have a think about that while we check out the fight in the middle. Unbridled Outburst will be used by Anda to save himself, and he's okay for now. But keep your eye on the Frost as well. Coming in from the back, charging in, pushing them back to the front, but not far enough. And he got punished for it. An engagement that Seoul Esports was not ready for.
Wow, Sadness just ankle breaks the Frost Razor Cavalry there, making sure that Frost missed out the fight. Oh, Turtle hit in trouble, but all in all, it's still fine. But Sadness just casually just juking Frost, making sure Frost cannot get the kill onto his channel. So back to the question on how Seoul Esports, who can realistically lock down this Luna. I gotta say, it's only available on the early pick, where the early has the Maple Dance to block out projectiles coming from Luna. But it's gonna take a lot of reaction time coming on this.
I wonder who will step on this one.
Yeah, and you want to keep like the early to be able to deal damage to the others as well, right? So it's gonna be pretty difficult for them to execute that. But sometimes it's all about opportunity, it's all about positioning as well, depending on the scenario. But the scenario right now is that Todak, they managed to breach the top, and they're gonna get T2 at the top as well.
Yeah, very early tier 2 at 7 minutes right here. So Todak here securing themselves a 4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead circle into the 7 minutes of the game. This is an insurmountable amount of gold lead right here. So looking at the side of SE, how can they come back from this game? It has to be Frost, it has to be good. Looking for those immaculate engages on the back line of Todak. But realistically speaking, do they even have the damage to follow up with these crazy engages across?
Yeah, and with the fact that now Todak, they have the Unbridled Outburst, it's going to be even more difficult for Seoul Esports to make the first move engagement. You go in, the counter engagement will come in with the Unbridled Outburst, and everything will reset back. Todak can make a U-turn. So right now, Seoul Esports, maybe they need to find a way to try to bait out the Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, that's the case, but the jungle is just getting so much invasion from the side of Seoul Esports. Todak is just not letting Seoul Esports breathe at all. Looking at Turtle, he's secretly just snatching away the red buff, going onto the Tyrant 8-minute mark. So right now, Seoul Esports, you have to find an opportunity if they do make a blunder when they're securing the mid tower. That's your only chance right now to come back into the game. With this 6,000 gold lead going to the side of Todak, I gotta say, Sir Cloud, things are not looking good for the side of Seoul Esports.
Well, it did not look good for them in the previous round during the early phase, and they somehow is able to control the middle a little bit. But speak about control, in the middle, Stay definitely in control. He gets the kill, but he got killed back underneath the tower of Seoul Esports. Seoul Esports, they fight back, but we have Turtle coming in, and Gui gets a trade back, but Seoul Esports, they're losing so much in this fight as well. Todak, they're still not letting go of Seoul Esports. They got Gui in the process. 3 for Todak. Todak wins the engagement.
Oh, but not so much. Actually, SE trades 3 to 3 in terms of this fight. So if it's a 3 for 3, it's actually beneficial for the side of Esports. JK here getting most of the kills, most of the resource coming to this fight, even getting the shutdown onto Turtle. So this pick that we mentioned about, Sir Cloud, this early pick will be the key factor. It's mid game right now. It's almost close to late game. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in side lane. He's going to be a nuisance towards the side of Todak.
Alright. So that could be the winning factor here. But they have to keep JK alive as well. That's something they need to consider. And they need to be careful of Stay, who can potentially go directly for JK.
Yeah, exactly. I do agree with you as well. So lots of pressure coming in from JK. Looking at the Luna, looking at the Chano, looking at the Mai Shiranui. Lots of pressure. He has to play an immaculate early to be able to carry his team forward, potentially pull even the series, Sir Cloud. So this Tyrant is starting off by the side of Todak.
And Seoul Esports looking to engage. Now they won't have the time. Todak gets the Tyrant. Seoul Esports, they have to back out of this. They cannot continue the engagement with Todak right now. So Todak, they're not engaging as well because they know that they don't have the Unbridled Outburst yet.
Yeah, no Unbridled Outburst yet. Slowly but steadily, they're looking to chunk down this mid turret. No minions so far. So good defense coming in from the side of Seoul Esports here. So realistically, can you hold this on for more? But does your scaling match against Todak scaling? So that's the question you have to answer. The early probably gets outscaled by Sadness Channel, so that's one department you have to go. When is the go button for the side of Seoul Esports?
Yeah, the go button is maybe now because now the Unbridled Outburst will be used. Seoul Esports underneath the tower, it will not protect them now. And at the same time, Anda, he absorbed the damage from the tower, he's still alive. But here comes from the side, Frost to try to get a trade back, but Frost in trouble the moment JT shows up, he goes down, Toda wins the mid fight.
Man, what a good fight coming in from Todak. Things were actually looking good for the side of Seoul Esports at the end of the fight where Frost came in for the three-man engage, but Todak just going in and collecting kill onto the side of Frost. But here's the thing, if this keeps on happening, your window of coming back for the series is just getting smaller and smaller on the side of Seoul Esports here. But good news on the side of Seoul Esports here, your Arlie is slowly approaching to the 4th mark, which is the Daybreaker. Probably will see it in maybe the 12 minute 30 seconds mark, but right now, Todak starting off the Shadow Overlord, just utilizing this as we see time and time. Many teams utilizing this, just want to end the game in one push as well.
And look at this, at the same time, in the middle, DT, he's just like going in and out. He's like, he doesn't have a care in the world because he kind of knows that who's going to catch me.
Exactly, Sir Cloud. He's just toying with his opponent using Luna's ultimate New Moon. In and out, just making sure that, hey, you want to catch me? Hey, I'm here again. You want to catch me? I'm back again. That's just how it is for the side of Todak. Just good BP, good last pick Luna here.
Oh, and here comes him again. Into the game, into the fight. Just to try to bait out a few skills out of Seoul Esports. And Seoul Esports, they're not biting the bait yet, but I think they have to let this tower go. They cannot stay here because the position of Todak, they're all around Seoul Esports. Now, one Unbridled Outburst will push them to the front.
Yeah, and waves are just being a big pressure coming inside of Seoul Esports right now. 3 waves all coming in. Okay, engage coming in.
Oh no. Oh, Anda takes a lot of damage. Anda with the Unbridled Outburst. Now it's time for Todak to make that U-turn onto Seoul Esports. Seoul Esports will get quick in the process, giving the double kill towards DT. And right now, Todak, they have managed to push Seoul Esports back into their base. At the same time, they will take the bottom tower down. Todak, they lost TCS in the process, but it's okay. They can continue on.
And then it might just be game, Sir Cloud. They are knocking onto the crystal right here. A kill onto JK and a kill on Junior. And that just game.
Yes.
GG.
GG! This is Todak winning 2-0, kicking off their season with this win against Seoul Esports.
Congratulations, Todak, for securing a clean 2-0 win over Seoul Esports here. Although, yeah, Seoul Esports do have some of their moments right here, but Todak in the driver's seat, calm, collected, making sure that, hey, you do have some of your moments here, but we are always in the driver's seat. Hammer. Like, we got you. Todak fans, we got you.
Yep, and I would say that Seoul Esports didn't have an answer to DT.
That's correct.
Would you say
I do
so?
believe that, yeah, the Luna pick really was a big issue. If you will look at the draft, there was realistically no one that's being able to consistently stop TT and his dashes all around the map. Like, he can go in, he can go out, he can just toy around you. You don't have a crowd control spell like Donghuang, Zhang Liang, you know, all these lockdowns that can potentially stop this Luna from wreaking havoc onto your backline. So this comes to the question, the draft from Todak really just outshined it in terms of the last pick Luna.
And he was the last pick. I remember that.
Correct.
Yeah, he was the last pick. So they saw the entire draft and then they thought, oh, how are you going to stop me? So it was an
Yeah, how
easy
you gonna
pick for
copy?
them, and they just went rampant across the map. Now let's check out some of the stats here from the previous round. And looking over the numbers, no crazy numbers as compared to what we saw in the first game. But hey, Todak, very steady numbers here.
Yeah, very steady numbers here. Sadness not dropping a single death, 2-0-11. Maybe not the best KDA for a marksman that not getting kills, but you know, it's still a very solid gameplay coming on the side of Sadness. Multiple times dodging death from the side of Frost backline accesses, but props to Sadness, playing really well, and props to Anda as well. Beautiful unbridled outbursts so far, catching multiple members off guard on the side of Seoul Esports, setting up the tempo, setting up the plays for Todak to slowly escalate into a very large lead, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Anda and his unbridled outbursts, right? Like he not only like has to protect like his cores, like Sadness, for example, but he tries to go for flanks. He positions himself all the way to the front, behind towers in certain situations, and he just uses his unbridled outbursts at the right timing. Beautifully executed. And from that execution, of course, it is translated into these numbers here. Anda, not the biggest damage dealt, but it is all about using his big CC unbridled outbursts.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at the teamfight rate for Anda, which is his kill participation, he's rocking at 93%. Almost all kills include Anda in the mix. So this Zhangfei really bringing so much to the table for the side of Todak, making like, hey, first game, we're not picking the Zhangfei, we're picking the Lianpo. Second game, we bring Zhangfei into the table and we show you how it's done. So right now, Todak, really a good performance so far for week 1, day 2 on, even though it's against Seoul Esports, not maybe a championship contender, but you know, a good start for MKL, Todak.
Yeah, and you can't complain about like winning a series, right? Like bringing the win in. A win is a win at the end of the day. So for them, this is a very good one. I'm looking also at some of the glaring numbers here. Now, Sadness, although he only got 2 kills, but look at his damage dealt. 103. So he did a lot for the team when it comes to just chunking down health of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, rocking that 100,000 damage is not an average number. It's actually a pretty high damage. Even damage taken was at the lowest. He's really just making sure that, hey, you give me this resource, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to carry you to the late game. So looking at the gold graph right now. So Todak, in the early stages, yeah, we see that at the 4th minute mark, Tyrant is secured by Seoul Esports, but hey, Total is like, yeah guys, chill, I got it. Just let me play towards my tempo, I will carry you guys in the mid game. The moment the mid game hit at the 8-minute mark, that's where the goalie instantly avalanched to the side of Todak.
Oh yeah, you put out a good point, right? Again, it is one player that actually made it happen. And this time, not as sexy as how we saw earlier on. This is more of like him doing the things. Like he just like, oh, I'll be in the middle, I'll show myself, I'll go back up, opening up just one hero, opening up the space for 4 other heroes to secure the Shadow Overlord. And that is where Todak, they know how to be super flexible in how to play their lineup. Now, with their lineup, their MVP is definitely, no doubt, come on, it's going to be, oh, this time, I thought it was third, but it's Stay!
Yeah, Todak stay here. Honestly, we have to give props to him as well. Piloting the Maishiranui, making pretty good engages, knockouts, left, right, center, and rocking that 3-2 AKDA, 24% damage dealt, 16% damage taken, and total goal only 19%. So he's actually doing more damage than the goal he's given so far. So this player, he's making a lot of setups coming into this crucial team fights. Not just we are relying on the Zhangfei on the side of Anda, but stay following up in most of the crucial engages. Props to him, and MVP definitely deserves to him.
Now, there's something that you can help us all out, right, Sagi? As a former pro, and for you to play the Mai, how difficult it is at this level of a tournament to even play the Mai itself.
It's extremely difficult because Mai, as we know, is a high-risk, high-reward type of hero and very tempo. So this type of hero, yes, you are granted ways to make miracles, comeback miracles, plays from your Hichosen, your Choisatsu, but in the end, it still revolves around the player's capability of making that moment happen, making the insane setup happen. So if you want to be a Mai Shrew in such a pro level in MKL, it's definitely going to take a lot of practice, Sir Cloud.
Yep, and with his Mai gameplay, he is surely here to stay. I tried. But anyway, we are not going to try this. We are surely going to see the highlights from the previous round, and it is a very convincing win by Todak in game 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the play I wanted to point out. Look, Sadness was almost dead, and he breaks the Frost Guan Yu's ankle. Just with that play, he secured himself a pretty neat spot as a marksman leader right here. So this play, honestly, nothing much too crazy. And he breaks his ankle once again, 4 times in one game. How many ankles can you break as a Chano against a Guan Yu, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, and you also pointed out like their gameplay, right? So in this highlight also, we saw that Frost came from the back doing what Guan Yu does best with the heroic charge, but I felt that there was a little bit of a miscommunication here. Like the other members of Seoul Esports were not ready to take this fight, or they were pressed to the back. But it was Frost that came in alone with the heroic charge to push the members of Todak to the front, but no one else from Seoul Esports was ready to follow up.
Yeah, you made a good point, Sir Cloud. So this may be because they're still a new team, a community team, not a lot of formal training, so it really takes time, or really takes like a professional person to actually seclude them. Like, you know, like to cohesive them, to make sure that, hey, if we play more and more, if let's say next season comes, we can actually make it happen. So, you know, Seoul Esports, good job so far. We are still proud of you for making it, like, you know, showing us like, hey, you're not just here to be beaten down. You're here to actually put up like some fight, you know, some fight.
Hey, and also to put on the bright side, it's only day number 2 and it's only their second game. There are tons more games to go, so anything can happen throughout the season, right? But maybe this is a learning for them. It's like, okay, what did we do well, what we didn't do well, and so on and so forth. But what's not going to be a learning? This is going to be a Rumble match here. Our next match is going to be the Clash of Champions, ladies and gentlemen. Nova Esports and BSE.
Wow. I really can't wait for Nova Esports to fight off BSE in the upcoming series. Like, please don't go anywhere. Even if you're eating your dinner, you're going to gym, just, you know, put your phones there, and then we are going to be going into a big hell of a series later on.
Yeah, do your push-ups, do your crunches while you watch, okay? You don't want to miss out on the next one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a banger. And it's also going to be Nova Esports' debut in this season today. BSE, they played yesterday. So Nova Esports, they had a bit of feel of how BSE might play later on.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at these two teams, I'm really excited to see both of them right now. So, but then, you know, good things wait. So I will see you and this series after the break.
An unyielding soul, an undying will, an ageless heart. That's what it takes.
I speak and write my mind.
Let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow.
All the watchful eyes are waiting for a star.
An enlightened heart cannot be extinguished easily.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet.
Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help three ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world.
Welcome back, everybody, to MKL Spring Season 2025, Week 1, Day 2. But that's not the most important. The most important, Sir Cloud. This upcoming series, it's gonna be an absolute banger of a series between two titans, two champions of Malaysia, Black Shrew Esports versus Nova Esports. What are your takes on this, Sir Cloud?
I was expecting you to say the most important is between us. Who will lose? What's on the table here? Mine? Just to remind everyone, Nova, you pick BSE, so there's going to be an important settlement between the two of us. But of course, it is going to be determined by this amazing matchup here, the Clash of Champions that is happening. And for Nova Esports, we have not seen them play this season yet. This is going to be their debut match.
Exactly speaking, Nova Esports, the champions of Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitationals, coming back fresh off a championship series, looking to face the champions of Malaysia as well, BSE. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. And let's see the team for both rosters. So in Nova Esports, we have Nova Strength in the Clash lane, Nova CY in the jungle, Nova Wendy as their mage mid lane, Muchi in the farm lane, and Waypit as their roamer. And for Black Shrew Esports, Wusang King, the golden boy in the jungle, BSE Zihong in the mage mid lane, Xiang as their Clash lane, BSE Dian, the newcomer of their roster in the roamer, and JR in the farm lane. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I mean, these two teams needs no introduction, right? But for BSE, they had a roster swap, like what you mentioned. Dian is being introduced into the team, and not only on the forefront, right? On the coaching staff as well, they had a swap. Last we saw them, they had Mopo as their coach, but this time they have a different coach for BSE. So at least two different changes here. Whereas for Nova Esports, they retained the same lineup, the same coaching staff. Arguably, you can say an inclusion of a new player, Noel, in the lineup as a sixth player. Yeah. So I want to put this out there, right? Noel is officially a player, sixth player. At some point, I want to see Noel play. Come on, Noel. Can you grant us that wish?
Yeah, can you grant us that wish, Noel? I do think that a lot of viewers will want to see our first Noel playing her first game in MKL. That would be amazing. It will be a lot of talking points. People will be excited over it. But just for some update, Nova will be picking the red side and BSE will be choosing the blue side for the first game of the series. So this will impact a lot as both teams, both are giants of Malaysia, titans of Malaysia, championship owners. So these two teams, if it comes to side selection, it may contribute to how the end score would be. Usually in every game that we play, there's always a more favorite side in terms of win rate and stats. So maybe this will be the case for BSE in this case, or will Nova showcase off their, championship prowess after winning a intense series in HOKS3?
Yeah, so of course if we talk about like recent result, Nova Esports is doing better than BSE, but of course that was like the latest was in S3. And during their S3 journey as well, they obviously went to become champions. They beat some of the best teams around the world as well. So Nova Esports, on paper, they're looking really good against BSE. But then again, we only had one series that we get to observe how Dian plays together with BSE. Now, how far of an upgrade is Dian to BSE might also be answered in this series, because if they are somehow able to overcome Nova by having Dan on the lineup, and if Dan comes up with big individual plays against Nova Esports, then that is a big statement for BSE.
Exactly, and I'm very excited to see these two teams clash. I want to see at the top level of MKL Spring Season 2025, the two teams, the top of Malaysia, what kind of showcase, what kind of mechanical prowess, macro prowess can they show to us and the viewers? It's going to be definitely a sight to behold, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And when it comes to hero pool, I mean, no doubt there's two teams, their hero pool is super deep. But we're going to jump straight into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, just to see what sort of strategies we'll put up in game number 1. And we're going to see Mai being banned out, Guan Yu, Dharma out as well. So some of the common picks like the Arlie is still available and immediately picked up by BSE.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, BSE putting those respect bans, Dharma and Guan Yu, on to Nova's MVP and captain of HOKS3, which is Shrew. So Arlie being the signature pick of JR being picked up, and as a counter, as an answer, Mayin and Zhang Fei being picked up simultaneously for Nova Esports. Which leads us to the case, BSE, what are you looking to plan here? Are you looking to pick up something that revolves around the Arlie? But instead they pick up the Dun Dolia, very similar draft for the game 2 between SE and Todak, which is, the standard. This is what SE picked just now, so maybe it's also the optimal coming in for the game 1. So Nova Esports, how will you answer this, Nova Esports?
Yeah, this will be the question, right? So number 1 is potentially to take out some of the other combos with BSE, like maybe taking out the Shangguan so that the combo doesn't happen. So that might be one. They went for the Direnji instead. Okay, maybe they're keeping that for the ban now to ban out the Shangguan instead.
So blocking in Direnji and Zhang Fei here, one could think, is BSE looking to lane swap the Arlie into the mid lane or potentially the clash lane, providing JR a more sufficient time and space to farm up into the Doomsday first item before 4-minute mark. So looking at the bans, Nova Esports respecting the Dolia pick, banning out the Elaine. So as an answer, BSE banning out their signature Agudo. Yes, it makes sense because Dune has already been picked by BSE, so they already have their jungle. They're locking out choices on the side for CY.
Now the Outground is still open though. So that could be a pretty hot pick here for Nova Esports. Having an Outground will give them a double tank combination, so that will allow them to absorb more skills. So because they have to think about like Dolia refreshing whoever, right? And for the potential of absorbing more skills, having an Outground would be pretty nice.
Yeah, definitely. Having an Outground will definitely give more space on the side of Muchi on this Direnji to further push up to the battlefield, further push up and chase down the side of BSE. So a Pei being a respect ban towards the side of CY, respecting the fact that, hey, if you pick Pei, the tempo is going to be too fast for the side of us, so we have to lower it down so towers don't go down too fast. As we know, why the Agudo, why the Pei, they have one thing in common. They tear down towers super quickly in the first 4 minutes. So I do think that with this, they're looking to provide a very good space for JR to finally enter the mid game with a Doomsday.
Okay, Yixing. Okay, they don't want the combo of Yixing with Todak as well. Don't want to deal with that. So that's absolutely fine. But the Shangguan is still open. That could be an option for BSE. Not banned, not picked by Nova Esports. They can go for that. Or if they want to go for Noah, that's not too bad as well. That will provide a lot of control, especially towards Mayen, who might be jumping all around the map doing team fights.
Yeah, that is definitely true. So we are looking at BSE. So what are you cooking right here, BSE? Are you looking for some clash lane that's not frequently picked? Because looking at the bans, B-Ron, Elaine, Guan Yu, Dharma, all these clashes are banned out. So are you looking for the Charlotte here? So Charlotte is locked in at Lady Zen, one of Zihong's prime picks. His favorite is locked in for the mid lane as well. So a very similar draft coming in from Shrew Esports, similar to the side of Seoul Esports.
So Nova Esports now, most likely they'll pick a jungle. Outgrun, absolutely up for grabs. Could be a potential that they might pick that one. If it's not Outgrun, if they want to go for a slick assassin like a Lam, maybe they could go for that to try to just put priority on the early.
So right now, we have in the same situation where is CY going to pull out the Luna pick, or is he going to default back to the Orgram for safe purposes? So it is going to be the Luna once again. This is the same situation from last two games where we've seen Seoul Esports, but this in case is the highest level, BSE versus Nova. CY whipping out signature Luna. We have seen this pick in HOKS3 where he pulled it off. It secured a definiting win against Vitality. So he's going to show it off once again in this series.
Yeah, so I come back to the same question, right? What does BSE have to lock down the Luna? Almost nothing. The best is going to be Ali, but we saw at least a sample from the previous round that the Ali will not be enough.
Yeah, definitely. So BSE is going to show us how it's going to be done, or, you know, CY might just repeat what has happened from the previous series here. So looking at both sides draft, Shrew Esports looking at a more solid split push draft for JR and Charlotte Yang to be on the side lanes, and we'll be going into game one between BSE and Nova Esports, the two titans of Malaysia. Let's go and let's get it, Sir Cloud.
The clash of champions, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This is arguably, some do call this like the grand finals match already because, well, I mean, it's BSE and Nova Esports. So this will potentially set the tone for the entire tournament.
Yeah, Wave is stealing the River Strike here with his Smite, so this is the exact setup we're talking about. They want to avoid the laning of JR versus Muchi in the farm lane due to picks. So you see Zihong even going so far, sharing the two minions with JR. So this is as much as saying that, hey, JR, we are providing you with everything we can. Please carry us, JR.
Oh, please carry us, JR. Hope they don't put all their eggs into one basket, right? Because we saw what happened the last time all eggs were on one basket, which is Lady Sun, the president. It didn't work out well. But of course, this is BSE we're talking about. They are definitely playing at a different level, and they want to show, well, even if we have all the eggs onto one basket, our basket is a solid steel basket.
Yeah, I do agree with you as well. So I want to go back to our topic here just now. Realistically, both teams, how would they want to win? For BSE, I can imagine a situation where Xiang, JR, being a menace in the side lane. Whereas Nova, they want to look for these big engages with the World is My Board, Unbridled Outburst, locking in the side of BSE. So a little bit of play coming in from Nova CY here in the top lane, missing his ultimate.
Wow, look at the mechanical skills by Xiang. Like, even for Xuan, he wants to land his skills on the Xiang. He can't do so that easily. Another rotation's coming in by the rest of the members of BSE to provide extra cover to Xiang. And Xiang, well, he's back to his old lane. Not going to be a problem, but Musang King, okay, aware of the presence of the members of Nova Esports.
Yeah, definitely. So right now we see what is JR trying to do. JR is just trying to casually farm wherever lane he can, get the Doomsday as soon as possible, get online, collect the red buff at the 4-minute mark, and be a menace. So this is what teams where they pick early they expect to do. Play the early game perfectly, secure early a smooth transition into the 4 to 10-minute mark, and be an absolute dominance in the mid game.
So both sides, we see a lot of active rotation, right? We kind of think about it. And not really respecting each other, but speaking of respect, CY has no respect at all to Xiang, and Xiang, last hit, managed to step away.
Yeah, CY just being confident with his Moonlight Dance and New Moon, just making sure that, hey, you want to catch me? We already seen it from the SE series, right? It's hard. You don't have any Premier Lockdown to lock me down.
Yeah, so this is what we also talked about, right? Locking down CY is going to be a tough order for BSE. And the fact that, again, CY had the last pick, so they probably already read it. Like, how are they going to stop CY from being a menace? But maybe this will be the answer to it. Musang King takes a lot of damage. Nova Xuan gets Musang King. Not the true answer to take down CY just yet. But the first blood is still given to Nova Esports.
Seems like Musang King overstepped his boundaries there, just going on to CY chunking him down so hard, and all the members on the side of Nova just came in so quickly, making sure that Musang King, you're coming in, you're not going out. So props to Nova, very fast rotations coming in.
Yeah, very, very quick. They're like across the map, like every second. Like one moment you see them at the bottom, one moment you see them at the top, one moment you see them in the middle. This is Nova Esports. Rotations at its best.
Yeah, and a good chunk coming on from Nova Esports onto the side of JR's early, and this is the 4th minute mark, and Tyrant has been spawned. So both teams, both Clash Trainers are siding towards the mid lane left side, and they're looking to contest this Tyrant in a 5v5 situation, Circle.
Okay, both sides wanting to contest it. Tyrant now. 50% health. World is my ball. Will be called upon by Weipit. Gets the Tyrant. Goes to the hands of Nova Esports. Now Nova Esports will be looking for their next kill. Musang King will fall to the hands of Nova Esports in for Dan as well. Looks like Nova Esports not only got the objective, but they got 4 kills in total at the same time.
Wow, that's almost an ace for Nova Esports. What a dominating team fight coming into the first Tyrant fight. Even Wave is securing the Tyrant for his team and getting a 4-0. That is crazy stuff coming from Nova Esports, and currently they are trying to take away the blue buff of Musang King right now. This is so much damage being caused in one fight. That is almost 3,000 gold shift in the span of 1 minute, Circle.
One fight, 3,000 gold shift. That is insane. And not only that, they got the Tyrant. They can continue to press BSE.
And yeah, looking at Nova's rotation right now, they are trying to choke off this Charlotte off the top side. They are trying to get this tower, making sure that, hey, we already destroyed JR's Heaven at bot side. We are looking to destroy yours as well, Xiang, at the top side. So no one's going to be farming safely after this.
Has destroyed a tower.
Ooh, and now they took down the top tower. Nova Esports, they have access into the top area of the jungle. And that is the area that they want to control. They don't want BSE to go near the Overlord at all.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm speaking right now. So in no ways the BSE is in the way of like fighting right now. Okay, World Spot is down, and yeah, Nova just casually getting the mid-turret for free.
Yeah, it's objective gameplay, right? Where's my bot? Patch 3, but they are disciplined enough to like, okay, there's the tower still there. We'll take it down first. We'll think about the 3 later on.
Yeah, this is what teams they should be learning right now. It's like, hey, if you get engaged, remember where we're coming from. Kills are not the most important. It's the objective that matters.
Yeah, and that is how you actually win games, not by just getting kills in the pocket. And speaking about kills, Nova Esports, they already have 5 kills and BSE could not even find their burst.
Yeah, exactly. And look at the seamless transition from mid to bot, and right now trying to chunk down the bot side tower into the wrap-up secure. This is insane macro rotation coming from Nova Esports. What a masterclass in display, and the fight breaks out.
Oh, Musang King in trouble! Taken out by Muchi, and now they will find Xiang. Xiang at the bottom, all alone. Xiang tries to get Muchi, but not able to! Muchi has his bodyguards, Weipit and CY together with him, and BSE still fails to get their first kill against Nova Esports.
Wow, 6 minutes in. Almost 6,000 gold lead right now. 0-8. If you were to tell me Nova Esports is fighting BSE, I would not believe this right now, Sir Cloud. This is absolute domination in Game 1 from Nova Esports side.
This is arguably the biggest domination at 7 minutes so far we have seen in this tournament. And like what you said, it came in this match. Like, it is just beyond our imagination. We thought that it might go back and forth.
Exactly what I'm saying right now, Sir Cloud. So right now, okay, we have to put in perspective of what BSE is trying to do to be able to find their foothold in making a comeback. Tier 3s are still up. They are still looking for a way to come back. Oh, it's a 6,000, almost 7,000 gold lead, but let's think. Okay, if you're a JR, you're probably a prime carry. Xiang probably has to find like an insane backline into excess, but you're trying to look onto Wendy, who has the passive of Destiny, and Muchi, who's like traditionally tanky as DNG. So what are your odds in coming into this?
Yeah, and let's not forget you have the Weipit as well, who can counter engage with the Unbridled Outburst. So even if you jump in, you need to make sure the Unbridled Outburst is used first. If the Unbridled Outburst is still being kept, then you can't really go in and engage yet.
Yeah, especially right now, the World is my board being casually laid down and the Luna going in.
OCY wanted to go all the way in. His trusty sidekick, Whippet, is there together with him to provide him extra shield, and he just steps away casually.
Yeah, just 8 minutes in and the tier 3 at the bot side is already down. Securing the bottom side once again for the jungle camps, and right now trying to move towards the top side and securing the blue buff as well. The entire jungle is nowhere to be seen for BSE. They're just getting constantly invaded, engaged. If they want to step on their base, they're done for. So, are they looking to plan for the next game, or what is the plan coming to this game? Is there still hope for them?
I don't know about this, man. I mean, even the goal gap is huge at this moment, and they have no answer to stop CY. CY can just like dash in, hi, dash out, bye. You know, Whippet is just there to like, I'm trying to be useful here, CY. I'm trying to be useful. Let me do something.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like how we saw from last series, right? Last picking this Luna. Now this explains why so many teams are starting to first ban the Luna. This is so much pressure coming in from one hero, one jungler.
Yeah, just the Luna itself, and plus it is the last pick. You already know that no one else is able to stop you. World is my board. Will be on the 3 players from BSE, but then again, Nova Esports, they are focused on to getting the tower down. Get the tower, that's it. World is my board is just there to control like Shrew Esports.
Yeah, coming from the perspective of Nova Esports, I gotta give them props. Every World is my board results into one tower. You've seen it from mid lane, 2 towers, 3 towers, top side tier 3s, bot side tier 3s. This Wendy pick coming in with this Yi Xing has been making play after play after play. Although it doesn't result to kills, but it has been resulting to a lot of macro objectives, Sir Cloud.
Exactly, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like an MVP Wendy, like no kills, but he's the MVP. And for us to justify that, we have to look at his plays here. And like what you pointed out, every time he comes out with a World is my board, a tower goes down. That is absolute value.
Yeah, and looking at the map position right now, be it Nova Esports trying to secure the Tyrant and simultaneously maybe trying to secure the Overlord as well. So this is Nova's statement. Hey, game 1, I'm going to take both objectives right here, right now, and close out the series and close out the game in a game-winning push in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, 2 minutes, right? Okay, so that's about 12 minutes, 30 seconds. All right,
Correct.
All right. We'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in check. Now, but Whippet is keeping Black Shrew Esports in check. As usual, being the frontliner, opening up the map, making sure that BSE doesn't come and do anything funny. And Whippet, he stole the buff away.
So right now, the Overlord Vanguard has been casted through the mid lane. They want to secure this final tier 3 turret in the mid lane. And waves pressures are being very heavy for the side of BSE. Everywhere is just crashing in right now. Things are not looking good for the side of BSE right now, Super.
Yep, 1 minute, 30 more seconds before your predicted end game time here, Zagi. And now Nova Esports taking down the mid tower. It's probably just a matter of time. They're just waiting for the minions to come in.
Yeah, the minions are coming in. Dragons are cruising down mid lane. This is going to be the end of the game, Sir Cloud.
Alright, here comes. This is going to be the final defense here for BSE against Nova Esports. CY goes all the way to the backline. JR is in trouble. JR last hit onto him. Unbridled Opus will be used by Wavepit to control all of them. And speaking about control, here is World is my board, but Xiang gets Muji. Could BSE defend this?
Oh, beautiful defense coming in from BSE. I gotta give props to BSE Xiang right there. He single-handedly disrupted Muji and killed him in that fight, making sure that, hey, you want to end this here, you gotta pay. And Xiang made sure they made him pay.
Oh, okay. Now that we're looking at this defense, right? And finally, after almost close to 12 minutes, BSE scores their first kill. That took them a while. Can they make this comeback?
It will never be not possible, but it's gonna be a very, very difficult journey if you're looking for a comeback. But it's BSE. They have been champions. There have been situations like these. So we have to give hope to BSE fans.
Right, so BSE, at least after that defense, they secured the buff. The blue buff is towards them. So that's something, right? They're starting to like, okay, get those small little wins, and that's okay. But Nova Esports, they cannot allow BSE to continue to get those small little wins. They need to push on onto BSE, not allowing them to even card their base. One more wave, if BSE gets a good engagement, that's it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. BSE inside of the base. And the next target is going to be Musang King. Musang King is going to be the tank that absorbs most of this damage. Musang King now in trouble. Managed to step away just in time. World is my board, will be deployed, but they only managed to get inside of it. And at the same time, the Unbridled Opus will be used to push away the members of of BSE at the top side, allowing Nova Esports to secure the win on the bottom side. But here comes Xiang, but Xiang taken out with a double kill by Xuan, and now it's Nova Esports still back in the game, and triple kill for Xuan. Nova Esports wins a convincing 1-0 against BSE.
Man, what a convincing win from Nova Esports over BSE. Masterclass of a showing. Yes, you can argue that, hey, BSE made a heroic play at the high ground, but it's too far a little too late because all 3 tier 3s have already been going down and the minions have been causing such a big issue for BSE. So one could say that, wow, Nova, are you that far ahead of BSE, or is this just game 1? Is this just BSE's first game of today, so they're shaking right now?
Yeah. You know who else is shaking right now?
Me.
Oh man, I'm glad you remembered.
Of course I remember.
Okay. Anyway, benefit of the doubt. Okay, the series is not over yet. Okay, anything can still happen. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps happen, even if we're in like day number 2. So who knows, right? Anything can happen here. But this is arguably, Sagi, the most convincing win we've seen so far in the MKL.
One of it, definitely yes. This might be one of the most convincing wins. We still cannot forget yesterday's game between Team Secret and Todak, but let's look at the scoreboard real quick. So, wow, Nova Esports just, having 2 deaths over the entire game is actually crazy against BSE.
And when it comes to itemization, I would say no comparison at all. I mean, just look at Dan. He didn't have a good time at all. He's only able to complete 2 items, and that's about it. Musa King, he's the best, or the second best. Xiang is the best, but even so, they're only able to complete 4 items each. That's about it.
I do believe that the first tire really marked a amazing tempo set by Nova Esports, making sure that they are not just slowly choking, they were choking BSE very quickly, just by 1 fight. Sir Cloud, do you remember 4,000 gold lead in 1 fight? That was crazy.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I believe it was the first Tyrant or something. It was fairly early on. But I'm sure that's going to be shown in our stats later on before we go on to our graph. When it comes to the damage dealt, okay, interesting enough that actually Zihong is still able to deal 78.2k. That's quite a lot for a game that's very one-sided.
Yeah, definitely. It just makes it seem that, hey, during the endgame push, Nova is just barging in, taking all these spells from Zihong's side. They are just taking so much damage, right? But I want to point out one thing. Wendy in this game, he's just the hidden MVP of this game, I would say. Like you mentioned just now. Although he has no kills, but the world is my board, the board that he laid down secured it at least minimum 1 objective. So this player, his control on these things, ultimate the world is my board, reaches a very phenomenal level.
Yeah, and they're very aware of okay, your job is just to control. Don't need to go in for kills. Yes, you can come up with the damage, that's fine, but it's just to control, and he knows his objective. Now, we did talk about the graph earlier on, and this is one of the steepest graph that we have seen so far, all the way down to Nova.
Yeah, just looking at the 4-minute mark at the bottom side, 4 minutes 23 seconds. From that moment on, that one Tyrant snap of a finger, the gold graph just avalanched towards the side of Nova Esports, making 0 comeback potential coming from BSE. Fight after fight, towers after towers, Nova Esports just making it look easy, just not taking any risks, just make sure that, hey, where's my board is going down, my DNG is just going to push down the tower, what can you do about it? You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a defense at the 9th minute, but that's pretty much about it, right? Yeah, it goes up a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's just too steep. It's just too far. The goal gap was just too big. The final goal gap difference is about 7k. That's big. That's a lot. But a lot of them can be MVPs. But we can only award it to only one player, and it will be CY.
Yeah, CY on his signature Luna pick. I have said this many times before. He showed this Luna pick back in HOKSG, and he had a festival, a big festival on this pick. He was doing so well that when we saw him pick in this game, I knew for a fact that this guy, he's coming in for a show on this Luna pick. And from the draft just now, this Luna last pick has to be answered somehow. I feel like coaches or drafters, they have to keep in consideration that if you pick such a 0 CC composition, who's gonna realistically handle this Luna pick?
Yeah, and plus it was the last pick. So he knows by then it's like, looking at all the picks that his opponents had done, like, who's going to stop the Luna? So it was an easy pick for him to like, okay, just go for the Luna. And plus, it's almost a similar draft from one of the matches that we've seen before. So they would have had this like on top of their mind is that, Luna pick, easy after looking at nobody's going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, definitely a field day coming in from the side of CY, and this is one of the first fights that we've seen that Musanke overexerted himself and resulted in 1 kill, the first kill of the game, and this is the Tyrant fight that we're talking about. JR being locked in the pit, trying to stop away, and CY catching him off guard there, resulting in 4 kills, 4 for none, including 1 Tyrant. And of course, this is one of the fights as well. Again, the wall is my board, an objective, which is the red buff, and then resulting in more and more and more. So Wendy not just Wendy and Nova Esports knowing their priorities here as well.
Yeah, you're right. Wendy could be the MVP as well, but of course we only can award one MVP to one player, right? Honestly speaking, it is such a one-sided game that the entire Nova Esports deserves to be the MVP in this round. Now, there is a moment where BSE, they tried to fight back from what we see here in the highlights, but that was pretty much about it because the gap was so far. Nova Esports, they could drop that defense and could still win this game easily.
Yeah, I do agree as well. It's like at the last few pushes, we just see Nova Esports barging towards the doors of BSE's Crystal. So this game 1, is it a statement match or is BSE warming up? We don't know. So according to officials, BSE will be picking the blue side and Nova will be awarded the red side. So that will be the side selection for game 2. So let's talk a bit on like expectations coming into game 2. So game 1, absolute domination coming in from HOK S3's champion against HOK S2's champion. No one would have expected this result.
Yep, not at all. I thought it would have been a title fight, not gonna lie here. But what we can expect is maybe the Luna to be banned. Not yet, but maybe soon.
Yeah, not bad because, alright, we are seeing Arlie, Dharma, Mai Shiranui, maybe a Diadia for Nova's last ban. All the, consistent bans here and all. So let's talk about pick and bans, right? So Arlie being banned out, Dharma being banned out, that leaves Mayin on the table, right? That leaves Nova's strengths, his favorite Guan Yu on the table, right? So all these picks, these are game changer picks. So Mayin being banned out, so they respect Xiang's Mayin. I remember Xiang, he landed a 5-man kick with Mayin back in KC 2024.
So you want to show some respect, right? Plus they do have the first pick anyway, so you're going to take that out. Okay, but what that leaves us now with, right? So BSC, they can't pick the Dolia. So no Dolia +1 combo anymore. But they're still going to go for the long instead. Okay, I mean, that's a decent popular first pick. Nova Esports, they can't go for the Zhang Fei, but they can go for heroes like Lady Sun or maybe even Algran. That's still open.
Yeah, seems to the fact that Nova Esports might pick up a Diadia here +1, and Black Shrew Esports might answer with their own Zhang Fei here, as we know that Zhang Fei and Long does pair pretty well into the early game, into the mid game, so it might be a Diadia +1 right here. Yes, that's correct, Diadia and Yuhan right here, simultaneously showing their mid lane and the roamer for Nova Esports.
Ooh, okay. So this will be dangerous, right? The fact that you have the Diadia can provide a lot of support to whoever who's going to be on the farm lane later on. Coming back onto BSE, now that you have the Long, ideally you might want to have some protection onto him. So that's why you put in the Zhang Fei to be able to open up that early farm lane space for the Long to farm.
And we are looking at Zhang Fei and Pei. So a bit of backstory on Pei. This hero is a high tempo hero. So the moment you pick this, you're telling the enemy like, hey, this game is going to be fast. I'm going to make sure that I dictate the early game. Zhang Fei and Pei, which is Dian and Musanke, both are going to bring smite. So they are going to try to secure a lot of these neutral objectives or enemy camps. So a Musashi counter pick coming in from the side of Nova Esports. Interesting pick coming in from Nova Esports.
Ooh, okay. Musashi, very, very fast, slick sort of hero as well. Able to go in for the back line. The Long has to be extra careful and to use his infinite vastness at the right timing. Now, with the next set of bans here, so they have used the Yixing for themselves. They say no, they don't want to deal with the Yixing this time, and potentially Black Shrew Esports might go for that. Another potential ban. Okay, you might want to focus on to banning the marksman of Nova Esports if you were BSE.
Maybe they will drop a Lady Sun ban here. Yeah, maybe that's a very high priority here. So looking at the bans on the side of Nova Esports, that's 3 mid lane bans on Zihong, Ganmo, Yixing, and Mai Shiranui. So on the side of BSE, potentially you're looking for a Lady Sun ban or one more Clash lane ban. But in the case, that is going to be a Consort U ban. Pretty smart ban here, as Pei is a jungle assassin, physical than jungle assassin, and Long has high physical burst. So very smart ban here coming aside from BSE.
Okay, I thought that the Lady Sun would come out as a ban, but okay, never mind. Maybe Nova Esports, this is their chance to pick up the Lady Sun instead for themselves, or they could leave the final pick for later. But I think they'll go for a marksman pick now because it's easy to kind of like be obvious with what kind of marksman you're gonna pick.
Oh, Guan Yu!
Oh, Guan Yu! Yes!
This is Nova's signature. His best pick, the pick that won us HOK S3's title for Malaysia. So this pick is coming out so early on the tournament. Wow, one might say, what is BSE going to answer with this? Charlotte is already out on the table. Are they going to answer with a Fuzi? Are they answering with a Biron? What is in BSE's mind right now if they were to pick a counter pick into this Guan Yu?
I also want to put out that Xuan was the finals MVP in S3. And like what you said, his Guan Yu that time was absolutely phenomenal. So this is basically power pick here for Nova Esports. I really don't know how they're going to answer to the Guan Yu. Okay, they must always keep Guan Yu in check. Like, you got to know where Guan Yu is all the time. And that's going to be Byron's job here for sure.
Oh, definitely. I do believe that BSE has the fundamental to keep things in check so they can protect their tri-core, which is Long, Pei, and Nua. So these 3 will be an absolute menace on the side when against Nova Esports. On the side of Nova Esports, you will want to look for engages. Force plays on the side with Musashi engage, Guan Yu engage, or even their flash engages. So these 2 are the pictures that we'll be seeing for both sides right now. So with this last pick, we are likely going to be seeing a Lady Sun if there are no mistakes here.
Yeah, Lady Sun, let's go. If it's not Lady Sun, then Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
Oh, wow, not bad. Okay, so they don't want to go with like the Protect the President. They don't want to think of like, oh, I have to take care of my Lady Sun. No, don't worry. Marco Polo can go in and out of fights, can kind of save himself as well when he needs to. So Marco Polo is a more sustainable, independent pick for Nova Esports.
I do agree as well. So Nova Esports here picking the Marco Polo with the combo of Dia. So one might figure, is this Marco Polo going to be the same as they will lane swap into the Clash lane for a seemingly better matchup, or how would it be?
Ooh, yes, that's something that we want to observe as well, right? Marco Polo can still lane with the Long, I believe, and plus he does have the Dia together with him to give him the extra support during the laning phase. So I think that even if they stay with the same lane, they can go for it. But nevertheless, we're also going in for it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into game number 2 between the Clash of Champions, Black Shrew Esports and Nova Esports.
Yeah, this might potentially be the last game between these 2 champions, but hey, BSE, you can never count them out in such a big game.
Yep, not at all. I mean, we have seen BSE like coming back in the finals in S2 against Team Secret, so they know how to come back. So let's see how they do a reverse sweep here against Nova Esports.
Yep, definitely. So interesting start coming in from BSE Musang King. He helped his Clash lane start, and his Clash lane Knight now is helping me clear the jungle to fasten the tempo. So a casual 2v2 at the bot side for between 2 members of both BSE and Nova Esports. So let's talk a bit of the draft right now. So BSE is playing tri-core, right? Actually, everybody is a carry in BSE. Xiang with the flash engages, BSE Musang King, Zihong, JR with the damage at their backs, the rockets in the back. So if you're a Nova Esports fan, what do you want to see from Nova Esports? Okay, good engages from Strand, good engages from CY, and Mushi getting those favorite barrage in. So these 2 teams, both are looking at a heavy team fight, but seems like the team fight initiative is more on the side of Nova Esports right now.
And they have good options, right? Like what you mentioned with Swan, with CY, able to start off fights, and Muji is just a follow-up with the Fervor Barrage. And on top of that, Muji has Waypit to give him extra sustainability when he goes in with the Fervor Barrage. So that would be something that Nova Esports can also use to engage and also disengage from fights because of the options that they have.
Yeah, exactly. The only down thing that Nova Esports' composition is that their range is not as far compared to BSE's lineup, where you have Zihong, the new one, Musang King on the pace. So these 2 things, these 2 heroes will probably provide a certain level of harassment coming to this. So a beautiful freeze coming aside of BSE Xiang. So a bit of a lane trick coming in here and there. So all in all, BSE is looking to find a footing in game 2. Can they bring it back to game 3? I'm not sure, but let's see. So far, both teams are very tight in the early game.
Yeah. I'm looking at like who's kind of like winning their lanes by the lane itself. Looks like the farm lane so far, BSE is doing so far so good. And it's also because of Dian is sticking with JR, just providing him that extra support in lane, making sure that he wins his lane cleanly. And you want to absorb as much as possible from Marco Polo, especially when he comes up with the Resplendent Revolver. So if he's able to absorb that on behalf of JR will have the space to farm.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, BSE doing a very good job babysitting. Actually, both Romans are doing a good job babysitting their marksmen, making sure that they have a seamless transition into the mid game. Gold lead wise, both teams are about tied. Nothing too crazy going on. So I do think that this game we'll probably see this game break out at the 4-minute mark near the Tyrant, or will the team be, playing macro style? Do you want to trade back and forth? Oh, CY here trying to look for a cheeky bush engage.
Okay, I thought that. Really, Sean? Are you going to go for it? No. I mean, it's Nova Esports. They won't overextend just like that. But I was also thinking the same, right? Probably the breakout might be during the first objective, whether it's the Tyrant or the Overlord. Most likely going to be the Tyrant as usual in the 4th-minute mark. That's coming up in about 20 more seconds. And that's where we will see the potential first split happen there. Right now, Nova Esports has a little bit more control on the Tyrant side.
Yeah, that is correct. So far, we are seeing that the BSC top lane and the jungle are looking to break through the priority as soon as possible. So Musang King escorting his Clash Lane towards the Tyrant as we speak.
Okay, yeah, Tyrant is out by BSE. They managed to make it there. And Nova Esports seems to want to let this one go. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I thought that Nova Esports wanted to challenge it.
I think Nova Esports respects that, hey, your early game is definitely much stronger than mine with the likes of BSE Xiang on the Biron and BSE Musang King on the Pei. So Muchi still hasn't hit 2 items yet, so we want to avoid any fight possible before Muchi hits that power spike.
And also, let's not forget about the Dian as well. With the Unbridled Alpha, so early game, they're pretty strong. Okay, so let's see how they're going to capitalize on their strength here at the early game. But with the fact that Wendy made a rotation towards the bottom, so BSE, they probably had that information, so they stepped away from the front of the tower.
Oh yeah, active rotation coming in from both sides, mid laner and roamer to hover the bot side. I think this bot side will have a very big party soon as they really want to unlock JR to further push on other side lanes. They want to make sure that Mushi doesn't have much of a space to farm into 3 items.
Both sides, 5 minutes, still no first blood. Very different pace from what we saw in game number 1. But anyway, with the early game advantage, as what you mentioned earlier on for BSE, they take down T1 of the bottom lane.
Yeah, T1 in the bottom lane, still no significant gold lead, about 400 on the side of BSE. Nothing too crazy, nothing too special. I think these two teams all engage in the mid lane.
Unbridled Outburst might be anytime soon, and it will be used right now. 2 players calling the Unbridled Outburst, and here comes Xiang from the side. Taking out Waypin as the first target. First blood given to Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, beautiful flash storm strike coming in from Xiang as a follow engage, and now they have direct access into the red buff. What will Nova Esports do? Will they give this up, or will they try for a fight?
Oh, looks like they don't want to give up the buff. Okay, T1 comes in, and here is the infinite vastness for BSE to disengage after getting the objective off the buff.
Timing was great from JR's infinite vastness. Correct timing, perfect timing to dodge out the deal to the death from CY, escaping death and also securing the blue buff on the side of BSE's jungle. So right now, things are looking pretty good on the side of BSE. Gold lead is healthy, it's at 1000. They are slowly cementing their footing into this game so far.
Oh, but Xuan gets information. I think he's thinking of going in for the steal. Nah. Okay, probably noticed that, okay, Dan is there as well, as much as he wants that red buff, but nah, it's not going to be worth it.
Yeah, it's not definitely going to be worth it. So both teams very disciplined, very low kill count, but you can see both teams are exchanging macros, macro plays left, right, center. So it's not just a boring 0-kill game. It's a very high mechanical, high IQ game that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of who will let go of the gas first. Anyway, Nova, they will secure the Overlord. So it's still pretty close to each other. But Musang King Now he swapped over to the farm lane side of things and he's wrecking havoc down there, forcing Swan to stick with him.
Yeah, forcing Swan to stick with him. He's definitely dominating that one side lane. Swan very in danger, almost dying. One more hit.
Ooh.
Escaping with a skin of breath. Okay, so Musang King can get this tower with, you know, no friction, no one stopping him. So is this going to be next invade into the ramp-up circle?
Well, looks like BSE is thinking of invading right now. They want to get the red buff for themselves. And maybe even a kill. Or Nova Esports looking at actually trading back with a kill. Here comes Swan from the side. Swan comes in from the side. And this is Nova Esports defending their ground. You take my buff, I take yourself.
Yeah, you take my buff, I take yourself. Very well said, Circa. But mid tower is under fire right now, and it might just drop to the side of BSE. So it's actually pretty good for the side of BSE. They got the mid tower, they unlocked the map. They can now push even further towards the mid lane and the side of jungle for Nova Esports. So Nova Esports, that might not be the best outcome for you.
Yeah. And doesn't help that the fact that they lost their tier 2 tower at the bottom, allowing BSE a lot more space at the bottom area of the jungle. Nova Esports, they have to find a way to claw back objectively to take more towers down.
Yeah, but looking at the gold lead, both teams are deadly tied between these two. So it's just up to that one big play. As we stay circle, maybe the 10-minute mark, maybe this top push. We have to find out what is the breaking play into the series.
Not yet. Not the top push as well. Both sides very disciplined with their moves. They see the target, but they don't exactly go all in until they have a clear indication that they can win team fights. Team fight might break out here in the middle. And Dian is ready for it. He does have the Unbridled Outburst ready. He's trying to bait out the members of Nova Esports, or at least give back information to his team. And Nova Esports, they're not biting the bait at all.
Yeah, BSE trying to invade this rep buff once again, denying the rep buff from Microphone is very huge. So will they start the fight here?
Okay, the buff. Oh, but there again, CY goes straight in onto the backline, Infinite Bastards to put him to safety. Moonsun King takes out CY, and they not only stole away the buff, they got a kill on the CY at the same time.
Wow, pretty good stuff here coming in from BSE. I gotta give props to JR. He dodged due to death once again with his Infinite Bastards. The perfect timing. If you were to miss a time even by 1 second, you would get hit and you would die immediately on the spot.
Oof. It could have been anyone's game earlier on, but both sides still maintaining the level of discipline. Nova Esports, they know that they cannot continue on the engagement, and they did exactly that. They pulled the plug very, very quickly. Again, this is really top tier macro movement, like what you said.
Yeah, both teams really just rocking that gold lead. 1,000 gold lead coming in for Shrew Esports, and 10-minute mark right now. Overlord Tyrant both has been spawned. So looking at the map state, both teams are looking to contest this Tyrant at the 10-minute mark.
Okay, this Tyrant is probably going to be really important, right? Nova Esports, they want a piece of this. And so far, Nova Esports is controlling the situation, but let's not forget about BSE. They still have a full team. They can come in anytime soon. Nova Esports starting on the Tyrant. They're trying to bait out Shrew Esports. Dan is still in here, together with the Unbridled Outburst. Okay, he's going to go in anytime soon. 50% of health left on the Tyrant. And BSE again, Tyrant reset.
Oh wow, very good macro pick coming from BSE, getting the mid priority. Now Musaki just straight up push out the mid tower. Someone has to answer the mid wave coming in from Nova Esports. So right now, BSE, what are you trying to do here? Are you looking for the engage here?
Okay, they're in the position to make the engagement though. But Dan is not using his Unbridled Outburst yet. Nova Esports, they're hoping for the Unbridled Outburst to be used. As long as the Unbridled Outburst is still being kept by Dan, Nova Esports can't really engage.
Yeah, BSE here playing with the Tyrant reset up to perfection here, making sure that if you want this Tyrant, I will definitely make sure I take your red buff, I take your mid tower, and right now, they're doing the dance once again.
And we can't say that they're spending too much time, right? The Tyrant is so important.
Oh,
JR, go Wendy! Okay, this is go time here for BSE. They'll find the next target out to CY. CY goes straight onto the backline, trying to get at least a trade, but Xiang says, no! You shall not trade! And he will fall to the hands of Xiang.
Wow, Wendy there, not expecting the fire palm to be able to one-shot him, thus saving his unending sorrow. A miscalculation here coming from Nova Wendy.
Oh, but the fight continues on. Here comes Musang King all the way to the back line. And Xuan, he wants to chase out Musang King, but Dan is there to provide him extra support. He cannot continue the chase knowing that there's only 3 active players for Nova Esports.
Musang King is just too slippery on this pay, making so mechanical good plays. Even Shen got such a nice Razor Cavalry, he still got a lot out alive. Gotta give props to BSE, making sure that their jungler has no form of dying. Just making sure that, hey, he got engaged, we're gonna appear in a moment. Momento instanto.
Momento instanto. I like that. But right now, what will be the instanto moment for Nova Esports to actually make this comeback?
I will definitely be banking on Nova's strength to be finding a perfect backline access onto the side of Zhong and Musang King. So keep an eye on Nova's strength. He's going to be the definite playmaker to bring Nova Esports a potential comeback.
But so far, BSE have been keeping him in check. They know exactly where his movement is. They know if he's trying to do something funny. And so far, we haven't get to see the best of Xuan yet. But maybe with this position, Xuan positioning himself at the bottom lane. But when he's there, BSE, they move themselves to the top lane. So they know that they're keeping Xuan in check all the time.
Yeah, props to BSE Xiang, really just marking Xuan, making sure that he has no way of accessing to the backline of BSE. And right now, BSE starts off the Shadow Overlord, and right with this Overlord, BSE might just look to close out the game.
Ooh, it's gonna be real hard for Nova Esports, but the bright side for Nova Esports, at least the goal difference is not that far, about 2k. That's still okay. Not as big as like a 7k like how we saw earlier on. So one good engagement by Nova Esports, they could turn things around.
Of course, especially it's a high ground defense. High ground defense usually favors the side of Nova Esports, where they have a lot of proactive plays, proactive engages. They have to look at Xuan, they have to look at CY, and definitely Mushi right now level 15, almost full slotted. So both sides, this will might be game changing for both sides.
Okay, they're hoping for Dian to use his Unbridled Outburst again, but Dian is keeping his Unbridled Outburst tight to his chest for the right moment. Even though he received this amount of damage, but he does not receive enough for his Unbridled Outburst to be forced out.
Yeah, that's correct. So props to Dian as well. He has been playing an immaculate game on this Dian way, making damage calculations, making baits, making so many of the positional plays. So well, so good. Right now they're trying to siege the top turret.
Okay, at the same time, the mid is being sieged down by Xiang, and they're putting a lot of pressure onto Nova Esports. They will get the top. Now all-in objective to get the mid. Everything's been taken out by BSE at this moment. BSE still very much in control, and the Unbridled Outburst is still not being let go.
Yeah, very good play coming from BSE. Very disciplined, very macro-centric. Right now, they just clear the jungle and say, hey, we're not gonna fight you. We're just gonna go get the Tyrant, and we'll see you in 1 minute, and we'll see your crystal go down.
You know what? Right now, Dian is just playing emotional damage. As long as he does not use his Unbridled Outburst, Nova Esports, they cannot engage. It's hard for them.
It's definitely hard for them as well. Dian being the sole wall, the first wall that Nova has to break through, but who realistically can break this wall? No one.
Look at this, Sagi. They got Xuan in check. Xuan wanted to try something interesting. He wanted to go in for the flank, but they saw Xuan, so they got him in check, and Xuan cannot proceed further.
Yeah, definitely. Look, once Musang King travels to the mid lane, immediately BSE Xiang blocks up, make sure that Xuan is in check, no backline access. This is very good team play coming in from BSE. Engage coming in.
Oh, CY takes a lot of damage. Now he's in trouble, but he's still amongst them. CY steps away to safety. Gets extra support by Waypit. They all still survive at this moment, but the fight continues on. They got Dian! Dian is out! This is potentially go time for Nova Esports, but they lost Xuan in the process. Too many casualties up on this fight here. One each so far, with Tyrant still open. But look at the top! The minions!
Ooh, CY coming in clutch defenders. Once lost it, they would have lost it. Oh, Timers prepared by BSE. So Timers are safe for both sides. But BSE has wave advantage, so they can just play the wave and end the game, Sir Cloud. So right now, if you're a Nova fan, can they stop them outside of their base? That's the question right now they have to answer.
Oh, I am a Nova fan, for reasons that is. But can they? It's hard, right? Look at this. The minions are pushing it hard and fast. Now they have to deal with the bottom lane.
Exactly. Just now, Muchi, he got a perfect fever barrage, but that was not enough as well to close out BSE's B. So that makes me question, in what scenario can BSE actually use Nova in this team fight right now? I might be jinxing myself, but let's see. It's coming out right now.
Yeah, it's frankly, objectively speaking, it's still going to be hard for BSC to drop this. I mean, it's BSC that we're talking about. We don't expect them to make a silly mistakes that will cost them the game, right? All they need to do is just to push Nova Esports. If Nova Esports makes the first engagement, BSC could potentially win this. And speaking of engagement, this is what exactly they're doing right now. And Wendy is in trouble. Wendy managed to step away thanks to his other teammate, CY. It's now blocking BSC from coming any further. But the first kill is still not out yet. And finally, we see Schwan getting it. But the trade-off is that Schwan will go down as well. BSC continue to fight, but Nova Esports, the defense. This could be the defense of their lifetime. Yen takes a lot of damage. Is there a chance to take out Yen? Finally, Yen goes down after all that.
Wow, JR versus Invented Bastards. Too aggressive there, my friend. I think he wanted to go back door, but there was no minions to back up for the backdoor protection there. So JR did a great mistake there, making sure that Nova Esports has another chance to beat here. Looking at Nova Esports actually winning for 2,000 right now. If they secure this overall Vanguard,
they're winning in the bush! They're winning in the bush! And see what? Did not expect that! Oh no, this could be bad for Nova, but then again, the rest of Nova came just in time to secure the Overlord. Woo!
Okay, that is fine, that is fine. For Nova, that is still fine. If CY drops, but they secure the Overlord Vanguard, that is still fine. So right now, realistically speaking, alright. Both teams are 50-50 right now, Circle.
Yeah, especially with the Overlord pickoff, right? I was at the edge of my seat.
Nova really came in clutch. Although CY died, they weren't afraid to push BSC off from the Overlord. So if they secure this Overlord, they can push the game potentially to Tempest Dragon, Circle.
Oh man, and we're like only about a minute and about 15 more seconds to the Tempest. And obviously the Tempest will be a big decider between these two teams. But the pressure is still on the Nova Esports. The fact that they lost all their towers, that's why now they're pushed back. And it's going to be hard for them to not give any attention to the lanes.
Especially, after 20 minutes, the minions are going to be so damn strong. We've seen it before in KC 2024. Minions have so much power. It can end games by itself after 20 minutes. So if Black Shrew wants to do it, they can stall this game until however minutes, until the minions are too tough to deal with.
Yeah, and just let the minions do their own job, right? Man, it's gonna be so hard for Nova Esports. But I applaud Nova Esports for just trying to hold on and not giving up. Whatever opening that they can get, they will capitalize on it.
Alright, so right now, Nova Esports trying to find an engage in the mid lane. They see Musaki in top side. Engage going on too long.
Oh, Infinite Blasters, and he managed to step away to safety. But a second engagement might happen here. All in onto Dan. Dan goes down now without their right opposite at all. This is a big opening for Nova Esports.
Nova Esports did so well. They saw Musaki at the top side. They said, Musaki's shown, let's jump right now. And they did. I mean, now DN is 30 seconds short. No unbridled outburst even if he comes out. So right now, if Nova can secure this Tempest Dragon, things are going to go so south for the side of Black Shrew Esports.
The final battle begins here, ladies and gentlemen, all the way onto the back! Wendy! Got Musaki! And Mochi got Xiang! Nova Esports! This is the opening, the potential comeback that they're looking for!
A beautiful flashborn for Temple coming in for Wendy to close out with BSC Musaki. He knows if this guy doesn't get involved in Tempest Dragon, there's no way of BSC coming back right now. So, Annihilation, he blocked. Okay, so Nova secures this Tempest. The game is still 50-50, but in terms of team fight, Nova seems to be on the upper hand right now, Circle.
Oh man, it just swung towards Nova Esports now. Oh, Sagi, this is crazy. This is the match that we're talking about here. But BSE, they could still do it because the minions are still very strong on the lane, forcing Xuan to take out one lane by himself.
Now Xuan is permanently on the top side, but keep in mind, Tempest Dragon has been spawned, so, and if you're looking at BSE, they have no reliable engage tools right here, so even if they see Xuan on the top side, they can't engage, so what can BSE do to relieve the situation?
Oh man, they have to find an opening. They have to find a very good pickoff right now because the pressure is now on the BSE. If Nova Esports takes down all three towers, that's it. They could potentially snowball towards a win.
Yeah, right now they are looking to pressure the mid side, and Musaki cleared the Tempest Dragon on the bottom side. So two waves coming in. Defense duty is doing really good on the side of Black Shrew Esports, so no towers going down first.
Oh yes, and they managed to clear off the minion wave. before the mid tower goes down. The bottom tower is still well and healthy as well. Top tower cleared off by the minions themselves, and you did mention about how strong the minions are. The minions can deal with the waves.
Exactly, minions can deal with the wave. 10 seconds left for Tempest Dragon buff. So right now, yes, you just have to hold on this wave right now. So after this wave, you can look for flies, you can look for backdoor. So what is the call here, BSE?
Oh, looks like Nova will go straight in. And BSE might be caught off guard here. BSE, they try to defend the ground. Musaki is pretty long. He needs to back off. Resurrection on the Wendy. Wendy continues to survive. At the same time, the tower's been taken out by the minions themselves. And here is Nova Esports fighting back on the BSE. BSE, Musaki coming back onto the fight with a full health. Nova Esports are aware of that. And they disengage.
What a nail-biting team fight, Sir Cloud. Both teams back-to-back, using all their active spells, using all their Essential Sanctuary. Who is going to come out on top right here, Sir Cloud?
Oh, the tower goes down. Not yet. Last hit on the tower. The tower goes down. It is now open for Nova. He's about to go in. They almost got checked in the process. Martial managed to step away. Waypin is being low as well. He can't do much, but Wendy went down. And BSE, this is the fight that they're looking for. The defense of their lifetime against Nova Esports. And it's all over there. JR gets one. But here comes Musaki on the Waypin. CY's in trouble as well. And CY goes down. Ace for BSE.
That's not just an ace, Sir Cloud. That's 5 for 0. There's one wave going to the top side, Sir Cloud. That might just be game for BSE. What an insane team fight coming from BSE. 5 for 0, Sir Cloud. How did that happen?
Oh man, exactly. How did that happen? Nova is supposed to be in control. But now because of that, they will lose this round against BSE, bringing us to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is Black Shrew Esports with game number 2.
Black Shrew Esports clutching that series, bringing it to 1-0. Man, Black Shrew Esports, you guys are insane. Surviving the Tempest push, pushing off Nova's push. Immediately, JR once again using the Infinite Vastus, dodging death due to the death from the Musashi. Man, this guy does not miss under this pressure situation, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, this is the craziest fight that we've seen so far. This is insane. It could honestly been anyone's game. It could honestly be Nova towards the end as well.
Like the chronological order of this thing. BSE is securing such a healthy lead. Proceed to throw at the high ground. Nova giving us such a masterclass of defense. Getting so much gold back. Was up 10,000 at the end of the game. But still, getting Tempest Dragon was not enough to fend it off for the series. Pushing to the high ground. BSE dancing until Tempest Dragon wears off, putting up a masterclass of a team fight, securing 5 for 0 and ending the game series. What a masterclass performance from both teams, Sir Cloud. Man, this is BSE and Nova Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
This is like watching the grand finals, the last game, the decider match of a grand final sort of feel, Kiyosaki. That is crazy. Okay, how crazy it is, we still have to look at the crazy numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a really tight match.
Oh yeah, definitely tight. Look at Muchi. He's rocking 19,000 gold single-handedly. Who else is close to him? Musaki, 18,000 gold. This is at most a 22-minute game, and these two players rocking one death only out of 22-minute game, Sir Cloud. That is nuts.
Are you kidding me? Only one death? That is insane. Well, another insane thing is that I really want to see like the damage absorbed by Dian earlier on. It was a lot. Yes, he died like 3 times, but he was like tanking everything by himself. So I can't wait to see the numbers there later on. And looking on Nova Esports side, CY as a Musashi is not able to get a single kill. Do you think that number is glaring?
I think that's still fine because Musashi as a pick, he's trying to use his spell to block off projectiles coming from JR, so that explains it. But looking at damage dealt, Zihong rocking with 200,000 damage with 22k damage taken. That is an insane stat, Sir Cloud.
That is arguably the highest damage dealt that we have seen so far in this tournament. That is crazy. And Dan as well, almost 200k damage absorbed by himself. Xiang takes 165k damage as well. There's so much that they have absorbed between the two of them.
Yeah, looking at Zihong, it's a 20+ minute game. He only took 22k damage. No one was touching him on the side of Nova Esports. This brings back to our discussion. Nova Esports, yes, you have all these sorts of engages, all these sorts of damage output, but your range is not enough to reach Zihong.
Yeah, and Xuan didn't have a good enough space to actually go to the backline. It was all blocked by Xiang. Every time he was trying to find an opportunity to go for the flank, maybe try to get a pick off onto Zihong, he couldn't because Xiang is always there to block him.
Yeah, exactly. Like Xiang and Musangi just tag teaming, making sure Xuan, you're in place. You have no way of going to the backline. And let's check out the goal graph. Man, what a crazy goal graph. Look at this. So slow and steady, BSE gets a pretty decent lead up until maybe a 5k goal lead, right? The moment 20-minute hits, the goal lead slanders towards the 12k goal lead for Nova Esports. And you would think, 12k goal lead, Nova Esports could have closed out the game, right? But no! BSE 5-0's team fight and close off the series 1-1 right now.
Yeah, when it hit like the 12k goal lead gap, probably at that point, it's not the biggest factor because it's towards the very late game and everyone would have had their items by then. But it was like the turning point was also, of course, the defense by Nova Esports inside the base themselves. And you pointed out that they have a very strong defense setup as well. And they've shown that, okay, if they're pushed to the base, they have to turtle in, they're able to defend, and that's the advantage that they took. But when it comes to the offensive side, that is where Nova Esports might have a little bit of gap because they couldn't get the backline, they couldn't get the Noah.
And what we couldn't get, let's check out the MVP of this game. It's going to be BSEJR, rocking that long with a 415 KDA. Damage locking at 24%, 12% damage taken, and total goal of 22%. This man, I gotta give him props. I've been saying from time and time again, this man in this game, he has been so consistent with his infinite vastness. Every duel to the death casted by Musashi, maybe 5 on him, he managed to dodge 4 of them. That's 80% accuracy on his ultimate timing, Sir Cloud.
The only thing that I can say about JR that is not consistent is that sometimes he wears glasses, sometimes he doesn't. In this picture, it doesn't. So yeah, just putting it out there. But for BSE, yes, JR definitely put in a very good performance. But also, I want to give an honorable mention to Dian as well. Being a very strong frontliner, not only just being a wall, right? But he knows how to keep his unbridled outburst well and when to use it.
Yeah, Dian with the trigger discipline, making sure that he knows when to release unbridled outburst. The composure of this seasoned veteran player. This man seems to be a pretty good addition to the new roster from this showing.
Oh man, this is the game that we have been asking for, right? But we gotta check out the highlights here in case for whatever reason, ladies and gentlemen, you missed out on this match. It was a banger of a round.
It was a banger around indeed, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at that dodge coming from JR. Re-engaging with the Infinite Vast because he knows he's available to. There's no engage. And this is what I'm talking about. JR, although you're the MVP, but he seems to be messed up build here. He tried to go in, tried to look for the engage onto the crystal with his burst. And this one, although CY did drop to the side of BSE, but Wendy and the Cavalry coming in to secure the buff. And this is one of the last fights I believe that secured BSE the 5-0 empty win.
Yeah, it was the second last fight, I believe. Yeah, it's the second last fight here. The last fight came after, but this was a very long fight as well, if you gotta think about it. And with the, this is the final fight. And with the defense coming in from BSE, man, everything just happens at a flash. Like the mechanical skills of all these players, they are just next level, if you ask me.
Yeah, not just mechanical skill. I'm talking about team fight positioning, how to fight as a team. These two teams really showcase what it's like to be the best team, the top teams in MKL, or even globally. So right now, we're looking at Game 3 between Nova and BSE. The cards are out, the hands are warm. Stakes, is it high? Maybe in the terms of like being a boasting stake. But for us, me and you, the stakes are high, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah. It comes down to game number 3 between us, that is, and of course between the teams as well. Okay, Nova Esports will be on the blue side, so they will have the first pick after this. Now, for being a first picker, there's still a lot of options that they can go for. For Nova, they have not gone for a Dolia +1 yet. Yeah, that's a confirmation. They have not picked a Dolia yet, so that could be potentially what they're going to go for.
And especially I want to point out that throughout these bans and these picks, BSE no longer has the Arlie, and Nova still has the Arlie, still has the Mai Shiranui. So BSE, are you going to open up the Arlie and Mai Shiranui both together so each of you can get one? Or are you going to ban both together? What is the plan coming in from BSE's coaching staff right now? And Nova, what are you trying to plan here? Are you going to put our MVP, our FMVP, the captain of Nova Esports on another engaged hero? Are you going to put him on an enabler? What are you looking for right now, Nova Esports?
Well, just to give the emotional damage to BSE, maybe Nova could still put him as one of the engager type of heroes as well. Although BSE, they know how to manage him, especially with him on the Guan Yu earlier on. But you kind of force your opponent to like separate like maybe one or two heroes towards the side, not being together with the rest of the team. So maybe they might be looking at doing that again.
Yeah, maybe indeed. So right now, BSE, maybe we'll look at a signature Musang King Agudo pick right now, or a signature CY Allground pick right now. These two have been with them throughout their journey to becoming champions in KC 2024 for BSE, or for HOK S3 for CY, for example, Game 7 Allground, right? So these picks will come in very handy in the best of 3 final game series. So we kind of have to see, are we looking at signature picks or are we looking at meta right now?
Oh man, let's not forget about the Outgrun as well. It's also open and up for grabs for all these teams. Okay, we're going to get our answers really soon, ladies and gentlemen, as we observe the draft. The Mai is still not bad. The Dolia is still not bad. Potentially, Nova Esports might go for the Dolia if it's not taken up by Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, and also there's still Arlie on the table, there's still Chano on the table. So we're thinking, okay, Liang is banned, so they are trying to remove the potential of Liang with Princess Frost or Liang with Ganmo, right? And Arlie being banned out, that's 2 marksmen banned on the side of Nova, of Black Shrew Esports. Nova Esports, are you looking to pivot into the Lady Sun? Are you looking to pivot into the channel? What are your thoughts right here? Or is it Mai Shiranui? It is going to be Mai Shiranui for Wendy.
Yeah, looks like it. And they know that BSE, they can't pick the Dolia. So no Dolia +1 that they need to be worried about. Instead, they go for the Dharma. The Dharma provides them the level of flexibility that they would have wanted as well. Being able to like shove waves out very quickly, split push, even jab from the side, coming in with flanks. So the Dharma is what Nova needs to be able to manage. And looks like they're going to manage it with the Pei and also the Sansa.
Yeah, looking at a very offensive lineup coming in from the side of Nova Esports, it spells Mai Shiranui play, super high tempo, Wendy with the Mai Shiranui. He is known for being the best Mai Shiranui in Malaysia right now. So this player on Mai Shiranui is gonna be a menace, an absolute monster. And the draft itself for Nova Esports, it spells what? It spells aggressive. It spells hyper aggressive. Sun Che, Pei, Mai Shiranui, we want early fights, we want early tempo. And Black Shrew Esports, they answer with what? Team fight, Yixing Dharma. Multiple man engages, truthful mantra coming from Dharma. So we are painting the picture right now. If Black Shrew Esports can survive the first 10 minutes of the game, they have a very good hopes of going it far. And a third marksman ban coming in from BSE.
Oh man, I'm scared now for this draft, right? This is the draft that will decide everything here. Okay, but understandably, because Nova Esports, they have not picked a marksman yet, so to ban out the marksman is cool. Checking out the Concert U. So what other marksmen are available? They have used the DTE, so the DTE is out.
There's still the channel, there's still Marco Polo. No, Marco Polo Nova has already picked it last game. There's still the channel, there's still the Alessio, there's still Fang. Fang is historically well known to be played as a weak side. There's still Luban. There's still many more. So Lianpo being the final ban for Black Shrew Esports, and Nova Esports replying it with a Dia ban. So right now, BSE is looking for a roamer and a jungle. Will we see an Agudo coming in from BSE? Will we see a Nova Esports channel? There might be a certain trap that's laid by BSE right here.
And they can leave the jungle pick for last because Nova Esports is no longer going to pick a jungle. So they don't need to worry about like thinking about that first. They might want to think about the roamer now, because Nova Esports will pick their own roamer as well after this. So
yeah, especially true.
Yeah.
So let's see what is BSE cooking right now. Is it going to be the Agudo? Are they saving the last pick for their roamer? It's going to be Lady Sun and Ming.
Oh yeah,
coming out BSE. So here's the thing. BSE drafting Lady Sun and Ming into a Sun Che Mai Shiranui. that is a very dangerous maneuver. Yes, the damage may be insane, damage may be crazy, but can you withstand the engage coming in from Wendy and Swan on these enablers?
And also the idea behind the Ming pick is to protect the Lady Sun. Of course, protect the president because you have the Mai who's able to jump in onto the Lady Sun, so you want to have some level of protection. Yes, you may have the World is my bot to try to lock them in place, but the Ming pick I would say comes in as a very good insurance policy for BSE.
Oh, a Sakura and Chano being the last. Sakura and Chano being the last two picks for side Nova Esports, making it sure that hey, you want to go in, we're going all in together. Chano with Wolfpack, Sakura with his Mulberry Slaps. So we are gonna see a hyper aggressive team comp coming from Nova Esports on the side of the engaged department. So with the last pick, BSE defaulting to their Agudo pick. Yeah, what made them known, what made Musaki the FMVP of KC224, this is the pick.
Oh man, okay, so this is also the final match, the decider match between these two. What's your prediction between these two drafts?
Honestly speaking, I think they are very much equal in terms of draft. Nova Esports' style is to make hyper-aggressive engages onto Lady Sun and Ming, while BSC is making a solid frontline wall to make play very comfortably. So, as a 50-50 draft, it comes down to execution, but in terms of proactiveness, it's definitely down to the side of Nova Esports in the early game, and BSE will look much better in the mid-game, maybe 4 minutes onwards.
Ooh, and I'm sure when it comes to execution, these two teams are at the top of their game. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the decider match here for the series between Black Shrew Esports and Nova Esports.
This is going to be a decider match. It's going to be a banger of a series. This is the final match between BSE and Nova, and let's see if who will be champion of this first series.
This is going to be real scary, right? Anyway, Nova Esports, proactive approach here by CY to take the side jungle. And a little bit of advantage to Nova Esports, though it's small advantage, but it's rather tiny.
Yeah, BSE here with swapping JR and DN into the mid lane, making sure that this duo can exert dominance onto the side lane, making sure that hey, I can do in base like this, I'll chunk you out resources, because letting Yi sit alone in the bot side, yeah, it's pretty fair. You make sure that Yi can sustain the lane alone, while JR can wreak havoc onto the side lane.
And right now, we can still see that the farm lane, Chano, played by Muji, is still being left alone for him to absorb as much experience and goal as possible. He doesn't need to worry about Sihong that much at the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so technically, BSC wants to set up tempo for JR and DN onto the map, while it does give up Muji to have a very suitable lane, but it's still, you are trading lane for tempo on the side of BSE, so they are looking to exert something on early game to the map.
Still playing around the middle for the most part for both sides, including Waypit still here as well. He wouldn't be able to find a Mulberry power moment yet, but maybe now. I want to engage onto Musang King, but still not the right moment with the fact that the rest of BSE, they are around him still.
Yeah, definitely. So right now, 2 minutes in, nothing too crazy going on. So, okay, 2 men strong on the top side, maybe catching out Xiang. Okay, it's just a attempt, nothing too crazy right now. So yeah, back to our topic. 2 minutes in, both sides are looking very consistent. So Nova, a recap, their comp wants to go aggressive. They want to use set sail, they want to use Maestro on setup to get maybe BSE JR in the backline, right? So for BSE, you have a pretty solid wall. You have the Warriors my board. You have Musang King on the Agudo. So it really comes down to execution, Sir Cloud, on whoever can execute their team fights perfectly.
Yeah, if we talk about the set sail execution, right, Xiang will be the one to try to block off the set sail from the side especially. So for Xuan, he has to be really creative on how he's going to play the set sail. He can't play like how he tried to play the Guan Yu earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. So Xiang right now, he's not looking for a flanking position, he's looking for engaged position, assisting position where he uses the set sail, he pops it, he looks for these big engages in front. So right now, if you're BSE, you have to wonder, who is gonna be, like you say, BSE Xiang may be the one to block off these engages, but if he blocks it off, will he just die from one engage?
I guess that also depends on what sort of damage output do they have at that point of time, right? So that's why it's really important for Nova Esports to try to get their early snowball as fast as possible. They get the damage output in, and let the set sail is ready. They can engage with the set sail and then quickly take out Xiang. And once they take out Xiang, Black Shrew Esports, yeah, they still have Musang King who's able to tank, but without Xiang, that will mean that they are fully dependent on Musang King by then.
Yeah, I do agree as well. So first 4 minutes, we are cruising through a very peaceful first 4 minutes, but 4 minutes, Tyrant has been spawned. Both teams are hovering very closely to the bottom side of the map, and we see that Dharma on the side of BSC has been slowly moving towards the mid lane right now. So what is the plan coming to this circle?
Ooh, maybe this Tyrant, we might see the first blood this time. Earlier on, we did not see the first blood. Okay, onto Xiang, and here comes the Cecil from the back, straight onto Xihong. Xihong comes in with the World is My Board to try to lock in Xuan, and now Xuan still managed to escape. Good enough that he's tanky so that he can just walk away from the World is My Board, but that leaves the Tyrant open now for Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, looking at the health bars, Black Shrew Esports here definitely have the advantage on the health bars here. So Tyrant goes on the way to Black Shrew Esports here. A small win comes inside of BSE right now in the early game, and they might just cover back to the bottom side for the turret, or will they transfer back to the top side? So top tower going in the hands of Nova Esports right now, and BSE slowly chunking out this bot tower. So it's a handshake of the sort for both teams.
Yeah, a bit of a handshake, though BSE obviously they have the advantage because they got the Tyrant. But when it comes to the goal difference, Nova Esports, they are still slightly ahead of BSE, even though their fight didn't favor them.
Oh, that's the second tower coming in from Nova Esports. That's an added value for the side of them. So good stuff coming from Nova Esports, recognizing the fact that, hey, we're already here, I have a pay, my pay can push very quickly, so I'm gonna take one more tower. And Grumby's like, okay, you got the tower, let me get you out of the set sail. A very good fight coming from Nova Esports.
The set sail being used defensively, but now the rest of BSE, they are around the corner. So Siwa has to be extra careful. Slightly engagement with Musang King, but Musang King is pretty okay. He can absorb a bit of damage, that's fine.
Yeah, probably we'll be seeing a very stagnant mid game as both sides does not want to go for any risky engages. At most, we'll be seeing a very large mid lane push and team fight later on in the series, but right now, both teams are equally tight right now as of this game state.
Or potentially we might see a low kill count game as well. So
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if that happens, then it's really down to the macro plays of both teams. And speaking about the macro plays, look at how Xuan is just keeping Xiang in check as well at the side.
Yeah, definitely. Both Crash laners duking it out for the priority so they can rotate first towards the mid lane. So right now, we would paint a picture of both teams. BSE, your main playmaker definitely has to be Xiang. The truthful mantra, this guy will have probably be setting up most of the plays here on the map for BSE. Also have Nova, you have Wendy, you have Xuan. These big engage tools are even way played with the mulberry slap. So right now, we have to see who pulls the trigger first.
The trigger might be pulled here. With the World is My Board, catching 3 for the side of Nova Esports. This is go time here for Black Shrew Esports, but Nova Esports, they respond back straight onto the back line. And they got Xiang in the process. The front liner for Black Shrew Esports, but Black Shrew Esports, they traded back one. It's going to be a clash laner for a clash laner.
Clash lane for clash lane, but BSE managed to take down the mid lane tower and potentially the top lane tower right now. That's a win for BSE, Sir Cloud.
That's a good point. One extra tower down, opening up the jungle for BSE. Now Nova Esports, they have to do double time to protect the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. So right now, same thing as just now. Both teams are trading towers once again, so nothing too crazy. Goal lead is at a stagnant 1,000 for Nova Esports, but in terms of team fight, both teams are tied neck to neck.
But Nova Esports, the good news is that they still maintain their goal lead. They're about a 1k goal lead against BSE now. But again, because it's only 1k, one good fight could swing the goal the other side.
Yeah, definitely. Just now, both Crash laners on the side of Nova and BSE, they were looking for big engages. They did get it, but Nova and BSE both have preemptive measures, so they were a sacrificial lamb in opening the war just now.
Again, Nova Esports, they clear the mid, they're looking for an opportunity to take down the mid tower, but then again, Xihong is there, Musang King is there, they only need these two players to just control the mid, not allowing Nova Esports to easily take down the tower.
Yeah, the goalie is like irrelevant at this point. It's like 1,000, but it's slowly creeping up for both sides, so 8 minutes in. Both teams looking to contest the mid priority. Both Clash lane has showed on both of the side lanes, so nothing too crazy will happen here. I do think that both teams are waiting patiently for the 10-minute mark for the Empowered Tyrant. That will be a game changer right there if a full-fledged teamfight were to break out.
Okay, this is where we'll see how long will Nova Esports spend on the mid lane. Are they going to overextend? But looks like the answer is not really. They're starting to shift over to other sides or other lanes. At the same time, forcing BSE to come back and show themselves.
And Musang King dropping dangerously low before the objective here, so he has to be careful with all these mulberry power stacks coming in from Waypit.
And Musang King, okay, they're probably going to start the Tyrant right now. Okay, BSE is going to start it off. Then again, they're going to leave it, allowing Nova Esports to come back in, not challenging at all.
Yeah, I gotta give props to Waypit and the team, chunking out Musang King, making sure that he's low, and BSE not daring to fight a deficit fight where Musang King is like half health. So props to these small mechanics, small chunks coming from Nova, making sure that they win this Tyrant hand to hand.
And that's a good point, right? Sometimes you don't really need to force the fight or force the kill. If you're able to get your opponent down to half health and below, that's sometimes good enough because they cannot get involved with the fight and your team can actually take control of the situation.
That's correct, Sir Cloud. So right now, 9 minutes 40 seconds in, 20 seconds timer onto Tyrant and Overlord, the empowered version, ladies and gentlemen. So this will be a game changer if both teams decide to contest on one side of the objective, but let's see how it pulls out.
So 10 more seconds before both objectives comes up. You can see that both sides seem to be interested in the Overlord, especially Nova Esports. They're around the area of the Overlord right now, but they're going to let go of the Tyrant. They see Musang King, they could tell help. They see Shihong, and Shihong, that was a close one. The world is my ball being called upon onto Waypit as well as Swan. And looks like Black Shrew Esports, at least they managed to push Nova Esports back.
Doesn't seem like Xiang wants to visit this Tyrant here. Okay, Tyrant reset. Xiang managed to push one more wave, securing top priority here. So if you're Nova, you have to attend the top wave if Xiang continues. So Xiang right now, out of the vision. Both teams trying to secure this Tyrant.
When the Tyrant's very low and the engagement comes in together with the set sail from the back by Swan. Getting one play out of BSE that's going to be dead currently down. World is my boy, what we call upon. Two players inside World is my boy, but that's not going to stop Nova Esports to continue to get another kill, this time against Xiang.
Man, this is what I'm talking about. Nova Esports, they have the engage tool. Wendy with the flash engage, Shrew with the follow-up. These type of plays make it so hard for BSE Game and BSE JR to actually pivot around the team fight. So, okay, this is still fine. It's 1 for 2, objective for both, but set sail coming in. Okay, it's still fine for Musang King. But red buff has to be forfeited towards the side of BSE towards Nova Esports. So, 2k gold coming in for Nova Esports. Sir Cloud, this is still a very 50-50 game, Sir Cloud.
That could really still go to anyone's game right now. At this moment, Black Shrew Esports, they're starting to lose a little bit more grip if you ask me, because the goal difference is already 2k now.
Yeah, I do agree with you as well, but looking at the gold lead for the side of BSE, only JR holds an immense amount of gold over his lane, and other than that, everybody's losing gold on the side of BSE.
Here comes Nova putting pressure onto the top and forcing BSE to come back to defend it. But BSE, they also need to defend their mid tower, the one that's still standing on the outside.
Yeah, one thing to point out, Shrew's item build, he went for a Siege Breaker. That's a lot of damage from a Duncher. He's trying to one-tap BSE JR whenever he gets the chance to do so.
Oh, and if he can, he basically got the precedent. And if he gets the precedent, we know everything will come crumbling down. So that's their goal. So they have options. Okay, they have Swan, they have Wendy, they can just wreak havoc on the JR. So JR has to keep his position really tight.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see some flash plays, maybe a flash showing ENG coming in from Wendy, or flash engage coming from Shred, or set sail. All these are key differences that will make this game super hard for JR and the end to play.
Here is BSE, maybe getting that buff. No, the buff is still taken away by Nova Esports. Nova Esports, they got the buff. They're looking for another opening. But their objective is to get the tower. So putting back focus onto the mid lane.
Slow and steady for both teams. No one pulling extra crazy amount of engages. So far, both teams are respecting each other's boundaries. So far so good for both teams.
And for BSE at this moment, they're being pushed back into their own jungle if you kind of think about it. as Nova Esports, they have control. Not total control yet, but as long as they're able to put BSE back into their own place, Nova Esports, they can continue to snowball and scale.
Yeah, that's definitely correct, Circle. And looking at the item list once again, JR, is he going for a Pure Sky or is he going for what is he going for actually? I think he's going for one more offensive item build here.
Oh, but check out the mid. Looks like CY's gonna come in. And here comes Xiang to the back, but Xiang managed to sidestep away to safety. If he got caught in that set sail, he's gone.
Yeah, that is very dangerous. Escaping with a sliver. Just a small pixel almost hitting the set sail. So 30 seconds of both objectives, Circloud, and right now it's more in favor of Nova's side with their hyperactive engage form right now. So okay, engage coming in.
Engagement. Here comes the Waypit. Waypit caught in the world is my board, but then again it's a roamer. It's not going to be worth it for Black Shrew Esports to go all in. And sail from the side, and he managed to get Musaki. Musaki is in the trouble position. Musaki will dish out a lot of damage onto him. Musaki JR goes down as well. That's going to be a big damage dealer down for the side of Black Shrew Esports. Nova Esports, that's the opening that they're looking for.
That might just be game right here. This is why you don't give Wendy Maestronui. That was an insane flash engage from Maestronui, catching out 3 members of Nova Esports. Right now, that might just be game right now, Circle.
Oh, it could be game. What is my board? But nothing can stop Nova Esports from winning the series and showing who's the boss between them and BSE.
Nova Esports claiming their title as currently the best team in Malaysia. So right now, Nova Esports declared supremacy over BSE. That was an insane engage coming in for Wendy just now. A 3-man flash engage, making sure that JR had 0 room for actually even doing damage, deleting him from the team fight immediately, Sir Cloud.
And it was really down to the slightest moment, right? If you kind of think about it, that set sail onto Musang King as well, that exploded everything. And for BSE, they felt that, oh, they need to save Musang King. And when they went in to save Musang King, Nova Esports was like, that's the bait that I'm looking for you guys to make the U-turn so that we can take out all of you together.
Yeah, exactly. So far we've seen B-set sail coming in on the side of Musang King, making the formation of BSE scattered across the map. BSE Xiang was also late to the fight. Immediately, Wendy was like, I saw the situation, I saw this entire from my POV. Flash engage going in. Immediate closing out the game.
Oof. Very, very technical game if you ask me. May not be the most exciting to like people like just passing by and see, oh, the kill count is very low. But then again, if you really look at the macro plays, it is just crazy. These two teams are how they execute stuff. Now, looking over at some of these stats here and the numbers. So, looks like we don't see the big numbers because we didn't play that long as compared to game number 2. But for Nova Esports, okay, CY with 11k, Muji with 10k. I guess this is kind of expected by these two players with their respective roles.
And I want to point out one thing. Pay this game, CY, he opted for a tank build. We see the Blazing Cape, the Blood Rage, with the Axe of Torment, the Giant's Grip. It's a pretty interesting build as well, making sure he's tanky, he doesn't die in a whim if he gets caught in any of the engages. So this game, although as you say, the kill count wasn't that high, but it's a very nice showcase of both teams playing to the best level of Honor of Kings. The HOK that we are seeing right now in MKL, these two teams really are showing us why they deserve to be the top, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, I would say I agree, right? Like game 2, game 3 especially, that's like the benchmark game for any other teams watching the MKL right now and telling themselves that, okay, if you want to be the champions, you have to be able to play at that highest level. And speak about highest level, look at BSE. Okay, they only got a handful of kills, but the team fight rate is 100%. Everybody got involved with everything.
Yeah, that's definitely correct. And if you look aside of like Nova Esports as well, even for their team fight, it's also close to 100% for everybody. Technically, all the fights that are happening is never scattered across the map. It's always in one go between two teams. That shows the prowess, the team fight, the discipline between these two teams, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, their coordination. For the most part, we see them playing together. Even if they want to like open up the sides, like the rest of the other maybe 3 or 4 players, they will be playing close to that side as well. So they aren't always too far from each other. And that's why if we look at throughout the entire course of the game, it was hard for either side to find that opening or that one solo pickoff.
Yeah, exactly. And this crash lane pick from BS Xiang may be a bit lackluster. It might not be his fault. It may be due to the fact that Nova is played such a good game, giving him zero room for him to actually perform on the Dharma. And looking at the gold chart, a smooth and steady gold chart that goes up after the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant, up to a 6k healthy at the end of the game. So what do you think?
Well, I think that even though the chart just favors Nova Esports slow and steady towards them, right? But they weren't in full control throughout the entire game. There were moments that BSE was able to turn things around as well. So Nova Esports has to be really, really careful until based on the chart, 10 minutes onwards, when they found that opening, that's where they continued to scale onto Black Shrew Esports. But it was a very well-balanced game all around.
Yeah, the moment where BS Xiang showed on top, immediately Nova Esports found the chance and flashed in for the engage. And of course, let's check out the MVP of this series right now.
Here's the MVP, and it's given to Wendy. Like what you said, there's my play towards the end was the decider in winning that crucial fight for Nova Esports to take home the series.
Of course, time and time again from all these tournaments, we've learned one fact: don't give Wendy Mai. Even if you go to Ultimate Battle Game 7, you know for a fact this man, he's gonna pick D Mai's journey because he's that confident. He knows the moment he gets his hand on this hero, he's gonna be making play after play after play when the moment matters, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, the only Mai that Wendy should get is My Love. Because he is amazing in this round. Not the sexiest of KBA 215, but then again, it's those crucial moments that he gets involved with. And for us to relieve the best crucial moments in this round, we'll check out the highlights.
Ooh, what an engage coming from Wendy, and set sail on the two-man, making sure that the backline of BSC has no way of doing damage here. So these are the setups that we're talking about for the Nova side. The activeness, the proactiveness is always on the hand of Nova Esports, and this was the game-deciding play. So Musang King got capped off, and immediately Wendy saw the opportunity, flash Hicho-sen into two people, making sure that they close off the fight easily for a 5-0.
Yeah, the moment they got JR, the moment they got Musang King, they know that that's it. They could close up the game towards the end, bringing them their win against BSE. And with that, Nova Esports starting off their campaign with a win against BSE, putting them up at second place. But to be fair, of course, they only played one game as compared to AG Global.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And looking at the 5, 6, 7, 8 rank of the standings right now, we have Team Secret, Todak, O2 Esports, and Seoul Esport. Sadly for Seoul Esport, not a good start for the week 1 of MKL, but slow and steady. I hope they do improve as we progresses into the weeks. And for the top 4, we have a bit of a tie coming in from 3rd, 4th, 5, and 6. Everybody tied at 3-2, 2-2, and 1-1 win for match win and lose. So it's gonna be a very interesting start going for the entire standing circle. I'm really looking forward for more and more games coming into the days and weeks.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to point out the fact that a team that came from the qualifiers, DTE Gaming, is amongst AG Global, Nova Esports, and BSE on the first half of our overall standing. So that's a statement here for the teams that came from the qualifiers, is that don't forget about us. We can also be a contention for the top.
Oh, definitely. With their performance today against O2 Esports, the comeback that they did, after losing a comeback from AG yesterday, they just proved that, hey, we are with the big boys now. We have what it takes to, mess up the equilibrium of the top 4.
Yep, but tomorrow we still have games, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stay tuned with us. And these will be the games that will be played tomorrow. We're going to start off our match here with Seoul Esports up against Team Secret. Ooh, another anime big boss that they need to face off against. And we're going to see again Nova Esports, this time going up against O2. And Todak will be facing off against AG Global.
Wow. I'm kind of worried for Seoul Esports. First week in, you have to fight all these giants, BSE, all these giants. It's kind of a very stressful situation for you. I do hope that they have more growth into this league, but being beaten down like this is quite demotivating. So I do hope that they find their footing coming into this league. So right now, Sir Cloud, man, what a day. 4 series, and lots of the series were back-to-back with crazy comebacks, crazy reverse sweeps. Man, what a day, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, a lot of very, very close, tight games as well, right? And it's great to get to see like the match between Nova Esports and BSE. Some people call this like the grand finals match, although we're only day number 2. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a double round robin, meaning that they will be meeting each other again later in our season.
Correct, that is the double round robin format, so they will be meeting each other twice. So we will see another Nova versus BSE. Maybe at that time we'll see a fully ready BSE or even a better Nova Esports. We don't know. We're still at week 1, and week 1 has been a pretty good run so far. This is just day 2 of week 1. We still have tomorrow, Sir Cloud, and so far so good. It's been quite an interesting MKL series so far.
Oh, absolutely, right? Absolutely. What a day has been, ladies and gentlemen. Again, tomorrow, make sure you tune in to MKL because you don't want to miss out on all these amazing games. We'll be signing off for now. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Sagi. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
Ever-changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put blood, sweat, and tears.
Turn it back. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.